I'm Yosef Frimpong. Today we're going to actually break down Kimberly Crenshaw's essay, Demarginalizing the Intersection of Race and Sex. It's the big essay that actually birthed, or at least like really popularized the term intersectionalism. And it came out in 1989. It's right here, you know. And it's not actually that hard of an essay. It's about 25 pages long. It's written in plain English. And yeah, all right. So what she does here is that she takes all of our kind of understandings of discrimination that are unilaterally focused or singularly focused, like you're discriminated because of your gender, is discriminated because of your race. And she says that actually doesn't capture the Black woman's experience, who might be doubly oppressed because she's discriminated because of her gender and her race. And she takes three examples, two that fit well with her thesis, one that actually problematizes it a little bit. But the first example is the most famous one, with GM, where Black women were not allowed to retain their jobs. They were the first one fired with respect to seniority because they had just gotten the job because they were Black women and not white women who had been working for GM a little bit longer, so that when there were a round of layoffs because of a recession, Black women were the first ones fired. And that was a form of discrimination, but not necessarily gender discrimination, and not necessarily explicitly racial discrimination, but because GM had only started to hire Black women but had hired white women, all the white women got to keep their jobs for seniority reasons. And the Black women were asked to go. And we needed a way to talk about that because it wasn't necessarily gender that was doing the work, and it wasn't necessarily race that was doing the work, although it was race doing the work. We needed a special, she argued for a special category that protected these Black women because they were not being protected or honored like their white women counterparts, right? So that's actually, I think that's the paradigmatic, that's the first example she puts out of the three. And I think that's probably the most powerful one, where it really gets at the problem of what it is to be a Black woman who's not actually appropriately theorized under these kind of unilateral dimensions of either gender or race, because she can't represent, she's not represented by the struggles for the Black man, and she's not, and white feminists don't really represent her because they're just happy they get to keep their job because, like I said, they get to use power over, the legitimate power over Black women because of seniority. They were hired first, right? Forget the fact that we kept Black women out of that job. Right, so that's where she's coming from, and I think that's a sympathetic case that actually needs to be kind of thought through. And
Oh shoot! You know what? I didn't even realize my mic was muted. I don't usually mute it from the app. I mute it right on the mic. So my apologies. Welcome to Stanley versus the World, everybody. please make sure you hit the like button. If you're new, please like, share, and subscribe as well. Um, Intersectionality is something I don't particularly have a problem with it as long as it's, kept within limits. Um, Kimberly Crenshaw is also credited with coming up with the term CRT, critical race theory. It was actually Derek Bell, who was her law professor at Harvard, that came up with the concept. He didn't call it CRT. It was birthed out of the legal academy. So here's what I have to say. Oh, and Derek Bell, former civil rights lawyer, he actually did a lot of good work in the South, in court, fighting discrimination and segregation type cases. What I want to say about intersectionality, again, Kimberly Crenshaw wrote kind of the foundational paper. She is right as far as Black women not necessarily being they were kind of in a mid space between feminism, which didn't actually represent their interests exactly. There were problems with the civil rights movement, affirmative action and that sort of thing. And whether people want to admit it or not, Irony's a little bit more men's rights than I am. If you know anything about the civil rights movement, there was definitely sexism. Okay, people like, damn it. Of course, I'm having a senior moment here. The major women in the civil rights movement were very strong women. Okay, they had a force of will. Fannie Lou Hamer, for instance, she was a force to be reckoned with. But if you weren't Fannie Lou Hamer level, you might be relegated to passing out the bullets or handing out sandwiches or making the coffee. That's documented. What I have to say about intersectionality is, like CRT, it kind of just, it started being more a Swiss Army knife to answer or to deal with problems that weren't necessarily, the concept wasn't necessarily designed to be a Swiss Army knife. In my opinion, it was fairly, it was a one use or the kind of thing like a screwdriver. You might be able to use that screwdriver on different types of screws, but it doesn't work well as a hammer. You actually need a hammer to do a nail, to drive in a nail. You can use a screwdriver, but it's not going to work as well. So Irony, will have critiques of it, but I want to remind you that I've shown the clip, Irene's shown the clip of Congresswoman, I think her last name was Hoover. Sex was not a protected class in the original Civil Rights Bill of 1964. It was white women that insisted that sex be included because they literally said that they were afraid Black women would have rights that white women did not. And in my opinion, that's where things started getting a little bit dicey. And I'll just leave it at that. But we're going to hear this out. It's not that long a video. And I am interested in, how he kind of, approaches intersectionality. Where we are right now is that, the initial concept that Black women aren't quite represented well by feminism because it's really a movement for white women. And there were some problems, with sexism in the actual civil rights movement. So that's where we are. And let us continue. And 12th man, you can come up if you want, but this video is my focus.
And respected. The problem is that she leans heavily and almost exclusively on this notion that there are singly oppressed and doubly oppressed people, and that white women are only singly oppressed, which in a way is true. In a way is true. But black men are also only singly oppressed, which completely misreads the operation of gender in society, and especially in the antagonistic relationships. And if you're going to say that racial antagonistics are race relationships are antagonistic, then it is the case that the antagonism between in-group men and out-group men is the primary antagonism. Just ask any men in the Ukraine. Sure, you can find feminist organizations say that the Ukrainian war is especially hard on women, but that's just not true. Like any man under 50 is now being drafted into the race, into the war by Zelensky, right? And is given and is pointed at Russian bullets, right? In Gaza, any man under 50 is assumed to be Hamas and can be murdered with impunity. Before it becomes relevant, you need to be under 10, right? And now they have aid stations that only minister to women. So this idea that what it is to be a man is this is some sort of flat maleness that transcends any other racial or religious antagonisms is trash, and it's always been true. We didn't lynch women, right? The way we lynched men, and like not only did we lynch them and then cut and pickled their balls. So there was always a gendered aspect to racialized violence, and the worst traits of the race were always heaped upon the men. So while black women can actually rightly charge invisibility with respect to racial critiques, the struggles are invisibilized. You have to understand we have racial critiques because the direct and violent explicit victims were outgroup men, right? So the plight of the Gazan women might be invisible, like, or feminists will say like, well, you need to talk about this effect on the women. Well, that's true, but it's because we assume that all men are Hamas, right? It's impossible to be a 20-year-old Gazan citizen now and be in a male body because you're automatically Hamas. You can't just be a citizen. Like, we don't know what that means. Like, we don't know what kind of vulnerability that means. So the idea that black men are only singly oppressed because of their race, but not because of their gender, and that gender, there's such thing as a flat maleness that operates in both in-group and out-group races, is actually it's ridiculous and it's anti-historical. Like, you go to the genocide studies, apparently genocide people don't play around this. Like, they'll be the first one to tell you that the Jewish men were the first one like killed. Like, it's the feminist arguments they laugh out, but somehow when it comes to black people, it turns out that it's okay that black men are disposable because they're utterly privileged. They get confused for white men. And you have to actually think carefully about what institution in America would rather have a black man than a white man. You could say like, well, Obama was elected before Kamala Harris. Obama is like 18 times more talented a politician than Kamala Harris. So don't even try to say that. We need to admit that black men raise a kind of anxiety in America that black women do not, and that black women have their struggles that are racialized and gendered, but they do not include all of the struggles of black men. And black men have their struggles that are racialized and gendered because black men are targeted because of their race. Their gender. Their gender is not a get out of jail free card. Their gender is not an access to privilege. It is an actual access of vulnerability. It's just different than the access of vulnerability that black women face. So while black women are rendered invisible, black men are targeted. And there's a difference. I am not trying to take away black women's voices. I'm just saying that if you make the black woman whole, that's not necessarily the same as doing justice to black men. These are distinct claims, and that's why you need a black male studies department, and why an intersectional feminist studies department won't actually deal that, because they'll presume that black men are only singly oppressed. And she says that towards the end. At the beginning, she talks about how treating black men as if they were doubly oppressed is a problem at the beginning, and at the end she says that if you heal the black woman, you heal it all, as if black women are a race unto themselves. And that's just not true. I won't even say if you heal black men, you heal it all. No, you need to heal black men as black men and deal with black women as black women. And that's fine if you want to heal black people.
Well, see, I agree that with that part, but then you also
the problems
hold on one
of
sec here.
Black people can be somehow triple distilled.
And I don't know, Irony will probably get to it, but the part he's leaving out, and I don't think it was intentional. It was probably accidental, because he's a big family guy. But yeah, I agree with the part that, black men have problems singular from black women, but there's also a problem in relationships. And I have no clue what the problem is. To me, it's just, I honestly think that a lot of these relationship problems that you hear on just about every fucking, black oriented YouTube show that I'm aware of. There are probably plenty I'm not aware of, but the ones that I frequent, I don't even understand the problems half the time. Like every black woman should belong to every black man and vice versa. I think and it's very controversial, I'm sure, and I know that John and everybody has problems when I say that black people in the United States who have a legacy in American history, I call those people legacy black Americans, you need to start from ground zero, which is within your four walls. Okay, if these folks who think that, quote, black culture is so bad, so toxic, so full of maladies, then you gotta tear it down and start from scratch. And in my opinion, the scratch starts within your four walls. Heal thyself, heal thy family, and then let nature take its course. And I never hear anybody say that. The other thing is, I don't believe, I think group dynamics or group interests are a tool, and sometimes it's appropriate to address a demographics problem. And the black people as a demographic do have issues, but not everybody in that demographic has the issue. You got to start healing yourself. And where group dynamics or group solutions are appropriate, apply them. Okay, but don't use one tool to fix all problems. Sometimes you need a sledgehammer, sometimes you need a scalpel, and people don't seem to be able to switch gears. Sometimes blaming a community of people, a demographic of people is appropriate. Sometimes it's not. And the more precise you can be in how you wield whatever tool or policy or whatever, the more right the tool, the better the job gets done and the better the problem gets solved. And one thing I don't ever hear from, let's pick on, quote, black cities with black mayors. I've not heard a black mayor yet say the goal for crime is zero. Okay. If you're saying crime is less than it was or at historic lows, well, that's awesome. Okay. You've hit a benchmark you have not achieved the goal. The goal is zero. Now, you will probably never get to zero, but if that's not your goal, if reducing crime is anything other than a benchmark, then you know what? Whether Trump, for instance, is right or wrong, it doesn't really matter. He has firmer ground to apply his autocratic methods than the mayor does, saying crime is down. Okay, crime is not crime. If crime is existent, it's too much crime. And you can't, you'll never drive crime down to zero, but it damn well be your goal. And if you're not saying that's your goal, then you play right into idiots like Trump's hands. So, that's my take on it. That's my take on intersectionality. And I do want to hear this video out, because hopefully he gets into the family dynamic. And I don't have the answer. My answer is look at your four walls and fix what's within your four walls. To me, it's obvious. If you are a baby daddy, don't be talking anything other than, damn, I fucked up. I'm a baby daddy. This is what I'm trying to do to fix it. Other than that, I don't want to hear from you. You certainly shouldn't be giving out family or relationship advice if you're a baby daddy. And I'm just going to be blunt about it. Looks like you have something to say, 12th man.
Well, I've always enjoyed this fellow right here. I mean, he just speaks straight truth, and he doesn't
Oh my Lord,
sit around the bush, and I really like this guy.
well, good
I've
for
been
you.
following him for a while.
Let's hear some more from him.
And heaped on the black women goes with this this drive to create black women as a race unto themselves, and black men as disposable. And she argues, like, at the end, about like her idea of family politics is we want to make life easier for black single mothers. And all of this politics, she talks about Frazier, who's trying to make politics easier for like black families and keep families together. She's like, well, no, we want black women to have more options and all their options. So we need a politics that makes things easier for black single mothers. And that's where it's actually, you're right. That's not my fight. My fight is policy for black families, because I think children need intact families. And if you have policies that are just tied to making it life easier for black single mothers, that might actually not be something I support. That might be a distraction from actual community uplift, because that undermines the community, because I don't think you should replace families with government. I think these are different spheres of responsibility and authority. And so I'm going to get in trouble as being anti-feminist, because I don't think that we should have a lot of policies that make it easier for single mothers. I think we should make it have a lot of family policies that make it easier to like have functional, intact families.
Yeah, there's where he. Oh, hold on one sec. There's where he's going about the functional, intact families, and that's one thing I've always appreciated about Irony. I don't always agree with his cultural takes, but he is, he and I are lockstep when it comes to, the importance of intact families, and he is literally a tyrant when it comes to his views on no-fault divorce. Go ahead, 12th man.
Well, he said that you shouldn't replace families with government. And that's one of the things I really like about this guy, is that he will tell you the truth, whether you like it or not. Like, you shouldn't replace families with government. He just
okay. I don't ever recall. I appreciate what you appreciate, but he's wrong if people think the government is trying to replace families. That is a take that I don't agree with. I don't think the government's trying to replace anything. As a matter of fact, what they're trying to do is stem the flow of blood, or stem the flow of divorce. The problem is, it's hard to support women and children and not, disrupt the people whose ideas, like, I don't need a man. When I hear a single mother go, I don't need a man, and she's not making six figures and can work from home. If you're making six figures and you work from home and you're 40 and you want to do in vitro or adopt a kid or something like that, you know what? Maybe you can, money might be somewhat of a palliative. But if you're like on public assistance or something like that, and you're saying you don't need a man, I have some serious doubts about your sanity, because obviously you do. And divorce happens. In my case, I'm a single parent because a spouse died. So, there are always going to be exceptions to that rule. But if you are, having 2 and 3 kids by 2 and 3 different men, and you're saying you don't need a man, I just kind of shake my head, and I don't even know that I want to debate that point with that person. And just some breaking news. According to the Washington Post, and quoting Donald Trump,
did it catch the perp?
Okay. Well, Trump is saying they did, but stay tuned. Okay. And I'm not going to spend the whole day talking about Charlie Kirk. He will come up somewhat indirectly, but I'm pretty much, it is what it is.
And if you have policies that are just tied to making it life easier for Black single mothers, that might actually not be something I support. That might be a distraction from actual community uplift, because that undermines the community, because I don't think you should replace families with government. I think these are different spheres of responsibility and authority.
I don't think anybody's trying to do that, to be honest. So
I'm going to get in trouble as being anti-feminist, because I don't think that we should have a lot of policies that make it easier for single mothers. I think we should make it have a lot of family policies that make it easier to like have functional, intact families. Right. Yeah. So if maleness is a side of privilege, no matter what body you're in, then we need to talk about why Black.
I want to make one point here, and I'm not talking about Irami specifically. I'll get to him and that point about government having policies that promote family. A lot of the people who are pro-family, pro-natalist, and all this sort of stuff are the same people who are kind of small government, and they don't want a whole lot of bureaucracy. My question is, can you have the type of policies that both promote family and protect women who actually might need protection for one reason or another? Can you have that without a substantial bureaucracy? Because you're literally going to have to go on a case-by-case basis. And I don't know that we ever had the kind of infrastructure even before Trump started reducing government. And a lot of these benefits are handed out at the state level. The government, gives like block grants and that sort of thing. And the states themselves kind of determine. But even at the state level, do we have the infrastructure and the people, the bureaucracy, to promote these family first policies that at the same time protect women and children who actually need, the help? I have my doubts. And then for Irami himself, he actually does believe, because he is a type of, if not an outright black radical, he's definitely, a leftist. He does promote, everybody gets a job. He has talked about, his desire to see a federal work guarantee. So I kind of, I understand where he's coming from about the family friendly policy, even the single mothers. There is a federal work guarantee. And at some point, that woman should be guaranteed a job, one, that can, kind of keep her family afloat, not in the lap of luxury, but keeping them afloat where their needs are met. So I excuse him for my bureaucracy argument because he wants the type of, guaranteed work that could sustain a policy that's a little bit more stringent on who gets what as a single mother.
Homelessness rates are black men, right? Homelessness rates, incarceration rates, and morbidity, mortality rates. And we have to understand that when black women are trying to fight for the jobs that men are in, are they really trying to fight for the jobs that black men are in? And even when white women are trying to fight for the jobs that white men are in, are they really trying to fight for all the jobs that white men are doing? Or they want a certain set of jobs, and they want a privilege to not be expected to do a different set of jobs, right? The assumption that you should go work at the waste disposal plant is something that black men get that in a way that black women necessarily do not, right? So this idea that we want all the jobs that men have, that's just not true. You want to be assumed not to qualify for some of the jobs that men have. And that is, you want the privilege to not be confused for a black man in a lot of ways. And not just in your interaction with cops, but in many institutions in society. So the original sin of this article is to presume that black men are only at a single axis of oppression, and those that are doubly oppressed are only going to include women, and that black maleness isn't a site for vulnerability. Now, she gives a counterexample of this about one time she was with her friend at Harvard, a black man at Harvard, who had just been accepted as one of the very, very, very few black men at this elite Harvard men's club, and where they were going to have dinner. And as a woman, she had to go through the back entrance, and that was the height of degradation. That this black man got to go through the front as being one of the few black men at this Harvard club. And she had to go through the back. But you have to understand, this Harvard men's club wasn't built for him. This Harvard men's club wasn't built for him. And the whole thing should probably be abolished in some ways. But the idea that you take the most colonial, racist, and classist institution and presume that just because this guy had just gotten in, and that these are like the worst kinds of people at this bourgeois institution, that their class doesn't already override their gender and overwhelm their gender and racial suspicions. You take this one club as an example of black male privilege. I think that's ludicrous. That club is not indicative of society. That club is indicative of like a very peculiar wing that like nobody in my chat is ever going to be in. You're not in those rooms. You're not in that room. And I don't know if you want to be in that room. Right? So, and that was her only concrete example of black male privilege. Because even in the factory, jobs, she didn't actually talk about what the black men were doing and why the black women would want those jobs, because black women didn't want them.
Let me just cut in right quick. This is breaking news. It says here, U.S. President Donald Trump stated with a high degree of certainty that Charlie Kirk's suspected killer is in custody. During a press conference, Utah Department of Public Safety Commissioner Bo Mason confirmed that authorities tracked the shooter's movements before and after the attack. The FBI has released photographs of the suspected gunman. So far, Trump has said he has a high degree of certainty. The FBI says here the FBI and other authorities did not immediately confirm his account. So, it's still, if Trump is to be believed, and I guess as president, he would know, but there's always a degree of uncertainty with Trump. He can be a little ahead of the, I don't know what you would call it. Let's just trust the office of the president and leave Trump out of it.
Those jobs. They wanted
the
the job.
way that guy looked, I mean, that could be.
I don't. Yeah. Right.
And so they didn't want to be confused for black men. And that is the problem. By the way, if you appreciate what I'm doing, go ahead and go to www.funkyacademic.com, kick in $5, $15, or $50 a month, and I'll keep doing it because I want to start doing, more of these feminist canon.
No problem.
It's particularly good. And once again, the primary problem with this article is the presumption that black women are doubly oppressed, whereas black men are singly oppressed. And it doesn't actually understand black maleness as a site for vulnerability and being targeted for violence because of their maleness in black skin, which is fundamentally different and antagonistic towards maleness in white skin. This idea, and I mean, there's a deeper problem because the arguments she goes in to make this case draw on feminist scholarship that just presumes black men are just rapists. Right. So like in the third section where she actually upholds white feminists, and she's like, well, we need feminist scholarship to talk about rape. The presumption is that black men are rapists. The presumption is that the color purple is right, and that one, black domestic violence isn't bidirectional, which a few decades of scholarship have shown that it was bidirectional. At the time of this writing in 89, the homicide rates were actually, more black men were being shot by black women than the other way around. Now, black men were also shooting black men, but black women were shooting black men. And that didn't level out until 92. And this was written in 89. So we just have to understand that domestic violence in black households is bidirectional. It's caused from their ecological things, including culture, but also stress.
I was watching Nidish's show before I started this show. That's why I was a little late, actually. And he was reviewing some, I forget the dude's name. Is it DJ Hemp or something like that? And Tommy Sotomayor made a guest appearance, apparently. And they started talking something about, the quote, bidirectional nature of domestic violence in the black household or relationships, except they weren't quite as articulate. No one used the word bidirectional. So this is a step above, in my opinion, the analysis.
That's a new word for me, Stanley, bidirectional. I don't even
I'm sorry,
know
what?
That means. Bidirectional, like, what does that even mean?
Okay, but here's the deal. Bi as in biplane and directional. So, somewhere back in your education, you've heard of a biplane. That means a plane with two wings. So now it's directional. Apply the bi prefix to the directional, and that's how you figure that out. And Kelvin, you know what? Everything sounds that way to you. Apparently, apparently, all new words are gay to you, sir. So, are dictionaries gay too? Because you're always welcome to crack one open and look up the word. I'm talking to Kelvin. And I'm sure he's joking, except it's not that good a joke.
Well, you could always just go on Google and look it up.
The dude has a P. You know what? I expect better of my PhDs type people. He's just showing the deficits even highly educated people have in their basic education. You can have a PhD in economics from a world-renowned school and still not know what bidirectional means. I'm not buying that.
And
I
years and
never heard
decades of terrorism from Jim Crow, right? So the presumption that black men either mimetically want to be white men, which isn't really borne out, as opposed to what someone like Tommy Curry, or the black male studies scholars, will say that there's actually an evolution of manhood.
Oh, and by the way, I have never been on a panel with Sotomayor or DJ Hemp. It's not really my speed. Generally, that manosphere shit doesn't really interest me that much. It's just a bunch of weak men whining. However, I would love to know if any of these big time, black manosphere types have ever read Tommy Curry. The book's called The Man Not. It's a big book, and I've not even it's been a while since I've read it. I probably need to reread it. But there is such a thing as black men's studies. Tommy Curry, another Tommy Curry, Dr. Tommy Curry, is kind of a pioneer in specifically studying black males, and where they stand in modern Western civilization. Iremy's a big fan of Tommy Curry. I'm a fan too, but I think sometimes male, the men's rights movement, I think sometimes can be cringy. I'll just put it that way.
So that black men actually are more progressive because they look at white men and are like, no, why would I want to do that? Like, why would I want to be that? And they have a different variety of manhood. Now, this different variety of manhood might not be particularly great in all ways, but it is not the stereotypical white manhood. It's a different kind of masculinity. And if you actually study black men, you'll see that. But if you actually just presume that black men are just degraded white men, then you end up with what Crenshaw ends up. And so the notion that maleness in a black body isn't a site for vulnerability is a problem, and is a problem for Crenshaw. But also the notion that, and she talks about Juliana Cooper, that if you address black women, you'll address the entire black race. That's ridiculous. I won't even say the same thing about black men. If you address all the problems with black men, you still have to deal with some problems with just black women. You have to actually talk to and listen to black women as subjects, because there's some things you'll miss. But the black feminists will say that if you actually just address all the problems of black women, you'll just address all the problems of black people. And that's just not true. That's just not true. There's some problems that touch black men that do not touch black women. And black male studies, people can say that without undermining their studies. You need, people studying black women, but you also need people studying black men, because the way we've I don't know, gender, the risk in relationship, the risk and work of being black in America, like requires differentiated studies, and that's perfectly appropriate. But feminists think that if you just give them all the money and all the shine, it'll address everything because they are the black. And that's just not true. That's just not true. I don't think black men are a race unto themselves. I do not think black women are a race unto themselves. I think we are black people with some differentiated problems. So you need people studying black men, and you need the problems that directly affect black women, men, and you need people studying the problems that directly affect black women, and not presume that men are privileged, black men are privileged because they're men.
Hey, Stanley.
Yes, sir.
Now I got other streamers going like, oh, the suspect's been caught and
Good.
all this shit. But I don't believe it, really. Do you? Do you believe it?
You know what? I'm just keeping up with the news. When it's confirmed, I'll try and bring that to you. Last I heard, just a few minutes ago, is that I've heard high degree of confidence. I've also heard Trump said it's just preliminary. So that's where I stand.
Yeah.
So even her understanding
go too?
Okay, what the fuck are you talking about? Let what go?
Well, you remember the last couple of suspects?
Okay, 12th man. The topic right now, except the occasional update, is not about Charlie Kirk or what happened to Charlie Kirk.
Right.
We're talking intersectionality in something specific that he's talking about black men and black women. So if there's any news from, say, the New York Times or some verifiable or highly trusted news source, I'll bring it to you, but I'm not going to dwell. I'm not going to dwell on Charlie Kirk.
Patriarchy is like a historical, or it just comes out of a tradition that presumes black men are rapists, right? So you have to understand, before the 50s, white women didn't talk about patriarchy. They talked about paternalism, and that the condescension and paternalism, and that they wanted to get rid of.
What's up, Mike?
They wanted to get rid of the paternalism, but when they realized that wasn't as sympathetic, because then we had to talk about some of the virtues of being protected from some of society's more nefarious aspects, they had to they switched from paternalism to patriarchy by mimicking the way patriarchy dealt with outgroup males. So patriarchy is a family game. Patriarchy is a family game where you kill the people who are not in your family, and you kill the males who are not in your family. So in order to adopt the language, a more sympathetic struggle, these feminists took over the language of black men, said their struggle was like theirs, and then kicked out the black men. Well, they hired black women to kick out the black men. And that's how we get to the discourse of today. That's why instead of when we talk about patriarchy, we should talk about white men against black men.
I'm sorry, what?
About patriarchy and patriarchal society in Israel that's just killing every Gazan man between
Talk to you later.
and 20. And we used to talk about like Kamala Harris as a patriarch for her role in participating in the police system. When you talk about these NGOs that now in Gaza will only distribute aid to women. That's what patriarchy looks like. It's a family game against outgroup men, right? So if you don't actually take the plight of outgroup men seriously, you're missing a very important dynamic about like some of the ills of the patriarchy. All right. So thank you for your time. If you appreciate what I'm doing, which I think you should go to www.funkyacademics.com, kick in $5, $15, or $50 a month, and I'll keep doing it. I think it's important. Now, once again, the problem isn't that there are people studying the particular and specific problems of Black women. It's a presumption that the particular and specific problems of Black women somehow deal with the particular and specific problems of Black people. And even more dangerously, it's a presumption that Black men are only at one axis of disadvantage and that their gender does not mark them for a target for violence and anxiety. And they're not vulnerable because they are Black men. There are certain ways that Black women are vulnerable because they're Black women. And then there are many ways that Black men are vulnerable because they're Black men, and they wouldn't be vulnerable if they're Black women. Arguably, and this is probably my spiciest take, I think a lot of Black men become trans because they think the grass is easier on the other side because the grass.
Oh wow, that is a spicy take. I have no idea where he's going with that one, but let us move on. I think actually the way he broke it down, I can appreciate. There's probably a couple quibbles I would have, but it's not worth getting wrapped around the axle. So I want to move on to another video. This is slightly unrelated, but because it's Fox 5 Atlanta and local, Butts County is a county in Georgia. And this is a local newscast, well, local to Atlanta. It's not well, I guess it's kind of local to me. I guess I'm within the outer limits. I'm in an exurb maybe of Atlanta. But this is talking about the incident in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Good morning. As we head on into the afternoon, anyone who uses public transportation has likely heard of this high-profile story involving a Ukrainian refugee who was unfortunately stabbed to death on Charlotte public transportation. It has really gripped the nation because her death was caught on camera. You see the suspect do this horrible act against this young woman who was already trying to flee and save her own life from the violence that's happening in Ukraine. So we are now turning to Butts County Sheriff Gary Long, who has put out this message to anyone who has a gun to use it. And Sheriff Long, before I start to ask you a couple of questions, I want to give people just a little bit of the backstory on this. This woman, Irina Zarutska, forgive me if I'm mispronouncing her name, was just 23 years old when she was on the Charlotte light rail. And she had moved to Charlotte from Ukraine. She worked several jobs in the US. And unfortunately, her family says she's now going to be buried here because someone who had a long rap sheet killed her for no apparent reason. So good morning to you. Tell us more about why you say gun holders, legal ones, should be prepared.
Thanks for having me. It's you said it best. It's horrific what happened, and almost 30 years of doing this, I would say that what I watched on that video was more than alarming. There was 5 or 6 other men standing really close in proximity, and nobody did nothing. This could have turned out a lot worse. I mean, there could have been a whole lot more victims, I would say, in this deal. But I think what we're getting to in America. Everybody wants to make this about a Republican issue or a Democratic issue, but it's not that. It's a American issue, and our communities have become soft targets, and there's not repercussions for what's happening for these violent acts. The fastest way the states across the country like to save money is to put people back out of prison. I'm not saying prison's for everybody, and not everybody should sit in prison forever, but a violent criminal with a violent past that commits violent crimes should stay in prison, period. But I think as sheriff, it's my job to protect and serve. My deputies are going to protect, but just as this incident in Charlotte, North Carolina, there's not an officer on the scene or there's not an officer assigned to everybody in a community. They can't be there. So the first line of defense is that of the public. And it's, it was kind of like a light went off, and it's like, we've got to train our people to protect themselves. And that's exactly what we're going to do. I'm going to run firearms. We've been running citizen firearm courses. I'm going to run them every month as long as I have to run it to do this. And I believe when the violent criminal element realizes that in our county, we're not going to be soft targets. We're going to stand up to them. And it might, unfortunately, in this case, I hear this a lot. People will call me and say, well, Sheriff, I don't really think this could have been stopped. No, I don't either. It was so fast, so rapid, and so instant. There was no aid rendered immediately that could have possibly saved their life. So I'm also teaching the Stop the Bleed class to the public. But it's one of those things. What would have happened if somebody would have stepped up and intervened? Thank God we didn't have 5, 6, 7, 10, 12 people stabbed, because nobody's doing nothing. And it's just tragic. And 30 years of doing this, probably one of the worst senseless crimes that I've physically seen on a video.
Well, I actually, and I'm sure somebody must have pointed this out. They're all looking at their phones. Okay, that's why, I don't even think, the two people on the right side of the bus, they're looking at their phones. They probably their peripheral vision probably wasn't, even picking up this guy. So you're wondering maybe why people didn't intervene. They were fucking knee deep in their phones, as young people tend to be these days. I got a 19-year-old, and believe me, I've asked him to take dishes out of the dishwasher, and he's still got his phone in one hand, taking dishes out of the dishwasher, one damn dish at a time. And I tell him, well, put the phone down. You got two hands. If you use both hands, you'll be done quicker and you can get back to your phone. Dude, these phones have basically sucked up any common sense these young people might have been taught. Okay, of course, if you're using two hands, you're going to be able to get that dishwasher emptied 3 times faster, because you can double up in each hand, maybe 4 times faster. But one hand with a phone, the other hand taking out one fork at a time, shit's not going to work. It's like all these people deep in their phones. That's why they weren't paying attention to their surroundings. That's one of the causes, in my opinion, that I see from this video.
The whole thing was caught on camera, so we are stopping it before any actual violence. Of course, we know the terrible fate that this 23-year-old
the best thing you can teach your kids is, like, if you're on public transportation, and I'm not saying this would have fixed anything or anything like that. All I'm saying, and I talked to my son about this, because occasionally he actually rides the MARTA buses. Dude, put away your phone and have your head on a swivel. Okay. And if back when I was in school, you know what? You might want to, even kids, if there's room enough on the bus, y'all spread out. If you can put a seat between you and the next person, do it. Just spread out. So I don't know. Maybe it's just, hindsight is 2020. That's probably what it is. But, these are just my observations. And I'm surprised this law enforcement official, his solution is more guns. My solution is y'all put away your fucking phones and have your head on a swivel late at night on transit, on public transportation. I mean, these are things that, probably my mother would have said to me back in the 80s. Always have a quarter, which dates me, but you have phones now, so you don't need pay phones. But there's some common sense things that apparently aren't being taught to kids these days, or they've forgotten them because their phone didn't tell them. Oops, sorry about that.
Carlos Brown Jr. I want to point out that Charlotte's mayor is blaming this on the court
Hey, it's
system,
just an observation.
saying that had it done its job, this suspect wouldn't have been out there on the train, wouldn't have been out there on the streets, wouldn't have had access to anyone, let alone someone who was already trying to protect themselves,
right,
trying to start a new life. So can you speak to how the court system, with just a few seconds left here, plays a role in this?
No, I think we see all too often, we're a little different. We're outside of the metro area, kind of a rural county. But what I see across the country is judges bring this up. There, you have RICO charges that there was probable cause, that the warrant's done, just the case you talked to a minute ago, and a judge has just dismissed all the RICO charges. We see this all the time, and I think it comes down to the people of this country need to elect judges that's going to do the right thing and hold violent criminals where they need to be, and that's not on the streets, that's in jail. So I'm going to agree with the mayor of Charlotte completely, and I think that's one step. That's one step of the problem is the court system. The other problem is we've become a society that it's like we don't want to get involved in that, and it's not our business. But as sheriff, I am going to work tooth and nail day in and day out to make this community a known community, that we're going to protect our people, not just law enforcement. The people are going to protect the people. But yes, I agree with the mayor of Charlotte 100%, and that's where it all starts, is in the justice system and in the courtrooms.
I want to point out your own words. You know, you tweeted about this. That's how we got you on the line and on our air and streaming with us. Can you tell us a little bit about what you said on social media? We have an image of it for those of you who want to take a look.
You know, it's a very emotional video to watch, and doing this so long, and it's sickening. And I just, you know, I'm a firm believer. It's you know, common sense sometimes doesn't seem to be so common. But here's what I know. I have 30 years of doing this. An armed community is a safe community. Period. An armed community is a safe community. And it's just it.
Let me speak to that. I'm gonna basically agree with this, based on my experience when I lived up in Northern Virginia, up on the mountain. You know what? You didn't even, like, if you didn't know the person, you know what? You might call before you go over, or you might knock on the door and go back down the porch. Cause you know, I had a buddy of mine, an older black guy. He was older than me at the time, who lived up on the mountain, and there weren't many black people up there. I could probably count the families on one, maybe two hands. However, he was born on the mountain. You know, his parents knew, like, my in-laws' parents, like my father-in-law, this guy's father and my father-in-law's father were like friends. You know, they get together on the porch and play music and all that stuff. But anyway, he made a joke like, you know, hey, Stanley, you're the only motherfucker up here who doesn't have a gun. So, you know, and there were break-ins, but it was usually people casing the joint, knowing nobody was home. Every damn body, you know, come before hunting season, you know, everybody would go down to a spot at the foot of the mountain, sighting in their weapons, you know, their rifles, their hunting rifles. And it sometimes on fall weekends, it would literally sound like a small war up there. So anyway, I partially agree with the, you know, an armed society is a safer society. However, I don't know that goes hand in hand with making sure the people who can't be responsible with their firearms usage, be it mental health or age or, locking up your weapons, that sort of thing. With great arms comes great responsibility. And I never hear any conservative or Democrat or anybody talk about responsible gun ownership. No one ever emphasizes that. You lock that shit up so your kids can't get to it, et cetera, et cetera. So owning guns is just like the first step. And he does get into firearm safety. I will give him that credit.
It deeply bothered me to see nobody intervene. And it bothers me that, look, I'm not saying it would have saved her life. I've talked to paramedics. I've talked to nurses this morning. I talked to one doctor. And I said, look, could her life had been saved if aid was rendered immediately? And they said, well, the chances are there. Not 100%. I'm not a paramedic. I'm not a doctor nor a nurse. So I was asking people, and it could have been, but it was just alarming. So I wanted to put that out there, but I want to put out to the public that we don't have to be soft targets. We don't have to be soft targets. And here I had one comment on that post. They said, well, Daniel Penny in New York got arrested. He had to go to trial on this. Well, I can assure you this, as sheriff of this county, I can't speak for Fulton, Clayton, DeKalb. I can't speak any county in the state, but I can speak for this county. If somebody defends themselves or a third person from a violent attack, if they went to jail, I'm going to jail with them. Period. Bottom line, I'm going to jail with them because they have a right to defend themselves. Even though this guy is walking off that train, has a knife in his hand, if somebody said, well, you can't have a gun on transit in Charlotte. I understand that. But if somebody would have pulled out a knife and stabbed him in the back and killed him, it's justified. He showed a propensity for violence. He just stabbed this lady, and he could have stabbed 10 other people along the way. So it's one of those things. Leaders in law enforcement need to train the community. Like, a lot of the community doesn't know these things. I learned this through the classes we teach. And it's our responsibility, I feel, as the sheriff elected in this county, to educate my public on how they can defend themselves. And that's what we're going to do.
Right. One of the producers just told me that Charlotte lawmakers are right now discussing this, as they should be. It's such a high profile situation and such a heartbreaking one that you would imagine that they are trying to figure out a resolve here. And it might not be apparent. But I also want to point out our commander in chief, the president himself, and I'm looking at my notes here, has called for the death penalty for this suspect in this Charlotte light rail stabbing. If you look at this image on your screen right now, it says criminals like this, according to the president, need to be locked up. And he puts that in all caps. He goes on to say, and now her.
And I'm going to make a criticism of Trump here. Okay, I don't understand why he doesn't understand that he is president of all Americans, Republicans and Democrats, in this constant, insistent divisiveness that he's promoting. It literally is a dual-edged sword. Okay. And I think that Trump needs to actually become more presidential instead of acting like a Republican candidate for president. He has not learned how to be president, in my opinion. He has learned to be a CEO, but he's a president. And I don't understand why people aren't holding him more to account on his side of the aisle. It's like, this is not helping.
Blood is on the hands of Democrats who refuse to put bad people in jail. And I also want to point out here that Charlotte's mayor has still secured a Democratic nomination, despite how political this has become, this awful tragedy. If you could, I just want to take a moment to acknowledge that Atlanta has public transportation. We are often concerned about safety on MARTA. I myself was at a MARTA station after a Beyonce concert. And while I'm very grateful that everyone was okay, there was a bit of an escalator malfunction. People are constantly concerned about safety in these regards. So as I recognize you were the sheriff of...
Hearing that education has let y'all down from a PhD is pretty interesting. And folks, TMKC is not a brother. She's a woman. So y'all act accordingly, please. Don't let me start lowering hammers, folks. And Kelvin, maybe you're drunk already. I don't know, but come on now. Act like you're British.
Butts County, which is a little bit further out from the hustle and bustle of Metro Atlanta. But if you could just give us your 2 cents on how we could make public transportation a bit safer here. I recognize your light just went out, but there we go. We're back.
Automatic thing. You know, I think.
All right. Well, if you're not going to come on,
violent nature,
you might want to go on.
It's hard to stop. It is hard to stop.
What's up, Lawrence? How you doing?
I think the big thing is in not all situations, just as her, she was coming from work, but it's always safer on public transportation or going to a concert or going to a venue or anywhere to go in pairs. Of course, that's very important. But you've got to be observant. The days of us sitting around thinking that nobody will do this or this can't happen here. We're in a rural county. We touch Metro Atlanta, but it can happen here today. So you've got to be observant. You got to pay attention to your surroundings. And, if it doesn't seem right, it's probably not right. But it's an everyday challenge that's got to be addressed. It's always, every time we have an issue, it's always there's a shooter and we got to have more gun control. Well, this shows you clearly, you hear nothing about knife control, but it doesn't take a gun to kill it. Guns aren't killing people. People are killing people. And it's a problem that here's what I would say. We've got to put away the Republicans. We have to put away the Democrats. This is not a party problem. This is a people problem. And us as Americans need to come together. The leaders of this state and of this country need to come together and come up with the plan, which can be done. I'm not going to say to ever prevent this, but we can minimize the risk to that's using the amount of times transit systems.
Of course, this is a touchy subject because we know people say that phrase, guns don't kill people, people kill people. And then the conversation becomes, how do you make sure the right people are arming themselves? We don't have any more time, unfortunately. It has been great having you. We really do appreciate you taking time to speak with us here on Fox Local. Maybe we'll touch base again. Yes, of course. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Well, we will.
She actually waited till the last minute to ask the good question. How do we make sure responsible people are the ones getting the guns and not people who are less than that?
Check.
That goal. This is a news conference from Utah that they're setting up for, I guess, to talk about
on Twitch, thanks to DeBears.
Setting up for Charlie Kirk's, I guess, news on Charlie Kirk's suspect capture. If anybody wants to hit the link, it's pinned at the top. Just promise me you'll be more sober than 12th Man was. It would be greatly appreciated. And in the meantime, everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. If you are indeed new, please make sure that you subscribe to the channel and like the channel. Also, if you are not new, feel free to share this out. It can be dry sometimes, with a few spicy moments, but, I kind of like, bringing, the current events. This conference is going to start in 13 minutes. So just, it is what it is. And I was talking yesterday with Speak Radio and God damn it, who else was up here? Was Tough Guy up here a little bit? Speak Radio, Deacon Dave. We were kind of discussing, some future improvements to the show. Number one is going to be, I've never had a subscription to Twitter or X or anything like that, I'll probably do that, just, to kind of broaden the, some of the news range, maybe concentrate more on video versus AI voices. Probably I'm going to try, if possible, to figure out a way to digitize my voice. So at least if it's AI, it's familiar inflections. Oh, this was okay. Thanks, Fred. This is Fox News 1 hour ago. So apparently they had Trump in studio. He's obviously in New York. So I guess for 9/11, that ceremony. So obviously he's still alive and, at least relatively healthy. So let's hear what he has to say.
Yesterday, you were at the 9/11 memorial. We were all watching that. Yeah. JD Vance was supposed to be with you. He went out to be with Charlie Kirk's family and to get the body back to his hometown in Arizona. And you said you were going to award him the Presidential Medal of Freedom, which is very nice of you. Any updates on this suspect?
Yeah. Can I always say, I think, just to protect us all, and so Fox doesn't get sued and we all don't get sued and everything else. But I think with a high degree of certainty, we have him in custody, right? In custody. Everyone did a great job. We worked with the local police, the governor, everybody did a great job.
Sounds like Obama getting
somebody that you start off with
bin Laden,
absolutely nothing. We started off with a clip that made him look like an ant.
Got him.
That was almost useless. We just saw there was somebody up there. And so much work has been done over the last 2.5 days. It's amazing, actually, when you start off with that and then all of a sudden you get luck or talent or whatever it is. But we're in great shape.
Mr. President,
he's in custody.
Your suspicion was that he was radical left, and now you have more information. What can you share with us about?
Well,
it's real important to know whether he's radical.
Good job. What's going on?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. I'm very proud of you.
Thank you, sir.
I said you were going to do well. But I think that I don't want to go too far. I'd like to tell you some stories that how it happened, but essentially somebody that was very close to him turned him in. And that happens when you had some of those good shots. Somebody is going to say, whether it's a parent or whatever. I'd rather not say right now. They're going to announce it today, sometime later, probably talk about that. But somebody close to him turned him, they said, whoa, it's interesting. Where we had very good pictures, but not great, not perfect. And when you look at it, what happened is somebody, and this happens a lot. It happened with the crazy Boston bomber. It happened with others. Somebody that's close recognizes even a little tilt of the head, which nobody else would do. And somebody that was very close to him said, that's him. And essentially went to the father, went to a U.S. Marshal, who was fantastic, by the way. And the person was involved with law enforcement, but was a person of faith, a minister. And brought him to a U.S. Marshal, who was fantastic. And the father convinced the son, this is it. And again, I'm always subject to be corrected, but I'm just giving you, based on what I'm hearing, they'll give you a much more active. I just heard about it 5 minutes before I walked in. As I'm walking in, they said, looking real good. They have the person that they wanted. So you have breaking news, don't you? Huh?
Thank you.
You always have breaking news, Ainsley.
Right.
Sean's going to be very disappointed that we're not doing it on his show.
He'll be very thankful and appreciative of the police officers that got this guy.
They did a great job. Everybody worked together. Pam Bondi is incredible, by the way. People don't know what a star she is. She's incredible. And it all worked out.
Could I ask you just some clarification? So a pastor was able to turn him in, and where they got the family of the shooter to turn them in?
Well, it was a minister, and the minister went to a minister who was involved with law enforcement, by the way. And his good friend is
that's a pyramid
top
position?
U.S. Marshal. And they took it from there. And then it was a father got involved, namely his father, and said, we got to go in. And they, so I understand it. And again, subject to change, but the facts are the facts. We have the person that we think is the person we're looking for. but they drove into the police headquarters, and he's there now.
Yeah, okay.
Did the father know about what the son had done?
I don't know. I'm going to let you get all those questions later because I can't tell you how accurate. The bottom line is they have somebody that they think did it.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
All right. So they are preparing for a news conference here in Orem, Utah. So I guess let's see, he's saying 7 minutes, and these things never start on time. But I was going to talk about, one of the changes I'm going to make, besides getting an X account, which I'll probably maybe work on after the show if I get around to it. Shouldn't be that hard to get an account, I would think. The other thing I'm going to start doing is kind of something we were joking about, but, after thinking about it, I get a lot of people up here who, find problems with my logic or my arguments or what have you. Some are better at presenting their arguments, like, not everybody is an SKC quality, type of arguer or is good at arguing their points. A lot of times, even if I don't agree with a conclusion, at least laying out your argument in a manner that's that leaves breadcrumbs for me to follow. Recommend a book here or paper there or a news article here or there, or somebody said, they're leaving basically landmarks as to how they got to their destination. Most people don't do that. Most people that come up here and argue these weird MAGA / race / whatever their argument, talk in sound bites. And a lot of people come up here and spout out statistics, and you know what? They don't even understand their own arguments. And you know what? Depending, I'll just admit to being a little moody. Sometimes I don't feel like hearing unsubstantiated, lowbrow bullshit, and I'll put your ass in the back, or just overtalk you, or just whatever. I'll ignore you. But you'll get people in the chat going, well, no, let him say his piece and stop interrupting him, Stanley. Well, here, let's introduce a little bit of a game show element. You know what? If I put someone like a 12th man in the back and, I'm like, just go away, somebody in the audience goes, well, you know what? I'm going to sponsor 12th man. I'll give you $5 to let him talk for 5 minutes uninterrupted. Well, the game show element, because you know what? If I don't give a fuck about your $5, I'm going to interrupt him. He gets the $5, not me. If I don't interrupt him, then I get the $5. At least that puts, your sponsorship in fair play. And I mean, there's nothing wrong. Hey, I believe in, and I'm picking on 12th man, but it could be Solid Snake. It could be, anyone. Hey, if you want that person to have their say, no matter how lousy the argument is, I will ask you, hey, you know what? So-and-so, you're saying let him have his say uninterrupted. Well, are you willing to post up $5, which will probably be the limit, because 5 minutes of a stupid argument is about all I can stand. But the bottom line is, people in the chat who want to hear dumb arguments, put your money where your mouth is, or not. But make me put up with an awful argument, and I will try my best not to interrupt. And if I do, whoever, 12th man or whoever, gets your $5 for trying. So, that's an element that we'll work on. I probably need to think on it a little bit more, so the rules are a little bit more concrete. And then, we'll introduce a timer, $5 for 5 minutes. Yeah, I can time that out. I'm not a big fan of timers, but you know what? We got to give people, some fairness. And if somebody's going to offer up, if somebody's going to offer up $5 to let, a bad argument drone on for 5 minutes, I'm willing to do it, or at least I think I am, uninterrupted. And at the end of that, we'll see where we are. So that's one thing that, I'll probably introduce maybe tomorrow, more likely Monday. And we go from there. So, a little bit more of a different approach to news. I'm going to keep, pretty much doing what I'm doing. I'm just going to add X to the mix. I'm not a big fan of X. But the other thing they're saying is, hey, you know what? There's an opportunity to stream to another platform other than YouTube. So streaming to X is something I might consider once I get comfortable with X. So in the meantime, we are waiting on our news conference here.
Hey, Stanley.
Oh, you're back, 12th man.
Thanks for having me on, my friend.
Well, you do realize you were on a bit earlier, right?
Yes, I did.
Oh, okay, just checking.
I was doing a little investigating and all that.
Okay, well, we're waiting for this Charlie Kirk shooting suspect in custody conference from Orem, Utah. So as soon as it starts, I'll unmute and we'll listen to what they have to say. I was just talking about.
Stanley,
I
don't believe they got him.
Well, do you believe? Did you miss the Trump clip I just showed?
No, I've seen it on Fox and Friends.
Gotcha. Well, then, hey, you know what? You and me both have doubts about Trump, so we're united in doubting Trump's veracity on this issue, and in my case, a variety of issues.
Yeah, like that could be anybody. I don't know. I hate to be somebody like that, but I guess I am.
Oh, excuse me.
There he goes right there in the black hat and the black t-shirt. Gotta watch out.
Okay. So let's see.
Really, what are you making for dinner today, Stanley?
Pizza.
Well, that sounds all right.
Yep, I had usually when I make pizza dough, I make enough for two 14-inch pizzas. So I have one left from last week. I usually put like a homemade pizza spice into the dough. And then my secret is I actually do olive oil. Then I add, these days I add ricotta cheese, and then I add the toppings, and then I add the mozzarella on top. Sometimes I'll mix the mozzarella with feta cheese. Gotta have tomatoes. I don't even make a pizza if I don't have a fresh tomato.
Get your boy to cut a bunch of onions up and just make onion rings.
Onions are one of the toppings that I insist on. If I don't have tomatoes, onions, and peppers, I generally won't make a pizza. Those are my minimum requirements. That and mozzarella. My son and I don't. He likes cheese pizzas. So usually, if he's here and we're making pizza, he'll make his own pizza. He eats meat. He just prefers none on his pizza. I don't. You know what, Lawrence? I don't really eat dessert. Like even at restaurants, I don't generally get dessert because I don't like a real sweet stuff. I would honestly say apple slices and cheese would be like a dessert, to me.
I think the FBI conference came on or did it.
Okay, 12th man, if you look at the screen, we're waiting for a live news conference in Orem, Utah. The same people who did the briefing yesterday in Utah. When it comes on, and I'll unmute. Well, you do know the shooting took place in Utah, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so this will be a live news conference from Utah.
That's
So
pretty
as
cool.
soon as it starts,
is that far out of Salt Lake City?
I heard that the university is far out, is like an hour south maybe of Salt Lake. I don't know where Orem, Utah is. I'm assuming that's somewhere in the vicinity of the shooting. If you want to know the exact, coordinates, Google it.
It's like right in there in Mormon country, Stanley.
All of Utah and some parts of Colorado and Arizona.
I thought Mormons didn't shoot each other. What the hell's going on?
Well, I don't think Charlie Kirk was a Mormon for starters. And yeah, Lawrence, I'm kind of, I'm more a savory type of person, and like apple slices and say cheddar cheese to me are kind of like a perfect, not too sweet plus savory. Other than that, Jell-O. Like the last time I went to a buffet with my some friends, some old friends of mine from Savannah, and I had Jell-O for dessert. It's not too sweet.
We're hoping to get at least a 3-minute warning when they start walking, but we haven't got that yet. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Everybody good? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Good?
Let me put on the screen that we're awaiting the press conference. Give me one moment here.
No. I'm sure there'll be FBI representation during the news conference.
The fuck was that?
He was doing a mic check. He was doing a mic check.
That's what I said.
What time is it in Alaska?
Here, let me look.
I'm sorry, what?
5:35. Almost supper time.
Interesting.
Almost time to cook supper.
Slick, don't be encouraging him.
Y'all love me.
Hold on. Let's see here. This is a sheriff of some sort, a lawman.
Warning on that, but we'll do our best on that. So
there you go. At least they're giving up. You just heard that.
Stanley's got the inside info.
No, I'm getting it the same way as everybody else.
We're just basically waiting for this press conference to start, and it could really come at any time. So, yesterday there were a bunch of reports claiming that there was writing on the ammunition. Some outlets like the Wall Street Journal were saying that law enforcement, an internal law enforcement document had said that the writing had, what was the actual report here? For example, yesterday the Wall Street Journal had said that, and some other outlets had said that an internal law enforcement document said that the ammunition was engraved with transgender anti-fascist ideology. No idea if that
I
is true.
heard that.
No, the authorities have never confirmed that there's any writing on the ammunition or the gun. So we'll
Okay.
have to see if they say anything about that today.
Fine.
Anything about motive? I don't know if we'll get anything about motive today.
I don't care about that.
I mean, obviously, this certainly appears. Well, authorities have said this was a targeted attack, right, against Charlie Kirk. But, you know, like I go back to, what was it? Remember the assassination of Shinzo Abe, who was a former prime minister of Japan. He was assassinated in 2022 in Japan. And then, but the suspect in that, the suspect told investigators in that shooting that he had shot Shinzo Abe because of a grudge he held against a church, a religious movement to which Abe and his family had political ties over his mother's bankruptcy. So that was an example where a famous person, a politician got killed. But it wasn't what the suspect said was not that, oh, I just hated this person's politics. It was this whole story about the suspect saying that they had a beef with this church, and the suspect saying it was related to his mother's bankruptcy. So I don't want to get into the Shinzo Abe thing here. I'm just looking right now at the Wikipedia article about it. But my reason bringing this up is you might say, well, if this person targeted Charlie Kirk, don't we know the motive? If they saying targeting Charlie Kirk, no, because even if it's true that they were targeting Charlie Kirk, we don't know why the person was targeting Charlie Kirk. So I don't know if they're going to say anything about that. I personally would be kind of surprised if today they announced something about that. But we'll have to see.
Well, we know that Charlie Kirk, they are struggling hard to make like it's trans people doing all these shootings. I heard somewhere on another YouTube show that they're like, since like in the past 20 years, there have been 4 shootings, mass shootings or assassinations or just, you know, something of that sort. Like 4 instances where the shooter identified as some sort of trans.
I wonder
this
when
is
all
an
this happened.
epidemic.
You know, last night we covered
this is an epidemic.
I mean,
that
yesterday
is non-existent.
there were 6.
And you know, it is just like MAGA to scapegoat shit because their MAGA sheep believe anything that these MAGA folks say. I don't know why, you know, people just jump to these conclusions as soon as like a Charlie Kirk type says it. All of a sudden, it's really mass indoctrination or mass hysteria. Is like one trusted MAGA person says it, and it just disseminates like alcohol in the bloodstream. They all get drunk on the same misinformation, hate, and whatever else. Dude, don't interrupt me when I'm talking. Or say excuse me at least. This is just my personal opinion.
Hey, Stanley, what did you make for dinner tonight? I'm more interested in that.
Okay, Number one, it's not night, it's morning. And number two, we already had this.
Morning?
We already had this
Holy
discussion.
shit.
Do you not remember we had this discussion like 5 minutes ago?
No,
I
we
literally
didn't.
talked about making a pizza.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my
The
God,
breakfast
12th man.
pizza. The breakfast
12th
pizza.
man.
Stanley.
12th man. Are you sure you're in shape to even be on a panel?
I know if you don't want me on your panel, I'll leave.
Oh, dude, I asked you, should you
Look,
be?
well,
You're
that's
you're
not a
slurring
very
quite a
good
bit.
question.
Excuse me.
I am kind of slurring. I'm drinking too much again, Stanley.
Oh yeah, we all suspected as much. We didn't need the FBI to track that down.
Well, I'm glad we're still friends, Stanley. But
Me too, 12th man. Me too.
if you want to kick me off here, I won't care, dude. I mean, I'll just talk to you another day. It's like not that big a deal.
Is it still
But
daylight or is it is it like 24 hours of twilight?
oh, it's dark over here right
I see.
now. Yeah, we're about to have 6 months of darkness. Oh, it'll be fun. I love my little homestead. You know that woman I was telling you about the other day, Stanley? You
I'm
never
sorry,
let me
what?
play that. You know that woman I was telling you about the other day?
No, I don't recall.
Like the black woman in the woods? And then you never
Black
let me
no,
play
I
that.
would certainly remember that.
And she lives off grid.
I'm sorry, what?
Everything. She lives off grid, like me.
Oh, well, maybe one day y'all can be off grid together, an off grid pair. Now, I'm looking at another YouTuber who says that this kid, and I call him a kid, he says here the shooter's father turned him in, apparently, a 22-year-old white guy from Utah.
Yeah.
So we're gonna actually wait for the press conference before anything like that gets taken to heart. I'm sure.
Does it say if he's a Mormon or not?
If he's a what?
A Mormon.
No, it doesn't say. But I think they said. I think Trump said his father is a minister. So that doesn't sound like that doesn't sound Mormon.
From what part of Utah?
We'll find out. He doesn't say. He just says Utah. Interracial gridding.
What does that mean?
He's talking about off grid.
Interracial gridding. I need me a good black woman. That's what I need.
8, 9, 10.
Oh, here we go.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Check 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4.
It worked the last time, son.
Okay.
Damn it, I thought they were about to start.
We got a mic check. Didn't say what time. Thanks to Totally Different Bear and Holy Toads. All right. Let's see if I can get you any more updates here while we wait for this press
The
conference
American flag back
to start.
there. While
Hey,
you're at
thanks so much to our moderators who are with us. Really appreciate all
There
of our
is an
moderators.
American flag
As
there.
an example,
12
thank
man.
you to Big
Look
Ball of
to
Yarn on
look
Twitch,
to the
Bears,
left side of the
David
screen.
Green, J. Joanne, and Mark HNC,
I
McCritch's
see
Papa
it.
Bear, and Terrier.
Should be in the middle.
Miranda asked, what time did they say this was going to start? It was supposed to start at 9 Eastern, originally at 9 Eastern time, but it's just been pushed. So really at any moment now, but we just don't know specifically. Ava Knight, thank you for moderating. Kay Lowry Body, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X.
Who the fuck is this?
He is the content creator, 12 man.
Oh, I'm sorry. President Trump also said, I missed this part. President Trump also said the suspect's father drove him to the police station and that a minister was involved.
Ah, okay. No, I thought I heard Trump say his father was a minister. Maybe he corrected himself.
I'm kind of amazed, Stanley, that minister is even involved.
Well, everybody, if you are new to the channel, please make sure that you subscribe to the channel and share it out, as well as hit the like. This channel is mostly news.
Trump said that again.
This channel
a minister
is mostly news, politics, culture, and fuckery forth. We are not all about the fuckery. It is basically fourth down on the list. And as we please, I'm trying to do the commercial break. Towards the weekend, it gets a little bit more loose for sure. And there should be a Saturday show tomorrow. Not exact. Well, actually, I am sure what the topic's going to be. Loosely, the topic's going to be blacks in technology. I wanted to do it today, but it looks like Charlie Kirk is going to be taking over the show from the grave. So, I'll just go with that flow. And tomorrow's probably a better day to do the technology stuff anyway. Make sure you support the host. It is the weekend, and the beer fund is looking kind of threadbare. So 12th Man has graciously sponsored the show so far today. So join 12th Man in sponsoring, tomorrow's festivities, if not today's festivities, by contributing to the beer fund. Your kindness and support are greatly appreciated.
Thank you very much, Stanley.
Thank you very much.
You give me more grace than I deserve.
That is very true.
You tell me that over and over again,
And from the looks of it today, I'll be telling you a few more times.
Love you, Stanley. Hey,
so again, President Trump said a minister was involved and the father was involved, and they drove into the police station. It sounded like he meant that the father drove him to the police station, but I'm not exactly sure. Again, this is from his interview on Fox and a live interview on Fox and Friends this morning.
What is this dude talking about?
He's just kind of filling in time until the press conference starts.
Oh, okay.
Julio Rosas, by the way, I want to point this out. Julio Rosas with the Blaze appears, I believe he is out at, he is reporting, and I think he might be there. There are protesters blocking a road outside the ICE building in Broadview, Illinois. He says ICE is ordering protesters to disperse from the road, and there are warnings of crowd control munitions being used if they don't leave. That's a different story.
Yeah, good. Fucking bomb there.
But I'll keep an eye out for that as well. Also, President Trump announced today that the National Guard is going to go to Memphis.
All right. With Tennessee Memphis
to address crime concerns. But again, that's a different story, so I don't want to get into that right now. All right, hold on a second. Hang on a moment. Hang on. Hang on here. What's happening? Can't hear her. Turn on the mic. Here we go.
Hello, hello, testing, testing. Hi, everyone. We are 4 minutes out from starting the press conference. Thank you.
4-minute warning. 4-minute warning. Thanks on Twitch to Devoted Fairy, Dark Crypto. It's your boy Pete.
Okay, Lou, he didn't sidestep Chicago. He had opposition in Chicago and Illinois. You'll remember Tennessee is a very red state, as is Utah outside of New Orleans. The New Orleans governor, I believe, has deployed National Guard to New Orleans. I'm sorry, the Louisiana governor has deployed National Guard to New Orleans, if I read it correctly. Tennessee governor, red state, yep, going to Memphis. And you're going to see several red states do it. I'm actually wondering if Brian Kemp in Georgia will do it. I don't really keep up with Atlanta and crime stats and stuff, but you know what? I wouldn't put it. And I happen to actually respect Brian Kemp as a governor, but I kind of maybe expect him to be on the bandwagon and deploy the National Guard to Atlanta. However, you have to understand that the governor's mansion, if I'm correct, as well as the state capitol, are both in Atlanta. So, Brian Kemp would be deploying, the National Guard to his own, to his backyard practically. So, Kelvin, this isn't the White House. This is Utah. And Utah, it's 7, I think it might be, I can't remember if I think they're 2 hours behind Eastern. So I think it's just about 8 a.m. their time, but I could be wrong. It could be 3 hours, but I'm pretty sure they're 2. So not the White House. This is Orem, Utah.
ICE is going into Arkansas too. And,
yep, another red state. It's a lot easier to deploy the National Guard. It's a lot easier to deploy the National Guard in red states because the governors, are more cooperative. They're MAGA in a lot of cases. Yeah, Palomino, I kind of appreciate that as well. A lot of times these AV people, it's, I checked it once and it's done. At least he's earning his keep. It's an important press conference, so it's worth his job to make sure he does his job correctly and without embarrassment.
I wonder, did they really get the guy, Stanley?
We'll find out here momentarily.
Will we?
Don't make me employ the reverse bounty. You know, most shows will, like, if they give you $5, they will just put you in the back for 5 minutes. I'm trying to do the opposite. I'm trying to get people. I'm trying to get people to contribute to keep your ass up here. I don't want to. I don't want to go there, but I'm getting close.
Do I have to send me another $2?
Oh, $2 will get you 2 minutes.
Goddamn, I love you, Stanley. I don't care what they say about you.
Well, come on, Kelvin. It's no sweat. You know what? You're not here. I might ask the same questions if this were happening, you know, at a British press conference. You're not expected to know the ins and outs of where stuff is.
Oh, what's that mean?
It means I don't expect Kelvin to know the difference. I don't expect Kelvin to know the difference between the White House and Utah. He's not. He's over in Britain.
Facebook is still up.
Yeah, I don't really trust Utah myself, family. Being honest.
You don't what?
I don't trust Utah a lot.
Is there a reason for that?
Yes, there is.
Well, the hoopla about the older guy they had was that they messed up in their haste. They took him to the ground and all that stuff, and he wasn't the guy.
Well, it's
So that's what the hoop.
Stanley and almost all Mormons, and then they don't like Christians over there. Like, there's very few Christians in it. Like 80% Mormon state.
Yeah. Okay. I forgot what I was even going to say now.
Yeah, Utah is weird.
A rescue mission to save Graceland. That's pretty funny.
Hell yeah, Elvis Presley. Save Elvis. What's going on?
So there was I think it's been over 4 minutes since the 4-minute warning. We got a 4-minute warning probably 7 or 8 minutes ago, although maybe my internal clock is off. So any moment now, this is supposed to start. Again, multiple outlets identify the suspect as Tyler Robinson, 22, of Utah.
So a native shot him. Native white boy shot Charlotte.
President Trump said his father and a minister were involved in him getting turned in. CNN said he confessed to his father.
Sound like Mormon.
Thank you to the Vladinator, by the way. Dad's 1978, Ralph, Lemon, Jonathan, Just Me, Brady Stevenson, Kells. Kells said, would love to know the motive. I don't know if we're going to get anything about that today. We'll see. We'll have to see.
The Mormons gonna put that boy to death, Stanley.
I'm sorry, what?
The Mormons
Are they
gonna
coming in?
put
Are
that
they
boy
coming
to
in?
death.
Not yet.
Yeah, and Utah has a firing squad as an accepted method. So that's something to.
Thank you to Aaron, by the
I think
way.
it's
Also
Utah and
Savage
South
Beach,
Carolina, maybe.
Commodious, and Ash Farms. Ash
You know,
Farms
it would
said Trump
actually
thanked
be.
a U.S. Marshal.
Oops! It would
He said
actually
did an
be
excellent
poetic
job.
justice to put a long range shooter before a firing squad. Oh, they should be symbolic about it and put
I didn't see
the
the whole
firing
interview,
squad
so
back 200 yards.
I cannot confirm everything he said in the interview.
I wish they would have
Sorry
shown
about
him getting locked up.
Carol Markowitz, who I find reliable.
I'm gonna say that Ratchet. I'm sorry, Ratchet is probably the Ebonics version of Wretched. That's my guess. I don't know it for sure.
In Fox News,
It's
she
same
posted a
thing.
picture of Tyler Robinson. So I just posted a link in the chat of her post. All right,
Oh,
here
wow.
we go. Here we go. Here we go. I'm going to take off.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, can
At
you
today's press conference,
let the
we will hear
conference
from Governor Cox, FBI Director Kash Patel, and Sheriff Mike Smith. We also have with us Utah DPS Commissioner Bo Mason, Lieutenant Governor Deidre Henderson, FBI Special Agent in Charge Robert Bowles, and local and federal law enforcement partners. Following the remarks today, Governor Cox, Director Patel, and Commissioner Mason will take questions.
Well, see, Palomino, I expected you to be that level of expert. It's pretty
Good morning,
obvious
ladies and gentlemen.
If you know anything about
We got
language,
him.
English language.
On the evening of September 11th, a family member of Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office with information that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident. This information was relayed to the Utah County Sheriff's Office and scene investigators at Utah Valley University. This information was also conveyed to the FBI. Investigators reviewed additional video footage from UVU surveillance and identified Robinson arriving on UVU campus in a gray Dodge Challenger at approximately 8:29 a.m. on September 10th, in which he is observed on video in a plain maroon t-shirt, light-colored shorts, a black hat with a white logo, and light-colored shoes. When encountered in person by investigators in Washington County on September 12th, in the early morning hours, Robinson was observed in consistent clothing with those surveillance images. Investigators interviewed a family member of Robinson who stated that Robinson had become more political in recent years. The family member referenced a recent incident in which Robinson came to dinner prior to September 10th, and in the conversation with another family member, Robinson mentioned Charlie Kirk was coming to UVU. They talked about why they didn't like him and the viewpoints that he had. The family member also stated Kirk was full of hate and spreading hate. The family member also confirmed Robinson had a gray Dodge Challenger. Investigators identified an individual as the roommate of Robinson. Investigators interviewed that roommate, who stated that his roommate, referring to Robinson, made a joke on Discord. Investigators asked if he would show them the messages on Discord. He opened it and showed several messages to investigators and allowed investigators to take photos of the screen as each message was shown by Robinson's roommate. These photos consisted of various messages, including content of messages between the phone contact name Tyler with an emoji icon and Robinson's roommate's device. The content of these messages included messages affiliated with the contact Tyler, stating a need to retrieve a rifle from a drop point, leaving the rifle in a bush, messages related to visually watching the area where a rifle was left, and a message referring to having left the rifle wrapped in a towel. The messages also refer to engraving bullets and a mention of a scope and the rifle being unique. Messages from the contact Tyler also mentioned that he had changed outfits. I know there's been speculation as well as to the writing on those casings, those bullet casings, and I believe we have that as well. And I will share that with you now. So the area north of Campus Drive Road where the suspect crossed over, you saw some of that in the video that we released last night, consists of a grassy area with trees on the edge of the UVU campus. Investigators discovered a bolt-action rifle wrapped in a dark-colored towel. The rifle was determined to be a Mauser Model 98 30-06 caliber bolt-action rifle. The rifle had a scope mounted on top of it. Investigators noted inscriptions that had been engraved on casings found with the rifle. Inscriptions on a fired casing read, "Notices, bulges, capital O-W-O, what's this, question mark." Inscriptions on the 3 unfired casings read, "Hey fascist, exclamation point, catch, exclamation point." Up arrow symbol, right arrow and symbol, and 3 down arrow symbols. A second unfired casing read, "Oh Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Chow Chow." And a third unfired casing read, "If you read this, you are gay, LMAO." We are indebted to law enforcement across the state who has worked seamlessly together, local law enforcement, state law enforcement, and our federal partners with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. We're grateful for everyone who worked together in such a short amount of time to find this person and to bring justice. I want to thank the public who has been so engaged, reviewing videos, helping us with sending in tips, and helping us get to this point. I want to thank the family members of Tyler Robinson who did the right thing in this case and were able to bring him into to law enforcement as well. I especially want to thank the family of Charlie Kirk, Erica, Charlie's parents, his children. I want us to be thinking of them as we bring justice in this case. They will be involved in that justice. We will be working very closely with them as we move through this process as well. This is a very sad day for our country, a terrible day for the state of Utah, but I'm grateful that at this moment we have an opportunity to bring closure to this very dark chapter in our nation's history. With that, I will now turn the microphone over to the Director of the FBI, Kash Patel.
Thank you, Governor. This is what happens when you let good cops be cops. The FBI and our partners are proud to stand here today together to bring justice to the family of Charlie Kirk and honor his memory. I want to express my deep gratitude to President Trump, the Vice President, and the entire White House.
That's obligatory that you mentioned
with both resources and just personally to the FBI as a team. They had our backs the entire way, and I just want to express my gratitude for giving us the resources we need to operate in this space to bring this sort of justice at this sort of speed. In 33 hours, we have made historic progress for Charlie. Governor Cox,
Oh, God.
our partnership has been absolutely incredible these last few days. Our partnership will endure. Your state and local partners, your sheriffs, your DPS community has been unbelievably impressive in the hardest of times. And a case like this cannot be solved, cannot be brought without partnering with your state and local authorities. The FBI has a certain role to play, and we will play that role, and we will lead out for the federal government. But Governor Cox, we are so grateful for your state partnership that led out on this investigation.
Good Lord, what
A little bit of the
blowhard.
timeline. Charlie was shot at 12:23 p.m. on Wednesday. The first FBI agents arrived on scene in 16 minutes with chiefs of police at 12:39 and secured the scene. The FBI immediately launched fixed-wing assets. We utilized these assets to transport personnel, specialty technicians, hostage rescue teams. We also utilized these assets to go back and forth from the East Coast and here in Utah to transport forensic evidence and other evidence that will be analyzed and is being analyzed at our FBI laboratories in Quantico and other laboratories, including the ATF. At my direction, the FBI released the first set of FBI photos of the suspect at 10 a.m. local time on 9/11. Then, shortly thereafter, the FBI reward of $100,000 was released at 10:45 a.m. local. Myself
So
and Deputy
is
Director
Daddy and the
Bongino arrived on the
minister
scene
gonna
at approximately
split the money?
5:30 p.m. on 9/11. The governor led a press conference last night at approximately 8 p.m., where at my direction, the FBI released a never-before-seen video of the suspect. We also released new images to the public of the suspect. And just last night, the suspect was taken into custody at 10 p.m. local time. In less than 36 hours, 33 to be precise, thanks to the full weight of the federal government and leading out with the partners here in the state of Utah and Governor Cox, the suspect was apprehended in a historic time period. And I want to highlight what Governor Cox said. This would not have been possible without you, the media, and you, the public. That's why we went so public, so fast, and we're so transparent, and we're committed to that transparency. The crime scene, just a little bit there. It is a large crime scene. State and local authorities, along with federal authorities, processed that crime scene quickly. And I even had the ability to walk through that crime scene and walk through the steps the suspect took to learn more about what was needed and what resources we needed to bear to create a full picture for the FBI and leadership back in Washington. Furthermore, thankfully to state and local partners, forensic evidence has been seized and continues to be garnered. Forensic evidence has already been evaluated at FBI laboratories in Quantico and state and local authorities here. We will continue to process evidence as we see it, as we collect it, and we will continue to deliver to Governor Cox and his team. Last night, we had a total of approximately 7,000 leads. As of this morning, thanks to your great work, we have over 11,000 leads that were called in to the FBI. And we are running out every single lead that we can. Every one of those leads will be run out. The arrest is a testament to the dedication of good law enforcement being great and partnerships in law enforcement, which I've tried to highlight as my tenure as the director of the FBI. There is no better relationship for law enforcement than the FBI to partner with state and local authorities, and you've seen it here in these last few days. The FBI Salt Lake field office, along with our offices in LA, Phoenix, Denver, San Antonio, Las Vegas, Pittsburgh, Buffalo, our headquarters component in Quantico, all participate in the FBI. I want to express my deep gratitude to the employees of the FBI, the men and women, the evidence response team tacticians, the special operators, the agents, the support staff. You have done monumental work in historic time when the public, who had a right to demand such an expeditious solving of an investigation, the FBI answered that call diligently, critically important to our nation, and we delivered. And I'm proud to be their leader, and I'm proud to be the director of the FBI. This is a very much an ongoing investigation, as the governor said, and we will continue to work with state and local authorities to develop the investigation, to provide them the evidence they need for their ongoing prosecutions, and we will be here to answer every call they absolutely have, as long as it takes for as long as we need to find and apprehend whatever suspects were involved in this crime. Lastly, to my friend Charlie Kirk, rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
Thank you. And good morning. I would just like to take a few minutes as the sheriff to express my gratitude for everybody who has played a part in this investigation. As you know, it's been a vast, a complicated, and a very, very fast-paced investigation. You're looking at people standing up here who are running on, if they got an hour's sleep in the last couple of days, they're probably lucky. It has been very taxing. It has been so impressive, speaking on behalf of the local law enforcement, to see the cooperation that we've seen in this type of case. Across the state, sheriffs, chiefs, our state partners have stepped up and have come to the call on anything that we needed. Our county chiefs have been phenomenal. Our Utah County Attorney, Jeff Gray, who's standing up here with us, has been phenomenal in leading us through this investigation. I would like to thank the federal government for their resources, their assets. Our local team here, our FBI team, has been extraordinary in helping us work through this and bring this person to justice. Most of all, I would like to thank the public, and specifically, I would like to thank the public who turned to prayers and who turned to positiveness for us. I would like to thank them on behalf of the law enforcement community, because we needed those prayers. That's what we needed to get through this. We needed your support, and you gave it to us. We needed your patience, and you gave it to us. And I would like to thank you for the Kirk family, because that's what they need, is your support and your prayers, and that will get us through all of this. So thank you, everybody, for everybody that have stepped up. We've had such a phenomenal response to this. Thank you.
I also want to give a special thanks to the Attorney General and the Department of Justice. Their unwavering support and their commitment to justice is shown true here. And without AG Bondi and Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche and the resources they brought to bear, we would not have been able to complete our mission. And I just want to say special thanks. It's an honor to be a part of the Department of Justice.
Thank you again to our incredible law enforcement team who has worked so hard. Sheriff, I got a solid 90 minutes last night, so I'm probably the most well-rested person up here. Ladies and gentlemen, I get the microphone, so I hope you'll permit me a moment just to share a few more thoughts about where we are and how we got here, and maybe a little bit of where we go from here. I don't want to get too preachy, but I think it's important that we, with eyes wide open, understand what's happening in our country today. I've heard people say, well, why are we so invested in this? There's violence happening all across our country, and violence is tragic everywhere. And every life taken is a child of God who deserves our love and respect and dignity. This is certainly about the tragic death, political assassination of Charlie Kirk. But it is also much bigger than an attack on an individual. It is an attack on all of us. It is an attack on the American experiment. It is an attack on our ideals. This cuts to the very foundation of who we are, of who we have been, and who we could be in better times. Political violence is different than any other type of violence for lots of different reasons. One, because in the very act that Charlie championed of expression, that freedom of expression that is enshrined in our founding documents, in having his life taken in that very act, makes it more difficult for people to feel like they can share their ideas, that they can speak freely. We will never be able to solve all the other problems, including the violence problems that people are worried about, if we can't have a clash of ideas safely and securely. Even especially those ideas with which you disagree. That's why this matters so much. Over the last 48 hours, I have been as angry as I have ever been, as sad as I have ever been. And it was, as anger pushed me to the brink, it was actually Charlie's words that pulled me back. I'd like to share some of those. And specifically right now, if I could, I need to talk to the young people in our state, in my state, and all across the country. As President Trump reminded me, he said, you know who really loved Charlie? The youths. And he's right. Young people loved Charlie, and young people hated Charlie. And Charlie went into those places anyway. And these are the words that have helped me. Charlie said, when people stop talking, that's when you get violence. He said, the weak can never forgive. Forgiveness is the attribute of the strong. The only way out of the labyrinth of suffering is to forgive. Welcome without judgment, love without condition, forgive without limit. He said, always forgive your enemies. Nothing annoys them so much. A few months ago, I referenced this last night, Charlie posted to social media, when things are moving very fast and people are losing their minds, it's important to stay grounded. Turn off your phone, read scripture, spend time with friends, and remember, internet fury is not real life. It's going to be okay. He again said, when you stop having a human connection with someone you disagree with, it becomes a lot easier to commit violence. He said, what we as a culture have to get back to is being able to have a reasonable agreement, where violence is not an option. Now, again, to my young friends out there, you are inheriting a country where politics feels like rage. It feels like rage is the only option. But through those words, we have a reminder that we can choose a different path. Your generation has an opportunity to build a culture that is very different than what we are suffering through right now. Not by pretending differences don't matter, but by embracing our differences and having those hard conversations.
He had nothing to do with the culture?
I think we need more moral clarity right now.
This dude
I hear all the time that words are violence. Words are not violence. Violence is violence.
No, sorry.
And there is one person responsible.
See, that's that guns kill people. No, guns don't pull. Guns, dude. Words are violence, especially if they, okay, dude, hold on. Especially if they incite violence. Okay, this pen is mightier than the sword. Shakespeare said it best.
I was praying that if this had to happen here, that it wouldn't be one of us.
Especially
that somebody drove from another state.
I won't get into
somebody
all
came
that.
from another country.
All I'm saying is that people do kill people, and sadly, we're not doing a good job
not answered the way
of keeping guns out of
just because I thought it would make it easier on us if we could just say, hey, we don't do that here. And indeed, Utah is a special place. We lead the nation in charitable giving. We lead the nation in service every year.
And what are you leading the nation in right now?
And it was one of us.
I have that answer.
But I want you to look
You're
at how
leading the
Utahns
nation in
reacted
political
the last 2
assassinations
nights.
now.
Stanley, who's
There was
this
no
guy again?
rioting.
I'm sorry.
There was no looting.
He's the
There were no
governor.
cars set on
It says it
fire.
right there. Utah
no
Governor
violence.
Spencer Cox.
The governor.
There were
Sounds
vigils.
Like a blowout,
He is the
prayers.
governor.
And people coming together to share their humanity. And that, ladies and gentlemen, I believe is the answer to this. We can return violence with violence. We can return hate with hate. And that's the problem with political violence, is it metastasizes. Because we can always point the finger at the other side. And at some point, we have to find an off-ramp, or it's going to get much, much worse. But see, these are choices that we can make.
Okay, well, let me.
History will
I'll propose an
dictate
off-ramp.
if this is a turning point for
Stop
our country.
heroizing Charlie Kirk.
But every single one of us gets to choose right now if this is a turning point for us. We get to make decisions. We have our agency. And I desperately call on every American, Republican, Democrat, liberal, progressive, conservative, MAGA, all of us to please.
He's calling on everybody,
Follow
every American
what Charlie
except
taught me.
Trump, who literally put out that
I'll just
divisive
conclude
tweet
with
first thing.
with words I share often from a friend and author, Yuval Levin, who was asked if he was optimistic about our country. And he said, I'm not optimistic. He said, I hate optimism. God, that sounds bad. But he said, optimism is a vice. It's this idea that good things are just going to happen. And he said, in the history of the world, good things have never just happened. He says, I'm not optimistic, but I am hopeful. And hope is the virtue that sits between the vices of optimism and pessimism. Hope is the idea that good things are going to happen because we can make them so. I still believe in our country. And I know Charlie Kirk believed in our country. I still believe that there is more good among us than evil. And I still believe that we can change the course of history. I'm hopeful because Americans can make it so. Ladies and gentlemen, we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Please speak to whether the suspect is speaking with authorities and his demeanor, Tyler Robinson.
I'd rather hear from the FBI.
I cannot speak to that.
How do you interpret the engravings on casing?
Well, I will leave that up to you to interpret what those engravings mean. I think the clearest one that says "catch fascist," there's not. And by the way, that's like catch like a ball, catch this. That's I think that speaks for itself.
Governor, you indicated that he had been communicating. Beyond that, is there anything in review that you discovered that may have radicalized or changed him or prompted him to commit such a horrific?
There's nothing more that we can share at this time.
Governor, you indicated that he had been communicating with a friend on Discord about the gun. Do you anticipate any more arrests?
We do not at this time have any information that would lead to any additional arrests.
Do you believe he acted alone?
Yes, but the investigation is ongoing.
Can you detail at all how he came into custody of police and where he is right now?
Yes. So right now, Mr. Robinson has been booked into the Utah County Jail. You heard the president this morning report that he was taken into custody, that his family and a friend helped to deliver him into custody of law enforcement in Washington County. Those of you that don't know where Washington County is, it is the southwesternmost part of the state of Utah. It's about a 3.5 to 4 hour drive from here, where we are right now, and that's where he lived and where they turned him in. Please, I'll go here. I can't share any more than what I've already shared. Yeah. So how we obtained the gun was found here. So I don't have much more details on that. We do know that that he drove. We had his car here on campus, and then we had his car going south back to the St. George. It's actually the city of Washington in Washington County.
Is he talking with authorities, and did he discuss a motive?
I'm sorry. We don't have any information that would lead us to believe that. Yes, in fact, it was just released. Yes.
Did he discuss a motive?
I can't answer that right now. Yeah, thank you. Over here. I absolutely believe that this is a watershed in American history. Yes. The question is, what kind of watershed? And that chapter remains to be written. Is this the end of a dark chapter in our history, or the beginning of a darker chapter in our history? Look, I mean, if you look at true political assassinations in this country of someone of this stature, this feels a lot like the late 60s, and having one so gruesomely displayed on camera in all of our hands and in all of our pockets. We are not wired as human beings biologically, historically. We have not evolved in a way that we are capable of processing those types of violent imagery. And by the way, we've seen another one with a gruesome stabbing very recently that went viral. This is not good for us. It is not good to consume. Social media is a cancer on our society right now. And I would encourage people to log off,
it
turn
helped
off,
you
touch
recover
grass,
this guy.
hug a family member, go out and do good in your community. That is happening, and it's happening organically right now.
This
I had a
is
friend in a small city in
literally
Utah who said,
this is literally someone who just basically isn't even listening to himself. Social media literally helped you apprehend this guy, and all of a sudden it's an unadulterated cancer. Dude, have some subtlety. How about say something like it has its uses?
I wasn't born until 1975, but I know that things were really dark in the late 60s. Sorry to some of you. I know some of you were there, but this is our moment. Do we escalate, or do we find an off ramp? And again, it's a choice. It's a choice, and every one of us gets to make that choice. Two more questions right here.
Could you clarify that the release of those enhanced images at 8 p.m. the timeline that Director Patel gave us led to the arrest at 10 p.m. Is there a direct connection between those two events?
I cannot comment if there is a direct connection or not, but all I can say is that that through some process, the family came to know that this had happened.
One more thing, Governor. Could you just clarify the clothing issue you mentioned earlier? Was he changing outfits?
Correct. Yes. So when he's first spotted on campus, he has different clothing on, and then he changes clothing on the roof, and then changed back into that clothing at some point, so that when he was apprehended, when he was arrested, the clothing matched the clothing he had on before the shooting here at UVU. Last question here. Yes.
God, that was a stupid idea.
Yeah. So I don't have any information on the mental illness part. He was not a student here at UVU. He was living and had lived for a long time with his family in Washington County, in the southernmost part of our state. Thank you, everyone, for your great work and getting
he's
this
on my
information
show,
out.
not the
I
opposite.
would just say, process-wise, this may be important. I know many of you aren't familiar with the process in Utah. I think it's important that you understand that. Basically, we have 3 days for charging documents to be filed. A CI will be filed. We'll have more information then, more detailed information as those charging documents are filed in preparation for a preliminary hearing. So 3 days. So we would anticipate then that early next week those charging documents will be filed. We will obviously be working. The county attorney will be working very closely with Mr. Kirk's family as those documents and decisions are prepared and made. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, so the suspect is in custody. Tyler Robinson, the mugshot on the screen right there, from the governor's office. Thanks to credit to B&O News for letting me use their mugshot there. And we're going to take your comments on the air. I want to show you. I'm going to go back and just in a moment play the part where it was described, where the governor at the beginning gave information about that we got about how the suspect came to be in custody.
All right. Well, if something interesting happens, I will let you know. They didn't mention the mother. They did mention the father. Now I was back and forth, so maybe I missed the mother or the word parents. It was, from what I heard, it was pastor and father that basically brought him to the authorities. So anyway, let's.
Stanley, I was wondering what other stories you have for today, because usually
We
you
will.
have a story or two.
We will be getting to those shortly. I actually, let's see. I also have some videos here. This is actually something I know, like Deacon Dave and in Free Zone know who Sergeant Willie Pete is. He had an interesting post to YouTube that I found at least worth reading. And it's his take on things. And I imagine, well, you know what? I'm not going to even, I'll just read what he's got. It's a post, Sergeant Willie Pete. I can drop the link because it's out on YouTube. Literally, he says caliber comparison, because he's into weapons and rifles and guns, I guess. 30-06. Okay, dude, I don't need the running commentary. I need to be able to read this uninterrupted. No problem. Just try and help yourself. Caliber comparison. 30-06 was the standard round used by U.S. forces during World War II in the M1 Garand. Today, it's mainly used for hunting large game. It's a full-powered cartridge. 5.56 is an intermediate cartridge used in AR-15s. Bolt-action rifles are inherently more accurate than AR-15s, which was the main reason, unlike the Trump shooter, Charlie's shooter did not miss. All shooters will tell you that the shooter was not a novice. So this is where it's going to get interesting, I guess. Based on the style of gun and the cartridge, I don't think this was a white leftist. That will remain to be seen, but they'll make him a leftist even if he votes Republican. That's what they did with that kid from Pennsylvania. I think this was a white supremacist. He thinks this was a white supremacist accelerationist. And this is where it gets interesting because I don't think he's right. It was his thought. Okay, I need you to hold on until I'm done, please. He goes into something I'd never heard of, an accelerationist. But I understand the concept. I've just never heard the term. A white supremacist accelerationist is someone who combines racist ideology with the belief that violent chaos should be deliberately provoked to collapse society. Let me break it down. And then he goes into accelerationism, the belief that society is corrupt or failing, and the best way to bring about the future you want is to speed up its collapse through violence, disruption, and amplifying crises. Here's the deal. And then he says, let's see, white supremacist twist, then tied to white supremacy, accelerationism means. Well, I think we get the concept, but I also want to point out, you do? Okay, Fred. Well, you know what? I should have been paying more attention. You have caught me short on multiple occasions now. The bottom line is that accelerationism is a concept is literally on both sides of the aisle. there are a lot of communists who want to bring about the quote revolution. Same thing, with white supremacists. They want to bring about a race war. The left wants to bring around a class war, but both sides kind of could probably be described as accelerationists. And Fred, correct me if I'm wrong. But anyway, I can drop this link if anybody wants it. I think it's actually in the show notes as well. So feel free to read farther if you want. Let's see. Do I have anything else? Senate Republicans trigger. You know what? I guess what I'll do is just go through these news stories, and then I have a video I want to come back to. And I'm just going to mainly do headlines. I'm not going to waste a whole lot of time with the AI unless there's something I think reading it will do. Oh, okay. I got you, Fred. So stagflation concerns rise with increased inflation and jobless claims. Yep, inflation is rising. The jobless claims, basically are reflective of the adjusted number of jobs created being adjusted down by damn near 1 million jobs. The other thing that's interesting is the black jobless rate. Black unemployment. The unemployment rate is creeping up. So I'm sure that has something to do with the federal jobs being cut. But again, when America catches the MAGA cold, black people are going to get the MAGA flu. So, that's my point there. Stagflation, by the way, is something that I hadn't heard, a lot of talk about since the mid 70s. That's literally what happened. Inflation just went up, and joblessness was a problem. So stagflation is basically economic stagnation where the economy isn't growing. Usually growth is actually an inflationary pressure, but what you have here is non-growth with high inflation. That's the stagflation. And if Kelvin's still here, if I'm missing some important details, just let me know. You're the economist there, Kelvin. Fred, actually, I kind of remember that talk. Along with it goes useful idiots. A lot of people on the left see Trump as a useful idiot, and MAGA is a party full of useful idiots. So I've heard talk about that too. So, but I mean, you all hit the link if you want. Correct me if you want. Kelvin's probably passed out since he has that 3-day weekend.
We see the left is the same way as a bunch of useful idiots.
That's nice.
Yeah.
So to continue with the headlines I picked out, Republicans name members to new January 6th committee. So they're gonna reopen that wound. Talk about divisive. I guess Nancy Pelosi's probably going to be like, the crux will be to blame it on Pelosi because she didn't call out the National Guard or didn't take precautions. Like, who the fuck would have thought that, yahoos would be storming the Capitol? Before it happened, I was shocked. Like, they're doing what? So apparently Speaker Mike Johnson on Thursday officially appointed 5 Republican members to serve on a new GOP-led House Select Subcommittee reinvestigating the January 6, 2021 attack on the U.S. Capitol. Johnson appointed. Okay, dude, I'm trying to read, 12th man.
I was just
Johnson.
wondering, like they're getting
Okay, dude.
reinvestigated.
Seriously, 12th man, I'm in the middle of reading. Can you hold your questions till I'm done?
Yes, sir.
I mean, that's literally common courtesy, sir. Speaker Johnson appointed Representatives Barry Loudermilk, Georgia, to lead the committee. Well, Representative Barry Loudermilk, Georgia, I don't know which district he's from, to lead the committee. Representatives Morgan Griffith of Virginia, Clay Higgins, Louisiana, Troy E. Nels, Texas, and Harriet Hagman, I think that's how you pronounce her name, Wyoming, will also serve on the 8-member committee. The 5 Republicans will join 3 Democrats who were named to the committee earlier this week, Representatives Eric Swalwell, Jared Moskowitz, Florida, Jasmine Crockett, Texas, and Representative Jamie Raskin will serve in an advisory role. So you got Crockett and Swalwell. I don't know that much about Moskowitz, but between Swalwell and Jasmine Crockett, what they're going to try and do is make it spicy. And I hope Eric Swalwell and Jasmine Crockett especially, because Raskin's a really erudite guy. He's a constitutional law professor, lawyer, etc. I think at American University. So I'm hoping, Swalwell and Jasmine can kind of keep it professional. Because, okay, dude, let me finish, please. Jasmine Crockett will do herself greater harm if she's up to that usual gum popping, style of hers. She is a lawyer, and I think Swalwell might be a lawyer too, but she is a lawyer. I hope for her reputation's sake that she keeps it lawyerly. That's my expectation, and I probably will watch a lot of the hearings because I'm just curious to see what the Republicans are going to dig up. So, let's see, what else do we have here?
Well, Stanley,
this is going to be interesting. Yes, sir.
Well, Jasmine Crockett has already been pushed out of her district by the Republican Party of Texas. So she's not going to be around much longer.
So next story is Senate Republicans trigger. I'm sorry. Did I put that up there? Yeah, I did. Senate Republicans trigger nuclear option, changing rules to speed up Trump's nominees. On Thursday, yesterday, Senate Republicans employed a procedural maneuver to revise the chamber's rules, enabling a faster confirmation process for 48 of President Trump's executive branch nominees. The move followed collapsed bipartisan talks aiming to avoid the nuclear option amid months of tension over a backlog of nominees. The new rule permits en bloc consideration of nominees, excluding cabinet and judicial posts, and passed on a party line 53 to 45 votes. So basically, they're going to be doing block confirmations of non-judicial and non-cabinet level. Senate Majority Leader John Thune said, "Time to quit stalling," while Brian Schatz noted, "This would buy us the time we need." Confirmations under the new rule will begin next week, potentially accelerating Trump's nominees despite Democratic concerns over reduced scrutiny. Oh, well, you know what? Scrutiny's not going to help. Trump administration requests emergency ruling to remove Cook from the Fed board. Trump desperately wants to gain control of this country's financial system because he wants to be CEO of the country. Now, the way the Fed was set up was to be independent. And, a Democratic Congress, if, for instance, in theory, if the Democrats were able to gain the right kind of majority in the Senate and the House, they could literally they could dissolve a lot of these federal agencies, some of these administrative agencies, and just take the power back. I don't know why it never happened up to this point, but a lot of these agencies had congressional delegated power. So there's a way to combat what Trump's doing, but you have to have like substantive majorities in these cases. I'm sorry, in that case. To reverse some of this stuff. And some of it's not going to be reversed. Some of this is going to be permanent damage that Trump is wreaking here. So, it is what it is. Let's see, where are we? So anyway, Trump administration requests emergency ruling. So basically the story here is Lisa Cook has been accused of some sort of mortgage fraud, but there has been no legal or formal criminal charges or anything like that. Basically, Trump wants to fire her on a rumor, nothing substantiated. He wants to attempt to fire her for cause, but no cause has been established, at least legally. But, Trump wants to push the issue because they're already queuing up a nominee to the Fed to replace her. That way he has pro-MAGA people. And, if he wants rates to go down at a certain rate, it will basically be dictated from the Oval Office, which, I don't, Trump has ruined. There's a difference between economics and running a business, for starters. And Trump, how many businesses has he bankrupted? Having him in charge of the U.S. economy, in my opinion, is kind of I don't know if that's a positive. But anyway, the Trump administration sought an emergency decision from an appeals court by Monday to oust Lisa Cook from her position on the Federal Reserve's board ahead of the upcoming interest rate meeting. So there's a rush, apparently. This request followed a Tuesday ruling by Judge Gia Cobb that the administration had not met the legal standard to fire Fed governors except for misconduct occurring while in office. And you know what? I don't even know that this accusation happened during her tenure, but we'll see. Cook, appointed in 2022, faces allegations from Trump's lawyers about mortgage fraud before her tenure, leading to questions about her trustworthiness and stewardship of the economy. So what we want to do is shift it to a dude who's bankrupted 6 businesses. The Fed's upcoming meeting on Tuesday and Wednesday is expected to cut interest rates by a quarter point to about 4.1%, which typically lowers borrowing costs for mortgages, autos, and business loans. If the appeals court rules in Cook's favor, the administration may seek Supreme Court intervention, while Senate Republicans push to confirm Trump's nominee, Stephen Moran, M-I-R-A-N, who could advocate for a steeper rate cut. So that's where we stand on that. Ooh, where'd 12th man go? Was it getting boring up here for him, I bet? So now the people can't eat now? Not sure. Many old aggressive businessmen have bankrupted businesses, Stanley. It's not as uncommon as you think. Okay, Palomino, maybe you missed my point. I'm not talking or commenting on the frequency or whether it's regular, a regular thing. What I'm arguing is that having someone with Trump's track record as a businessman, I highlighted that running a business does not an economist make, and vice versa. The economy and business are actually 2 separate things. Economics is systemic. Business is very specific. So that's my point. Doesn't matter whether it's common. My point is that a CEO of a country is basically the Sesame Street song. One of these things is not like the other. That's my point. So, Palomino, you know me better than this. Your random fucking lowbrow commentary, step up your game, son. I know you're capable of it. So anyway, she was misappropriating funds because food is too high. I am betting. No idea what that means. You're talking about Lisa Cook, Tamika? She's accused of mortgage fraud, not like food stamps fraud. She's literally like a labor economist or something like that, on the Fed board. And let's see here. What is next? Excuse me. Excuse me. Let's see here. Let me give me one sec here. I'm going to play this because I got something in the background I need to do. This is about that Georgia ICE raid that netted workers. Apparently, some had like valid short-term business visas. It says here, last week's immigration operation at a battery plant highlighted a tactic that companies use to bring in foreign workers to establish new operations. So let's hear about this. It's longish. We won't hear the whole thing, but I got something right quick I need to do in the background on Discord.
Georgia ICE raid netted workers with short-term business visas. This article is by Lydia DePillis and Hamd Alizis and read by an automated voice. Almost 500 people were detained during a raid of a Georgia battery plant owned by two South Korean manufacturers last week, the largest immigration enforcement operation at one location in the history of the Department of Homeland Security. But in at least one instance, officials admitted a worker was employed legally and forced him to leave the country anyway, according to documents reviewed by the New York Times. The Times obtained internal immigration and customs enforcement arrest records for 11 of the detained workers. 6 entered the country with B1 or B1B2 visas, which are issued for business trips of up to 6 months. 4 entered through the visa waiver program, which allows travel for 90 days. In one case, the worker's status was unclear. The record stated that all but one of the 11 were working unlawfully at the time of the raid, but did not provide details about why. In the one exception, agents said that although the worker has not violated his visa, the local ICE field office director mandated that he be considered someone who was voluntarily departing the country. The file noted that he worked for the South Korean engineering firm SFA, which did not respond to a request for comment. 2/3 of the people arrested on September 4th were South Koreans, and nearly all of them were flown back to their home country this week. They landed in Seoul on Friday afternoon local time, only after sitting in limbo for 24 hours while President Trump told his government to consider letting them stay and train American workers, South Korean officials said. What ICE is doing here is illegal, and people should be held to account, said Charles Cook, an Atlanta immigration lawyer who is representing some of those who were detained. If we're turning from let's enforce the law against people who violate the law to let's enforce the law against everybody regardless of their legal status, I think we've changed the kind of country that we've become.
Oh, wow.
The fallout from the operation at the plant was the latest example of the dragnet-like nature of Mr. Trump's immigration policy and how it can conflict with other stated policy objectives, such as
Yeah, and I made that point, a minor point. I probably didn't emphasize it, but this is what happens when you flood the zone. You break a lot of things that cause downstream problems. Now, you can just see from this picture, let me see, can I enlarge it? This thing is literally airport size, battery plants, and who knows what else they're making. But this thing is right along I-16, heading into Savannah, about 25 miles west. And I pass it every time I go back home. So all I'm saying is that, sometimes these slapdash flood the zone type tactics, shock and awe, or whatever you want to call it, if not well thought out, come back to bite you. And the other issue is that Hyundai's in a pickle. They are too far along to back out. So, they got to complete it. And, this is like the second largest economic project in Georgia history. So, something's going to have to be worked out, and I'm sure that it will, to get this plant. Right now, they're behind because all their the American trainers are either in detention or flown out or, in some sort of limbo. And wow, TMKC 430 yesterday, and it ain't even going to last 2 weeks. Yeah, those kids can, it's expensive to feed a family. And, I keep hearing that prices are going down. Trump keeps pointing to eggs, but you know what? I was making a joke the other day about my jelly beans. Jelly beans from the grocery store has gone up almost $2, and I don't see those prices coming down. So I don't know where they're in Georgia. Actually, compared to say Virginia or one of the northern states, is actually fairly comparatively inexpensive to live. So there's a disconnect between what Trump says is happening and what is actually happening, and that's unfortunate. Let's see here. Next story, and we are winding down towards the end. There's some videos that I do want to show. Can you still get the COVID shot? The FDA introduced new rules, and here's what to know. And let me see if I can find a synopsis. Am I eligible for the vaccine? Let's see. It says here, the threat of COVID infections has not gone away, but the vaccines that help protect against them are harder to come by this season. Under President Trump and Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., federal health officials have limited who qualifies for COVID shots. The qualification should be anyone who wants them. In late August, the Food and Drug Administration approved updated versions only for people who are 65 or older and people who have a medical condition that puts them at higher risk. The FDA decision created a fractured and confusing landscape. Healthy people under 65 may face significant, though not necessarily insurmountable, obstacles getting a shot. Medical experts emphasize while hospitalizations and deaths have greatly decreased from past years, COVID is still spreading, and while some groups are at higher risk, no one is guaranteed to have a mild infection. Many disagree with the FDA's limits and support Americans at large doing their best to get the vaccine, even if it means jumping through new hoops. Here's where things stand, what you can do. When will vaccines be ready? They're saying the week of September 14th. Am I eligible? Depends on age and health. I pretty much talked about 65 and older or health condition. FDA officials estimated that roughly 30 to 60% of Americans have at least one such condition. Found that, and there's some details. If anybody wants this article, I can drop a copy of the link. What if I'm not eligible but want a vaccine? Many medical professionals agree that getting one is a good idea. The American Academy of Family Physicians, for example, is recommending COVID vaccinations for all adults in a break from the FDA, but you may need to see a doctor about it. So apparently it's going to have to be prescribed. In past years, most people who have received shots at pharmacies, but that is harder now for those who don't meet FDA criteria, CVS, Walgreens. Will pharmacies require proof that I'm eligible? It depends on pharmacy in the state. I can see that happening in places like Georgia. Are COVID shots still free? I think that is. Let's see. For people who meet the new criteria and have insurance, yes. So that's going to be another bar. If you don't have insurance, it will definitely be harder to meet if you don't have if you don't meet the criteria. So let's switch gears here. Bolsonaro sentenced to 27 years in prison for plotting Brazil coup. Kind of interested because Trump was threatening to sanction like one of the 5 judges. And 4 or 5 judges basically found Bolsonaro guilty. So I know Trump was threatening to sanction the Chief Justice or something. I'll be on the lookout to see how Trump reacts to this. Here's a picture of Bolsonaro. Brazil's former president Bolsonaro, this is BBC, found guilty of plotting coup. So that their butt before the grace of MAGA goes Trump. Okay, and then we talked about this earlier. Memphians respond to the prospect of National Guard deployment. Let's see what this video is saying.
A surge in crime-fighting assets on the way to Memphis tonight. State
sources Kent will do anything
for your news leader that dozens of state troopers will soon be on the streets in a special targeted operation, including traffic suppression and other crime fighting. Hello, I'm Greg Hurst.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Skurlock. WREG's Brian Ditlick has been digging into this story and also hears that the National Guard is on the list of resources that could be coming to the Bluff City.
Heavier presence of troopers from Tennessee Highway Patrol on I-55, a site drivers and Memphians will see more of as Governor Bill Lee announced Wednesday he is sending 50 more state troopers to Shelby County. The governor says he's been working for months with the Trump administration to develop a strategic plan to combat crime in Memphis. Besides more state troopers, sources tells News Channel 3 the National Guard may soon be deployed.
Oh, what's happening here? Why are we lagging? Don't know if that's on my side or did this hang? No, it didn't hang. Let me see. Let me do this. Okay, so we know the internet's still working. Let's see if this lag.
Leaders aren't saying much
okay,
about
I don't know why that
the
lagged.
National Guard may soon be deployed.
We're going to be announcing another city that we're going to very shortly. We're working it out. The governor of a certain state would love us to be there, and the mayor of a certain city in that same state would love us to be there.
City leaders aren't saying much about the potential deployment, but WRG talked to several business, community, and faith leaders and politicians who admit having recent conversations with Memphis Mayor Paul Young about the National Guard being deployed to Memphis soon. This comes on the heels of Memphis police touting a significant drop in overall crime, the lowest in 25 years. Pastor Earl Fisher is one who talked with Mayor Young.
At the end of the day, I don't think that National Guardsmen are equipped to engage in the type of policing practices that need to honor people's civil and human rights here in Memphis.
President Trump deployed the National Guard in Washington, D.C. a month ago, and he makes no secret about his hopes that D.C. will serve as a template for crime fighting in other Democrat-led cities that he describes as, quote, hellholes.
This is not D.C. I think you'll see far too many of them in places like North Memphis and South Memphis and heavily black populations.
Your news leader confirming local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies are planning to receive the Guard, discussing whether the soldiers would be armed, where and how they would be deployed. Some residents welcoming the additional crime-fighting resources. Others have concerns.
It'll bring chaos, bro. It's already bullcrap here. Enough bullcrap. They're gonna bring chaos because people feel like they're being targeted at that point.
The police ain't fixed the crime, and they paid to do it.
what is the National Guard coming here gonna do?
In Memphis, Brian Ditley, WREG News Channel 3.
Well, I guess they're going to FAFO. That's what they're going to be doing there. Lupin, I'm actually interested in what you think about deploying. Oops, hold on one sec. About this deployment to Memphis. And what do you think the chances that Brian Kemp will do the same thing in Atlanta? If you can hear me, definitely interested in your thoughts. If Brian Kemp is a party line guy, I think he did send like 150 people to DC, probably training, doing that city or whatever the necessary training is to bring it back to Atlanta. So let me know what you think. You may be delayed, but just whenever. All right, so that's all the news stuff. If anything emergent comes up, I'll butt in. But this caught my attention. How America's war on terror created the Trump regime and its march to authoritarianism. It's an interesting thought. I have not listened to it. It's roughly 40 minutes. I'm sorry, 38 minutes. If it's interesting, we'll continue. If not, we'll move on, because I do have other videos. But I'm interested in what Wajahat Ali has to say. And his podcast, his Substack is called Left Hook. And I think this is called Chai Talk, a play on chai tea, I guess. So let's see what we got. Let's see if I can unmute it.
People. And Spencer, I was at that time a 20-year-old senior at UC Berkeley, undeclared, saw the tower go down. And I knew immediately, being a student of this country, being a Muslim brown skin, that it's going to be bad. And this country overreacted. This country engaged in a war on terror. This country engaged in, some would say, forever wars against Afghanistan and Iraq. And then many people in this country, Spencer, said, you know what? We will voluntarily give up our freedoms and liberties in order to feel free. And we had the creation of ICE and Patriot Act. And many of us who marched said, hey, be careful, because giving up your civil liberties, well, that's a bad idea. And strengthening the military industrial complex, well, what happens if a person comes along, a president, say, and is authoritarian? He can use this against us. And here we are. The day after Charlie Kirk was murdered, we still don't have a suspect, and Donald Trump has already blamed the left. People on the right are declaring war against the left and Democrats, and the National Guard members are right here in Washington, D.C., and ICE agents are being deployed against Los Angeles residents. So who better to talk about how the failed war on terror produced the era of Trumpism than Spencer Ackerman? I gave you a lot, but I yield the floor to you. If you want to take the DeLorean and take it back to the war on terror, go for it. But if you want to start in the modern era, so be it. I'll go wherever you go.
Sure. Thanks, Waj. It's good to see you. Terrible day. Definitely my least favorite day on the calendar. The thing I want to start out saying, often I say this when people ask me to talk about the war on terror and its impact, its shaping impact on the America that we have today. I always want to start out by saying that the war on terror was a choice. The war on terror did not flow naturally from 9/11, just as whatever violent reaction it looks like Trump and the right are ginning up to the Kirk murder before anyone knows who and why the person shot and killed Charlie Kirk. That connection is less important to the prerogatives of power than the spectacle and the use and the justification of the atrocity. And that, I think, is really the enduring framework that we need to remember when considering not just 9/11, but the war on terror. It's not 9/11 that got us the world that we live in and that we've lived in for the past 24 years. It was the decisions of those in power, the complicity of those who were in the Democratic Party at that time out of power but still in government, to create this construct of a war on terror that becomes so many different things: an engine of unfreedom, a mechanism of wealth redistribution upward, and particularly toward the military-industrial complex. Palantir would not exist without the war on terror. The permissive surveillance environment, the permissive environment for data capture and data processing and data mining to eliminate, or I shouldn't say eliminate, but constrain the space for someone to be free, not just in their speech, but in their associations, emerge from that era. And of course, we can't really talk about this without talking about, on the one hand, the nearly 3,000 Americans, I believe 2,974 murdered by Al-Qaeda on 9/11. And then the estimates vary in a frightening way that begin on a conservative estimate. This is from the Cost of War Institute at Brown University, of 900,000 people killed by U.S. and allied actions, as well as by the subsequent, not just terrorist attacks, but insurgent movements and onward, and all of the secondary, but nevertheless derivative adverse effects on the ability to stay alive, the epidemiological effects of war. And war not in one country, not in two countries, not in three countries, but in, let's count them off, Afghanistan, Iraq, Pakistan, Libya, Somalia, Yemen, eventually into Niger, eventually into briefly Mali, and now even outside of those battlefields, the impacts of the war on terror felt all throughout the globe. We should also say the Philippines as well. That's a very lesser noticed theater at the beginning of the war on terror, but also an important one for particularly U.S. Army Special Forces, whether, the Green Berets, and then, at the elite level, Delta Force. So many of the violent upheavals of the war on terror went to places that their architects likely did not anticipate. But importantly, the millions of people that you referenced earlier protesting the war on terror did anticipate, maybe not in all of their particulars, but in a great deal. When you have such overwhelming warfare all across the world, you will create tens of millions, if not more, of refugees. People fleeing the war, people just trying to survive it. That refugee flow, particularly out of Syria, out of Libya, when both the U.S. overthrew Gaddafi, and then when the so-called Islamic State arose in Iraq and Syria, that refugee flow into Europe and into the United States convulsed Western politics, brought the veneer of liberalism off of, to the degree it persisted, off of the United States and Europe, and inaugurated a new opportunity, latent always within the war on terror, growing from 9/11 onward, for nativist politics to step right through that door. Here in the United States, we saw that with Trump. In various European countries, you see that elsewhere. Certainly, Israel and Palestine become
Sorry about that. Just a quick catch up. This is basically trying to connect dots between the war on anti-terror. I'm sorry, the war on terror. How it brought about the Trump administration, or the Trump regime, they call it. Boring stuff, but I'm going to go with it because I'm kind of interested in how they connect the dots and whether I actually agree or not. And granted, both these guys are definitely left of center. You could even call them probably progressive would be. Well, no, Wajahat is definitely a progressive. I don't know that much about the other guy, Spencer Ackerman. I've heard the name. He might be another substacker, but I don't really know his politics. But let's hear him out. And welcome, Dirty. Welcome, Lupin.
Probably the thing waiting in the wings very often.
Mr. Autry, good to see you, Stan.
The beginning of the war on terror coincides with the Israeli.
I definitely want your opinion on this.
And the creation of the 21st century version of Israeli apartheid, which is, as the journalist Anthony Lowenstein calls, a laboratory. His book is called The Palestine Laboratory, a laboratory of surveillance, assassination methods, unfreedom, and now AI-enabled warfare, in particular.
Which they shared with the United States.
Yes, without a doubt, that develops in Israel. Oftentimes it also develops in America, oftentimes commingled together in the elaborate market created by states at war for mechanisms of battlefield supremacy and for intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance tools, and so on. So in the United States, there was, from the very beginning of the war on terror, a declaration that the United States was not going to apologize for American power anymore. It was simply going to assert it. It was not going to hold the broader mass of global opinion in any kind of due regard. It would violate that and view it as a mark of virtue. We see that not just in the American right today, but we see that really central in Israeli public discourse.
We just saw last week where J.D. Vance said, "I don't give a shit" when it came to killing the 11 individuals alleged of being drug dealers. He said, "I don't give a shit if it's a war crime."
That's right. And you also saw, I want to just be clear about something. The war on terror isn't the first time any of this happens in American history. The war on terror is shaped by a tremendous amount of the muscle memory, I often like to call it, that stretches back to 1619, that mechanisms of control that start out with settler colonialism, expand through manifest destiny, begin the era of outward and not just regional expansion of American American empire. Then the Cold War also shapes a tremendous amount of how this new now global superpower views Americans as true Americans and as conditional Americans. And the war on terror in the 21st century, at a time in which American power was never greater, but rationales for American power were in short supply, comes to fill this Cold War vacuum. And here at home is used as a very potent tool, not just to silence dissent, but to divide people in the United States into real Americans and into conditional Americans, into Americans whose prerogatives must be obeyed and Americans whose rights need not be respected. I don't need to tell an American Muslim about that. I would give just one major example of what this war on terror was from the beginning here in my backyard of Brooklyn. At Forever Wars, in the 20th anniversary of 9/11 in 2021, I published a 3-part reported series about a neighborhood nearby me known as Little Pakistan. And right after 9/11, the precursors of ICE, which were then known as INS, as well as the NYPD and the FBI, went through this neighborhood, knocking on doors, slipping cards underneath people's apartment doors, putting them in mailboxes, saying, "Come in, we have to talk." A tacit threat of people being arrested, people being detained, people being deported.
Happened in the Bay Area where I was living as well. Happened all across.
We had in New York hundreds of people rounded up and placed in non-criminal detention as so-called material witnesses to 9/11, interrogated, threatened, deported. Muslim in New York City, and you said it's happened certainly not only in New York. There would be similar operations around the country, definitely in the DC, Northern Virginia area as well. In a very short period of time after
You're kind of breaking up, Spencer. Hold on. I want to make sure we got you.
We saw.
There you go. I think I got you back.
Oh, sorry.
Your face is frozen. I got you.
Sorry, Watch. You got me?
There you go. I got you back.
Okay, cool. Long story short, no Pakistani was involved in 9/11.
Yep.
15 out of the 19 hijackers, clearly, we all know, Saudi nationals. Relations between those hijackers and the Saudi government have remained, thanks to government suppression here in the United States, a matter of speculation ever since. There's a lawsuit that keeps on getting suppressed and brought back in the courts to try and find out those connections. I believe, I could be wrong about this number off the top of my head, but at something like 15,000 New Yorkers in this one neighborhood fled. They fled to Toronto and other parts of Ontario, which is a quick bus and train ride up. But we don't often think of it like this, but 9/11 created refugees from the United States. 9/11, I shouldn't say 9/11, the war on terror, to speak to my earlier point, caught myself slipping there, created refugees, political refugees from the United States. American Muslims fearing for their freedom. Immigrants, second, third generation, fearing for their freedom. A place that they had come to contribute to try and get wealthier, to try and live freer lives, to provide a better life for their children and their families.
And also NCR's, the registry program that they had in place, which they used to deport thousands of innocent immigrants. Also, like you said, mass surveillance of Muslims simply for being Muslim, grocery stores, mosque crawlers, community rakers. This happened all across. It happened when I was living in the Bay Area. People coming into mosques, FBI agents and law enforcement lying to the imams in the communities, saying, "Oh yeah, thank you for your partnership," and then turning around and spying on them.
The NYPD became a secret police. You use the term rakers, just in case your listeners aren't familiar with that. That's a term from the NYPD, from an intelligence chief of it that was seconded from the CIA. At one point, there was an active CIA officer in the NYPD dealing with this program. Rakers meant this is in the jargon of law enforcement at the time, in the NYPD, rake the coals of a community to try and see what embers were burning underneath. What that means is they spied on communities. They spied on Muslim New York neighborhoods, Bay Ridge, Jackson Heights, Atlantic Avenue in Brooklyn, in order to find some form of attributable crime to Muslims in New York. This becomes a program where the NYPD sends someone on a whitewater rafting trip with a Muslim student group from Brooklyn College, which is right down the street from me. It's you're laughing because it's absurd, but it's also risible.
Yeah.
This is the degree to which, with extremely little defense from mainstream American communities, entire populations in the United States came under what you might call pre-criminal suspicion, and apparatuses of intelligence and law enforcement working hand in glove with the rise of what we now call surveillance capitalism. Companies like Google and Facebook that collect a tremendous amount of data from their user base. Eventually, the apparatus of bulk surveillance, unconstitutional surveillance that begins a month after 9/11 at the NSA, eventually evolves to such a place where the NSA can, in some measure, mirror the servers of these companies, all without warrants. We exposed that when we reported on the Edward Snowden documents when I worked for The Guardian more than a decade ago. All of this unfreedom, NSEERS you mentioned, that was a database of Muslim travelers to the United States. I believe at the moment when the Obama administration, when it came in, ended NSEERS, it had over 80,000 names within it. Well, fun fact, the Department of Homeland Security still has NSEERS, because while Obama stopped additional collection in NSEERS, he didn't force the Department of Homeland Security to purge that data. And I could go on and on and on about
and also now we have Palantir, like you mentioned.
That's
now
right.
Thanks to that, we have Peter Thiel, the billionaire who groomed JD Vance, literally connected him to Donald Trump, and now has the multi-billion-dollar contract for Palantir, which, for those who don't read Lord of the Rings, is literally the sphere, the orb that was used to spy on people. That's the name of his company, and now the Trump administration is using Palantir to essentially, Spencer, I think it's fair to say, be a one-stop surveillance shop to spy upon and collect the data of American people.
Yeah, we saw with Doge earlier this year the funneling of Americans' data into centralized databases, which Palantir, I have no reason to disbelieve this from everyone I've told me, even though I couldn't tell you that I've looked under the hood of this or if I've even qualified to interpret it. Everyone tells me that Palantir is an incredibly powerful data mining suite, that its software is exquisite, that its value in finding connections amongst
let me stop this right quick. We're at about a little bit more than the halfway point. Let me stop it here and say I appreciate Spencer's kind of deference to experts. He's not spouting all kinds of claims he's not qualified to make. He's literally saying, hey, this is what I hear. I'm not really that kind of expert. I'm not really, that qualified, but it's what I hear. That's a perfectly reasonable thing to say, so I appreciate that, kind of thoughtful, he understands what he's saying. It's being processed through a brain or a thought process before it escapes his lips. Too many people come up on my panel, and I'm not naming names, and I'm not talking about anyone in particular. At least I'm not going to talk about them. Too many people are willing to come up here and spout talking points. Talking points are fine if you have actually thought about the talking point and can effectively defend the talking point. Too many people just spout what they hear and without any thought, and they think that's gonna make a difference to someone like me. And too many people fuck around and find out about that approach.
Data profiles is unparalleled. I have no reason to doubt that from practitioners. We saw news stories earlier this year of ICE not only having contracts with Palantir, but ICE getting information on immigrants from databases that you would not expect law enforcement to have any access to. That's becoming increasingly the norm. All of that starts. How did that start? Palantir got through the CIA's investment arm, In-Q-Tel, I believe a 2 or 4 million, I forget which one exactly, but I think it's a $2 million initial seed money. All of this starts from the war on terror. There would probably not be a Palantir without the war on terror, and it took about 20 years from that to reach a maturation where this incredibly powerful company not only has unprecedented access to Americans' data, but unprecedented political connections to the point where quite possibly the person who takes over, should Donald Trump not make it through his first term, will be president of the United States.
And you know, you talk about, and I'm so glad you're making these threads, because your book in particular and the work that you've done shows the threads, right? And I've tried my best, but you've done the work to hopefully listen to you, Spencer, is that, you know, what the choices, and I'm so glad you said the choice this country made to engage on the war on terror, the choices that we made to engage in surveillance, the choices that we made to create the Patriot Act, the choices that we made to promote the bullshit narrative of weapons of mass destruction on mobile laboratories in Iraq, which was all bullshit, by the way, all pretext for war. The choice that we made to engage in Islamophobia at that particular time, go after the Muslims, right? Now it's go after the undocumented immigrants and the pro-Palestinian activists and go after, you know, the invaders, right? But nonetheless, that was used as a vehicle to now create the entire systems that are now oppressing the American public. And another aspect of that, which I think is
I'm not sure I agree with that take. I would say, should I ever get asked, would be that I think it is actively keeping a lot of Americans and future voting citizens in the dark. People don't necessarily have time to even understand that they have choices. When you tune into a Fox News or you tune into an MSNBC, they tend to want to make these sorts of arguments, whether we keep the Patriot Act or whether we don't keep the Patriot Act. They make it seem like an all or nothing. You know, if you vote this way, this is going to happen. If you vote this way, this is going to happen. It's guaranteed to happen. You know, a lot of people see people like a Sean Hannity or even someone like a Rachel Maddow as, you know, maybe not quite subject matter experts, but very authoritative, which is something that's promoted in these types of, you know, news channels, news broadcasts, that sort of thing. My opinion is that a lot of people don't know that they have choices, and I will actually come out and blame the media. I rarely do that because I think it's too easy, you know, to take one media source, bounce it against another media source. There are 1,000 different media sources, you know, and, you know, sometimes you have to kind of do triangulation to get at some semblance of the truth. I literally start with how kids are educated and how we have been educated. Critical thinking is not something that's emphasized. Thinking for yourself, common sense, whatever you want to call it. I think that's where democracy dies. Democracy dies in dumbness. Okay, people who aren't informed, people who aren't taught as kids that, hey, you need to be informed. And I hate to bring up this horrible example, but you know, that video they showed of, you know, the light rail, you know, well, basically it was a light rail slaughter of this girl. All the people within that camera range, her bus mates, her ride mates were deep inside their phone. They weren't paying attention to their surroundings. You know what? I don't even know that their peripheral vision was even functioning. They were so into what was going on their screens. And that's almost totally opposite of the way I was raised. You know, I was literally raised, of course, I didn't grow up with phones. So, you know, I am dating myself And B, who knows? I could be expecting too much, but I was told to always keep your head on a swivel, keep a quarter in your pocket. Of course, now everybody has phones. You don't need, I don't even think pay phones exist anymore. But basically, always kind of be prepared, for something that might happen out of the ordinary. Keep your head on a swivel. And I don't know that kids are being trained that way. I know I've told my son multiple times. I don't know what the standard practices are out there. I told the story of, I'm thinking of a time or two that I asked my son to take something as simple as the dishes out of the dishwasher, and he's taking them out with his right hand, one dish at a time, and then his left hand is his phone. And I'm like, how about lay the phone down? You'll get the dishwasher emptied quicker, and you can get back to your phone. Put it down for a second so you can engage your brain in real time with your surroundings, or the task at hand, or whatever. So I think it's an education issue more so. People need to know they have choices, is my point. I don't quite agree with Wajahat's take on this.
It's important because
what's up, CT? How you doing?
First, picking on one group. We're talking about the Rakstag fire. It was the communists, right? After 9/11, it's the Muslims. And Stephen Miller and Donald Trump are using the word invasion.
Palomino, no. I get motion sickness reading in cars and buses and trains. No, I wouldn't have my nose stuck in a book. As a matter of fact, I'm much more, especially if you're like, in a bus, I'm much more interested in what's going on outside the bus, looking at the people, looking at the countryside or whatever. You don't know me well enough to make that assertion, but that aside, no, I physically can't read it. It doesn't sit well reading in moving vehicles for me.
Cartels. Talk to us about how Trump deliberately used that type of racism and dehumanizing language, right? Because I'm old enough to remember where he said, I saw a bunch of Muslims celebrating after 9/11. Never gave the evidence. Mm-hmm. He said, I think Islam hates us. He's the one who promoted the birther conspiracy against Obama, which was both racist and Islamophobic.
Yeah, you had, particularly in like the birther conspiracy, this like three-legged stool of nativism. You've got the Islamophobic aspect, you've got the anti-Black racist aspect of it, and you've got the xenophobic aspect where Obama supposedly, comes from, I forget where his dad was born all of a sudden.
Kenya.
Kenya, yeah, thank you. That, required a whole lot of groundwork that the war on terror laid. From the very beginning, advocates of the war on terror spoke about Islam in civilizational ways, that 9/11 was not the result of any material grievance that any
CT, are you still in the chat?
Al-Qaeda had against American foreign policy. Instead, it was Islam which hates us on the march to destroy the United States. That was as deliberate a shift away from any actual ability to redress the terrorism that killed 3,000 Americans, and to direct it instead outwardly as a mechanism of vengeance, control, exploitation, and entrenchment of American empire. From the very beginning, from like within the first weeks after 9/11 and the coalescence of the war on terror, voices within the Republican Party were obsessed with how the hijackers came into the United States legally, and began calling for the militarization of the border, things like the border deployment that began in Trump's first term and never stopped and only intensified, that Biden did not take away. All of that begins almost immediately. An argument takes hold that America both simultaneously needs to defend its open society, but also can't afford its open society because of how scary Muslims will come and kill you. Again, rather than redress the material grievances that actually motivated 9/11. From there, Trump and his cohort grew in power because they sensed that there were elites in both parties who, while willing to license all of this violence and all of this unfreedom, were not quite willing to take the step of saying, this is a civilizational assault by Islam. And there becomes this, particularly as then something really important happens in the war on terror, which is that it becomes a disaster. It doesn't become this satisfying moment where America gets revenge on the people who committed 9/11. It becomes this agonizing quagmire in which Iraqi and Afghan insurgents ensnare American troops into a nightmare, into a circumstance that they can't get out of, this roils American politics. And the easiest way to resolve this contradiction is to go out and peddle a civilizational myth that the reason why America is failing in the war on terror are because of these corrupt elites who won't properly name the enemy being Islam. This finally, after the rise of ISIS, which is the result directly of the unjustifiable illegal invasion and occupation of Iraq, ISIS rises, becomes something absolutely more terrifying and more nihilistic than Al-Qaeda, succeeds beyond Al-Qaeda's aspirations, seizes territory belonging to something like 6 to 7 million people. And that's when Donald Trump also causes these massive refugee flows that you'll remember from a decade ago. That's when Donald Trump comes down the escalator at Trump Tower talking about radical Islamic terror, talking simultaneously about migrants bringing crime and drugs from Mexico.
Rapists and criminals.
Rapists and criminals from America, so often throughout the 9/11 era, so often throughout the war on terror, you heard voices on the right talking about the open borders that were allowing terrorist groups to smuggle Muslims. The joke at the time was they were talking about something called Al-Qaeda. And it took Trump taking that seriously. It took Trump husbanding that force and that outrage, and that transformed first right-wing politics in the United States and now all politics in the United States.
You know, I have you for a couple more minutes, and I know you're so busy because you're writing, but I want to ask you about this with a couple minutes that I have left. ICE. People forget, Spencer, you and I are old. We have gray hair. ICE is a product of the 21st century. This country didn't have ICE. Oh, and they always say, well, how can you say abolish ICE? We need ICE. And I say, we didn't have ICE. But no, we need ICE because we have to go after those goddamn Muslims and those invaders. Well, now ICE has been unleashed against American residents. ICE has the green light from the Supreme Court to racially profile. And thanks to the big, beautiful bill, ICE now has a bigger military budget than most countries spend on their armies. It has the 16th largest budget, and now it has 10,000 agents. Can you talk to us about the war on terror directly led to ICE, which is now terrorizing, and my fear is will continue terrorizing Americans?
Yeah, if ever you want to look at how this demonic force grows from an egg into the maturation of the creature that it is now, ICE is a perfect example. It's also a very bipartisan example. A whole lot of people forget this, but George W. Bush did not set out to create the Department of Homeland Security. He resisted that. Initially, he created an Office of Homeland Security, basically a Homeland Security czar within the White House. The Democratic Party and some moderate Republicans thought this was not enough, that what needed to happen instead was a massive transformation of all of the different departments in the United States that had various domestic security components into this Frankensteinian creation called the Department of Homeland Security, which I think very quickly became, with the exception of the military, the largest government department that we have. And
okay, I don't know if he'll get to it, but the second part of that story is one of the things that was kind of, came out of investigations and stuff like that, is that different agencies had different bits of the puzzle. So DNI, the Director of National Intelligence, who I think works for Department of Homeland Security, it was basically a consolidation to try and get these agencies to kind of work together and share different bits of the puzzle to come up with a whole picture. So it wasn't just, it wasn't consolidation for consolidation's sake, is my point.
Central to the Department of Homeland Security, which was, again, predicated on counterterrorism. All of a sudden, immigration functions come in.
Okay, Ryan, I'm going to talk about this racial profiling stuff next. Sonia Sotomayor actually had some words in this shadow docket thing that the Trump administration did to get around the lower court rulings. And you know what? Basically, your point is that being racial profiling, which is systemic racism, that's what happens in a systemically racist environment. Profiling or being racial is okay as long as MAGA or Republicans or Black conservatives or whoever is asking for it. You know what? That's perfectly fine, but it is noted. And you know what? Either the Constitution is colorblind or it's not.
Inside the rubric of counterterrorism, funded like it and armed like it.
Hey, I always say you're a racist, so of course you're pro-racial profiling.
Which,
dude,
contrary to what
come
you
on
might
now.
expect from the name,
just
has
admit that I called it.
Established legal
It's not
authority
called
to operate
logic.
within
It's called
100
racism.
miles of any port of entry in the
And
United States.
racism,
It doesn't
quite
have to be a physical
frankly,
border between, with Mexico and
sometimes
Canada that needs
it's
airports as
better
well.
not
And
to
then for
say
interior
shit
removal,
and just do shit.
Immigration and Customs
That
Enforcement
way
are
people
ICE.
can't call you a
The
racist.
Democratic Party
That's the
at
first
every
thing
stage
racists need to
joined with the
learn.
Republican Party,
Don't
not just
brag
advocating
about
this,
being
but
a
funding it,
racist.
expanding it, and in the early years
What's
of
up,
the war on
Charlie's
terror,
girl?
when certain elements of the National Democratic Party, which weren't willing to perhaps oppose the foreign war
Of course
the
he
war on
did.
terror, but which, perhaps
he knew
with some
he knew that
stipulations,
would be a
to
softball
emphasize them slightly less.
to the
Their
likes of me.
alternative was what we need instead to do is fund the domestic security missions of the Department of Homeland Security. That becomes ICE. First, they raid immigrants at first they raid big workforces. This happens in 2006. There's a national raid in which little kids had to go to hide in churches because their parents were like rounded up in their workforces. This would be on in farms. This would be agricultural work. This would be slaughterhouse work. This would be dangerous work that capitalists in this country have always sought to give to vulnerable laborers in order to exploit them more effectively. So in that case as well, ICE became a force of labor discipline. That's something that shouldn't get overlooked in what ICE is.
Now, see, this is where, the Marxist take on things or the progressive take on things. And this is where I start diverging a bit. He could very well be right, but I wouldn't have gone, straight to class and working class and labor and all that stuff. But, it's what progressives do. And I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm just saying, sometimes, it depends. Maybe I'm a race essentialist and maybe he's a class essentialist, but we all have our little peccadillos.
There's an economic component to this as well. And over the years, ICE just got additional funding.
I didn't stutter when I said it.
A bit of a deficit
Ryan.
during the Obama years of public respect.
No.
At the same time, still today, Donald Trump has
Thou
not
dost
deported as
protest
many
too much
people
for starters.
as Obama
And I'll
did.
get to this comment
Obama
once these guys
leaned
are
more
done.
heavily on customs and border protection, but as well, ICE starts getting a bit of what you might call political consciousness, and this is where we start to see the ascendancy of now the so-called border czar, Tom Homan, appointed under Obama and supercharged under Trump. Trump realizes that, much like the police unions that endorsed him, there's a tremendous nativist hunger for power within ICE, and he harnesses that. He becomes its champion. We are seeing now on the streets today ICE acting essentially as a private army.
Okay, let me point one thing out, and I'm not going to even bother with the private army part, which, that's a narrative. But at least all of a sudden we're going in a direction I wouldn't necessarily go. But whether I agree with the conclusions they're making or not, I understand how they got there. So I appreciate a well-developed start to a narrative. Like I said, in SKC, I always pick on, but at least he'll leave breadcrumbs. I understand how they got to the conclusion, though I may have gone into a different direction. That's something people don't seem to understand in developing an argument or a cogent argument. Don't just come up here talking, spouting talking points. Develop your argument so people in the audience and I can kind of understand how you arrived at your destination. Too many people just tell us about the destination and what they think, but they're kind of shy, or maybe they haven't actually done the heavy lifting to arrive at their destination. And you know what? Now that I don't have to worry about, people calling me harsh, hey, if I fucking have to, lose numbers or subscribers or whatever, so be it. I'm going to do it my way. Now, there's always room for improvement, but the basics of developing a good argument, hey, I'm not going to change that. I'm not going to come up and give credit to half-assed arguments. It literally is not how I want to do things, how I'm going to do things. And I've always demanded, ever since I was a kid, I need to understand why you think this, as well as how you got there, etc. It's really, for me, and maybe it's kind of like the closet academic, but when you sat down, I know I had a math teacher who taught me 3 of the 4 years I was in high school. And you know what? She didn't want the answer. She literally wanted you to map out, show me your scratch paper, show me you got the right answer. Show me how you derived the right answer. And you know what? It applies when you're writing an English paper. We're interested in your conclusion, but kind of how you develop the conclusion allows a teacher to examine your thought process better. And I'm gonna, not quite the same standards, but dude, show me how you arrived at your talking point. Long-winded, but you know what? Since I'm up here talking about rules and changes and where the direction this show might go, how about let's just talk about how we develop arguments over here. You're gonna have to renew your Charlie's girl. I've never had a problem with your conclusions, but hey, dude, you know what? I went back and read Uncle Tom's Cabin, and I just happened to have read it because I hadn't read it in so long. And it came in handy, something random, because I needed something easy and short to break up. A lot of times if I'm reading like serious, like a history book or some philosophy thingamajig, I'll break it up. I'll read 2 books, one heavy and one light. And Uncle Tom's Cabin is a pretty light read, good enough for high school work. And just so happened that I read it, and this little short, they were talking about how being an Uncle Tom should be a compliment, which told me they either didn't read the book or they didn't understand the book. And which made me sad. These are grown ass men up there talking about shit they don't know. Made me very sad, as a matter of fact. And that's why I don't go to certain shows or never go up on their panels, because all I'm going to do is just hurt some feelings. And I just, I'm careful these days about the shows I go on. Oh, really? Okay. Well, that's even better. Somebody actually like reading something just for personal, improvement or personal development. We should be doing that, as long as we can. And I'm an old man now, but I still read stuff.
For MAGA, there are many, many rumors that we have yet to get to the bottom of about the ways before the big beautiful bill.
Oh, and by the way, I don't know, I might have put it in the poll, please everybody make sure you hit the like button stuff. Believe it or not, I'm at 5,000 hours of watch time. So what I need to do now, and the moderators and folks who have an interest in the channel, we're at 204 subscribers right now, 500. So what do we have? 296 subscriptions, which is a daunting task. I don't really have a time limit. I don't think it's going to happen before the new year, but January will be the 1 year mark. So, once I kind of think about it, maybe I'll say, hey, let's try and do this by that time. But I also know this show is shaping up to be an acquired taste. There's just not the requisite amount of fuckery to keep the masses entertained. And I know I sound like an elitist when I say that, and maybe I am. But bottom line is, everybody who subscribes hopefully appreciates the content, appreciates the host, appreciates the show, and what at least I intend it to do, which is to be a little bit more informative, and we're fuckery second. We're information first, fuckery second, or even third or fourth. But that's really where I want to be. It's better to have 10 interested people in learning something or acquiring some useful information than having 10 people up on a panel yelling over each other about shit that doesn't particularly matter, or it's repetitive stuff. So here we go.
Was hiring bounty hunters. Again, we don't have hard evidence of this. I'm not saying this. I don't think this is fit to print, but it's you and me talking right now.
Yeah. Well, the Washington Post did the interview, the recruits. The recruits are openly saying, I want to crush skulls. And then you have people on camera saying, well, the liberals are the worst. You have ICE agents openly promoting the Proud Boys.
Ryan, you're giving me a lot of food for thought. Okay, Ryan says, yup, sorry, if all the alleged vulnerable groups are making their choices based on the system, me too, we are all automatons. Well, you know what? That's your word, not mine. An automaton generally is programmed to a point that they can't learn a new thing. They are literally on automatic. They're not thinking beings. I'm going to assume that, most people in America can think at least a little bit. And by the way, I am kind of a don't ask, don't tell sort of person. I don't give a shit if you're a racist. How would I know if you don't identify yourself either in word or deed as a racist? I would have no clue half the time, nor would I care. Dude, I don't give a shit if you're a racist, but I do give a shit if you identify as a racist, and proudly so. Because see, was it George Washington or somebody famous said, it's better, to be quiet, keep your mouth shut, and have people think you're stupid, rather than open your mouth and prove them correct. That's kind of the person I am. I won't know you're a fool until by word or deed you identify as a fool. And then the next thing Ryan writes is, Stanley, you know that you would be called Uncle Tom 98% in 98% of Baltimore City talking white. Again, I don't give a fuck. I don't live in Baltimore City. I don't plan on visiting anytime soon. Why the fuck would I care what 98% of Baltimore City would think of me? I simply do not care. Good try. But see, this is what I mean about irrelevant points. Why would I give a shit about what people in Baltimore think of me? I literally have never, actually, I take that back. I visited Edgar Allan Poe's like house or something like 40 years ago. That's the last time I spent any time in Baltimore. 40 years ago. I'm sure things were different then. And we visited the Edgar Allan Poe house in the daylight. Yeah, that's it, Deacon Dave, and remove all doubt. Doubt your intelligence. I actually have to look up the quote because I can't remember whether it was George Washington or somebody. Maybe you can tell me who said it too, Deacon Dave. Yes, Stanley, but I treat people as individuals in colorblind fashion exactly like you. I'm a little skeptical of that statement. Shout out to Lamar Jackson, be more. Like I give a fuck about football these days. I literally haven't watched a football game in a couple years. So go Lamar. Let's, I don't know. You know what? I think we get the gist of this video. This is a Substack letter by Jennifer Rubin. She is a lawyer, actually like a fairly famous lawyer. I can't remember what her specialty is in, but she has a Substack called The Contrarian. And she talks about Sonia Sotomayor, who's had some criticisms, especially of this last shadow docket decision about the LA raids, where basically the Supreme Court said it's okay to do these random, stopping people just randomly. And I'll read a couple paragraphs, and I'll read the starting paragraph. It says here, the 6 MAGA justices on the Supreme Court have obliterated the notion that they are impartial jurists bound by precedent. This week, Justice Sonia Sotomayor did a magnificent job stripping away the veneer of legitimacy they have tried to sustain, meaning the Supreme Court, and meaning Roberts in particular. In dissenting from a widely criticized emergency docket decision running roughshod over the Fourth Amendment, that's the amendment that talks about illegal search, seizure, and stuff like that, and effectively it greenlights racial profiling, Sotomayor let it rip. Sotomayor explained, a federal district court found that these raids were part of a pattern of conduct by the government that likely violated the Fourth Amendment. Based on the evidence before it, the court held that the government was stopping individuals based solely on 4 factors: their apparent race or ethnicity, number 2, whether they spoke Spanish or English with an accent, 3, the type of location at which they were found, such as a car wash or bus stop, and number 4, the type of job they appeared to work. And basically, all of those are violations of the Fourth Amendment, concluding that stops based on these 4 factors alone, even when taken together, could not satisfy the Fourth Amendment's requirement of reasonable suspicion. The district court temporarily enjoined the government from continuing its pattern of unlawful mass arrests while it considered whether longer-term relief was appropriate. Instead of allowing the litigation to proceed, the Supreme Court leapt into the fray and, without briefing, argument, or explanation, summarily stayed the order. That decision is yet another grave misuse of our emergency docket, Sotomayor wrote. She had no majority opinion to critique since the majority could not be bothered to write one. Well, on the shadow docket, they're really not required. She did, however, shred Justice Brett M. Kavanaugh. Excuse me. Let me get some water. water. She did shred Justice Brett M. Kavanaugh's lane concurrence, citing 45-year-old precedent. She reminded us, critically, a set of facts cannot constitute reasonable suspicion if it describes a very large category of presumably innocent people. Essentially, you can't stereotype. And that's exactly what those four factors are doing. Even by the government's reckoning, albeit without factual support, the order would allow stops and detention of millions of people simply because they look Hispanic, speak Spanish, or, for example, work in construction. And then one other thing she says here, in debunking the government's complaint that it would be hampered in enforcing immigration law, Sotomayor cited its own actions, meaning the government's actions, thereby illustrating its brazen attempt for courts and determination to resort to ever-increasing levels of violence. Sotomayor is saying here, since the issuance of the TRO, Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem has called the district judge an idiot and vowed that none of the government's operations are going to change. The CPB Border Patrol Chief Patrol Agent in the Central District has stated that his division will turn and burn and go even harder now, and has posted videos on social media touting his agents' continued efforts, chasing, cuffing, and deporting people at car washes, an assertion that it will suffer irreparable harm, I guess, if they can't do this. And I'll just stop there. And my point here is that enforcing a law by breaking the law kind of defeats the purpose of the Constitution and a lot of statutes written, based on the Constitution. And basically, MAGA has declared an emergency. That's not necessarily an emergency. The border is closed. Okay. Trump keeps saying that nobody's coming across the border. So my question is, where's the emergency now? You got a bunch of sitting ducks or fish in a tank. Round them up, process them, and do what you need to do with them. But there is no emergency, is my point. And, California has a whole governor and a whole mayor that can declare emergencies if need be. ICE needs to just fucking do their job lawfully and be done with it. So that's my take on what's happening in LA. I don't agree with this shadow docket decision, but it also is what it is. And I can only criticize. I can't really do much about it. So the link is posted. I am at 4 hours and 13 minutes. Yeah, I read at the same cadence that I talk. Is there a problem with that, Dave? No idea. Okay. Am I supposed to do what? Can you help me out with this critique here, Dave? I'm not sure what you're getting at. So let's see. I said I wanted to see what CT had to say. Because let's see here. Where is his show? I got a pop up. There it is. So what I'm going to do is basically see what he has to say. And I'll start from the beginning. He must be about 40 minutes in by now. Somebody will have to help me. I rarely watch his show from the beginning. I don't know. Where does his show begin? Maybe his show begins, you're right, about 30 minutes in. All right. So Let's see. I'll come up soon. Is DEI racially profiling? No, it's not racial profiling. It's casting a wide net. Okay, bring that bullshit up here, and we'll test your logic for sure. There, Renato. I'm champing at the bit to test your logic. And Dave, are you still in the chat? That someone reads at the same cadence that you talk? Is that slow? Is it too slow for you or what? Because I do kind of talk slow. So I'll accept that criticism, but I am Southern and I like to take my time, sir. So let's hear what CT how he starts his show. Damn, that's loud.
Must be the money, rolling so smooth. Must be the money. They did it here in America under white people's help. When they were in Africa, they didn't do nothing.
Seeing all of these beautiful colors coming on the screen. These super chats, man, go a long way, man. And
damn, I wish I could get some super chats.
Get water, tea,
remember, folks, once I hit 500 subscribers, I should be monetized. I got the watch hours already. So a lot of you watch.
Company, a lot of you. The father.
Let's see. For now, I do have like a little Cash App banner. Let's test it out here. Is it a banner? Here. There. That's my little Cash App thing. Feel free to support the host, especially in his quest for enlarging his beer fund for the weekend. So let's get back to CT here. Maybe he'll get to the point.
Father turned him in. Father, from what I'm getting, the father is a Republican. The father is a registered Republican. God damn it. Eating their own. But we're going to talk about that today. And also, guys, I want to talk about this professional butt sniffer. Put a one in the chat if you guys are aware about this professional ass.
Okay, I am going to say here, you will never hear a story about butt sniffing unless it's like some lab experiment. So rest assured, if you want your butt sniffing news, CT's your man.
Ass sniffer in California. This is trending news as well. But he goes around, he's a kind of a creepy looking guy anyway, but he goes around smelling the cracks of women's asses in public. So I'm going to talk about that as well today.
He should get a dog for that. Is he a dog?
Little fetishes. Like what kind of, obviously that's a bizarre fetish to have, sniffing butts. So put a one in the chat, guys, if you know about this story, guys.
Well, I mean, people sniff panties, right? I don't know that it's that odd. Now, it is odd that you'll do it in public. You might offend somebody if you're actually doing that in real time. Maybe you should ask for their panties.
Bittersweet. Positivity is definitely coming your way at the speed of light.
I suspect I'm going to skip over some
Cliff,
parts
thank
of
you
this.
so much, Cliff, for your membership, man.
Oh, thanks, Dave.
Is definitely coming.
Dave, what is your criticism of my reading?
Man, the channel is monetized again, and we're back. We are back. We never left,
Cook
but
rate.
we are back.
This is
now.
interesting.
It's, the channel has been made whole again. WHOLE.
This looks pretty interesting. Thanks, Dave.
Again, guys. So now you can get your membership. You can send over super chats and enjoy a day or enjoy your messages being read in real time. Thank you so much, Cliff, for all of your support. Positivity is definitely coming your way. And Cliff, did you hear about this butt sniffer in California? Did you hear about this butt sniffer that is on the loose here in the United
You
States?
think
Black Bear with
CT
a
is
$2 super
intentionally
chat
being
says,
funny,
"What's
or
up,
is he
CT in the chat?" Salute to you,
somehow or
Black Bear.
another relishing this fetish? All right, let's. You know what? I know people will say that, Stanley, you're jealous, and yes, I'm jealous, but I can do without all the fucking, buck dancing for money. And just tell CT I'm kidding. Just tell him I'm kidding.
It's not a you know who on you know who crime that takes place that nobody wants to talk about. Everybody wants to talk about the other group. But let's be all honest here. This is you know who on you know who crime, guys. Get the likes up, share the video. You can write in the chat. You know who is. You know who is. You know who's are. We got a lot of you know who's that watch the channel, that participate in the channel. It's a lot of you know who on you know who crime. So I know that this was political, and I'm not trying to make light of this, but this was a you know who on you know who crime, guys, and it exists in America. Guys, get the likes up, share the video. Black Bear, salute to you, man. Positivity is definitely coming your way at the speed of light. We got a lot of people in the chat, man. I'm sending out positivity at the speed of light to all of you guys. I will be dropping the link in the building. What's up, sire? Positivity is definitely coming your way. This butt sniffer. For people, there are a lot of people who know about this story in the chat. But I just found out about it, and I wanted to talk about it because it's little fetishes and kinks that you have these little things as a kid. The you know who's, they're violent. They have a history of violence. It's in their nature. And I listen, I ain't knocking it. I think that other people should be just like you know who's. It wasn't other people who built the atomic bomb. It was you know who's. They built it. They built that shit. You know who's have built all types of weapons of mass destruction. Let's be honest about these people. Are violent. They're violent. And yesterday, I didn't rush to conclusions, man. I may have said it was the leftists, yada yada yada, but I also said, and pay attention. I also said there's a possibility of there's a possibility that multiple possibilities are possible, or something like that, in magnitude. And sure enough, look at what happened today. Look at that. You had a few people. I'm not gonna name them. They talked about Mossad. Oh yeah, it was Mossad and Israel. I'm like, okay, it was Israel. You had a few other people. It was all the leftists. It was purple haired leftists. And I'm thinking, man, it could just be a goddamn conservative who's just disgruntled or something. So, it really exists out there. It exists. They're violent. They're violent. And they know that they're violent. They can pretend that they're not, but when their creature comforts are met, they go right back into the caves. Let's be honest about it. Guys, get the likes up, share the video. Positivity is coming your way. I got to be very, very careful with the channel being monetized again. So I gotta use code words, man. But we all know who the who know who's are, or the you know who's. BD, get
You know what?
Up, man,
let me make a
so
comment. I don't think it's YouTube that's stopping him. I think it's a major part of his audience are you know who's. So I think this is just universalizing a local fear.
For positivity is definitely coming your way, buddy, at the speed of light, guys. Get the likes up. Mon Tag says, once they are apprehended, the booty sniffers will be required to wear a tether on their noses. Yeah, this booty sniffer, that's a bizarre crime. Going around sniffing butts for, normally, the planning of it, the preparation, the accuracy, Man, that's a wild type of crime, man. Sniffing butts, man. You know, most people are sitting
All right,
down,
he's
so there's
still
always
talking
an
about this
obstruction
stuff.
with your ass. Going back since its founding, and we all know it. Hello, this is the same country that literally had slavery for 100 years. So, you know, this whole idea that America is going downhill, America's always generally been the same. If we had social media and the internet, Black Bear, back in the day, man, you could, it'd be the same thing, man. It'd be the same types of crazy people. It'd be the same types of social issues that we see today. Let's be honest about it, man. So, yeah. So this booty sniffer, man, though funny, it's nothing new, man. There were people sniffing butts back in the day too, man. To be honest with you guys, get the likes up, share the video. Happy. Oh, remember in Paid in Full L when Cameron, who was playing, and more than likely he was jealous. He opposed some little beliefs that Charlie Kirk had. Well, but 9 times out of 10 it was jealousy, man. You know, a little loser, scrawny little kid, unimportant in his life. Main character syndrome. A lot of them suffer from it too. And he sees this sensational man, this man who can galvanize and captivate an audience at the national level. And then what does he do? He tries to be popular by doing that horrible, horrible act. Marble is in the building with the super chat. Salute to you. Says, going on record, I told y'all it was a 306 bolt. Guys, get the likes up. Give Marble a big thumbs up, $ emoji. Positive.
Must be the Monday. Must be the Monday. That's got them on my side. Must be the Monday. Must be the Monday. I'm never going wrong. Must be the Monday. Must be the Monday. That keep
days. And then when it's all said and done, you find out that the kid was a loser who stayed in his room all day, playing video games all day. Losers. Scrawny, don't work out. You know, and that's what happened, and that's what I kind of already thought anyway. I said it's probably some loser kid, no way Mossad traveled all the way over to America, let alone Utah of all places, and did any kind of recognizance and planned this. Absolutely not. Come on, man. No. I knew that, and I've heard that dumb shit going on. I said, oh, nah. And you know it wasn't. Hell no. We ain't going to no goddamn Utah to do nothing. Utah, hell no. Get the likes up, guys. What's up, King Rooster, man? Positivity is definitely coming your way at the speed of light. What's up, Sheena? Salute to you, Sheena. Thank you so much, Sheena, for all of your moderating. Thank you so much, guys. Draz says, who's more dangerous, an incel or a YN?
Yeah, you know what? They can't concentrate on news at hand. So I'm going to switch over to Nightish. I see he's looking at a John Galt production here.
Mm-hmm. And what's so crazy about it, they never got off, they never left the line, but they.
Uh-oh. You know what? I accidentally muted that, didn't I?
This woman, a long line of a lot of nerds, what I call butlers, and us ghetto niggas come in and be.
What's up, Tyrone?
Hold
on. I'm gonna let you finish, JP. But my nigga on the line make a lot of money, JP. And one night we was out years ago. We were up and coming young niggas like what you talking about, JP. Philippe, you remember that when that
I've actually
girl,
seen this before.
That little cute girl walked out of the Saint and jumped in the car with that ghetto nigga with that do-rag.
Yeah, I remember that.
nigga, that was 20 years ago. You have to understand.
Look at
what
this
JP saying
motherfucker.
is fucking real. Have to understand. You have to understand.
Now, this is a fucking 50-year-old father of 2 or 3. What in the fuck is all that? Let's replay that a little bit, because that little dance is amazing. I didn't know a 50-year-old could move that lively or blithely, whatever the word is.
And one night we was out years ago.
All good,
We
Tyrone.
were up and coming young niggas like what you talking about, JP. Philippe, you remember that when that little cute girl, you may not remember, that little cute girl walked out of the Saint and jumped in the car with that ghetto nigga with that do-rag.
Yeah, I remember that.
nigga, that was 20 years ago. You have to understand what JP saying is fucking real.
Christ.
You have to understand. You have to understand. Nigga, that was
You would have
20, 30
thought
years
John
ago.
caught the Holy
You
Ghost.
feel me? This is what I'm saying. Like, I know this nigga. Cause I move in the same eco with this nigga. But go ahead, JP.
So a lot of times, so when the street nigga be able to, when these women allow these
Jesus
street
Christ,
niggas
man.
to skip over these butlers that been sitting in line for a very long time for no reason, allow the street ghetto niggas to come in and skip right in front of them. We get the chance to fuck them, have babies by them, wear them down, and all this other type of stuff. And by the time they do give these niggas a chance, by the time they really get in front of the line, 40 years later, although they got the chance, that's why they came up with this nice guys finna last crap. I think one man's trash is another man's dumpster. So after all this 40 years, yeah, they might get the booty, but they not getting.
That's not how that saying goes. Hello, beautiful Bridget. That's not how that saying goes, Jay Prince. That saying says one man's trash is another man's treasure.
Yeah, and just so you know, this is Nightish Live. So I'm not gonna, watch the whole thing, but I was flipping through my YouTube here and happened to see what Nightish was up to. Because I do subscribe to the channel, by the way. I actually encourage folks, I don't think Nightish and I got off on the best foot, but over the time, I've actually come to appreciate not everything he does, but I've come to appreciate he's got a couple wise points to make, and I've come to appreciate him a little bit more, and it so happens that sometimes, my bad habit is to judge a book by its cover too much. So that is something I am always working on.
That Phil user a real nigga. You really from the hood. It's hard for her to crack your shell and get down to the core of you and motivate you because you already hate her. You hate her. You hate yourself. You hate your people. You hate everything that would make you great. The difference between me and you is that I'm looking for the beauty and the essence inside of her. So, of course, she can inspire me. But I'm already motivated to do certain things. That's how she can inspire and motivate me to be more. But if she is what I think she is, she gonna be more too. We gonna build each other up. That's that whole Ashford and Simpson. Solid as a rock. Yeah.
Oh my Lord.
Let's go, JP. Let's hear the horrible shit you got to say as far as advice.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not going to do this for very long. I can only take so much of this type of non-Galt production.
And I ain't never got the chance. She messed with everybody else.
For so long.
And she finally gave me a chance 20 to 25 to 40 years later. A lot of these dudes is still in their mind picturing this woman as when she was in high school. Realistically, she's 40 some years old. Now us thugs, we done been ran through these women. Now they got to take care of our kids. They titties done dropped to the floor. They butts done cave in. So they don't look like the woman who they was in line waiting on. Right. So at this point, we don't want no woman like that. Right. We done got the best of these women. And so I think that when the Butler speaks about the ghetto niggas and the thugs, where the resentment come from, because I can imagine being in a line for a very, like, let's say when I go to the food stamp line, I'm in the.
JP says that chaotic truth is a butler. JP says that John Galt
yeah.
is a butler.
See, I can
JP
see your
is saying that the nerd is the butler. And JP is saying that he a real nigga. He really from the street. He the real bona fide steel. Let's see.
Well, Dave,
Let's see.
there's some
I
similarities.
just woke up from a nap. I think I
there's some similarities to, marriage and a job, but, it's kind of like, people talking about running the country like a corporation. In a way, a country's like a corporation, except it's not. In a way, maintaining a relationship is like a job, but it's not. I would almost say marriage, maintaining a good marriage is like a vocation, maybe. You know what? You have to work sometimes to maintain faith if you are that sort of person. Marriage is somewhat like maybe a faith. You gotta have confidence in it, gotta maintain it, gotta work on it. Sometimes if you're inclined, you might even have to pray on it, but it's not a job, but it's similar. And unless you're Boyce Watkins. Boyce Watkins is just JP with an education.
You know, all of this, and you're going to skip this man. You're going to let this man skip in front of me and get the best of you.
Didn't say it was a job. I said it was like a job, Deacon Dave.
All this nigga got.
Am I talking too fast like I
is
read?
a personality and being able to make a woman smile and make a woman feel down to earth, make a woman feel.
He's describing somebody that's not him. He wants so bad to be the nigga he describing, and it's not him. We seen the women that JP done had. He had a dingy, dark-skinned chick that made some jacuzzi water turn brown, and that, I'm not going to be disrespectful to her. That woman's name was Flora. Now Flora back out here dragging her ass in these YouTube streets, calling people's bandits and nakers again. And one of you goofies are going to go ahead and give her some more money or whatever
Dave,
it takes. Maybe
this whole women need to follow and men need to lead, that to me sounds like you're making marriage into a job. How do you address that? Anybody who believes in that bullshit about men need to be leaders and women need to be submissive, that literally sounds like a job. I've been in jobs where there was a strict hierarchy or, kind of like, and I'm not even talking about the Navy. There are companies in corporate America that have a very rigid hierarchy and or chain of command. So, some people seem to want to, I've literally heard God, husband, wife, and kid. So that's a strict hierarchy I've heard in these pseudo Black manosphere spaces. Can you shed some light over how the manosphere, the Black manosphere, the Tommy Sotomayors of the world actually sound like they're describing a job? Or employees when they talk about marriage or relationships. So help me out there, Dave.
These brothers, all of this stuff is like, it's like handbook written. Okay.
What if it's not natural,
stuff,
Dave?
A woman's supposed to do this, and she's supposed to submit. She's supposed to be quiet. She's supposed to do all of this. A lot of times women's not attracted to that, and I believe that's where the real resentment. That's why that's how the manosphere and the red pill was.
Yeah, you could be right about that. Maybe that's why I was never into the strict obedience. They signed prenups and NDAs.
Niggas that got chose by women is not having these.
Okay, Dave.
Like
I kind of get your point
wait,
there.
Wait a minute. Hold on, JP.
I mean, you gotta marry who's right for you.
Bro. And I sent you a super chat. I said, nigga, you just broke the red pill. And I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, look at John. Look at John. Basically, John is basically calling JP a genius, and look at JP accepting the high honor of a degree at the John Galt University.
It's like you. Would you say that's fair?
Yes. I personally believe that anytime, here's my thought when you try to achieve woman. Anytime you got these standards on what can get women, you already lost. Because now you don't place power in, and I'm giving out game, they too ignorant to catch it. Anytime you place, when you try to give these qualifiers,
Yeah, and misread Ayn Rand in John Galt's case.
Already done lost the game. And one thing I've noticed about women, a woman love a man that one is down to earth. She know how to be. You know how to be himself.
What's up, Dave?
In the lifestyle.
Here, you what?
Said nada mucho. It's nothing much.
Oh, is that? I've heard it. Really?
Yeah.
I think I've heard de nada. For
Yes,
how's
you're
it
welcome.
going? Oh,
De nada,
okay.
you're welcome.
Anyway, what was I gonna add? Well, any comments on this life lesson relationship expert Key Baby Webb is giving us?
I think Nidus' critique of what he was saying, like he is describing somebody that's not him, but maybe his online persona doesn't match his actual. But I had a comment.
Really?
Yeah, I think
Yeah, go ahead.
to a certain extent, like he might play it up, and that might be his shtick, but I don't know. It's pretty consistent with like how he is naturally, or he usually is like that.
Well, I mean, if you're playing yourself as a character, yeah, okay. I mean, to be honest, I really don't really care that much about what JP does, other than I think people are appreciating him for something that he's not. But if you appreciate him for what he is, he's kind of like he's like a modern day episode of Good Times.
Yeah, he's definitely a character, yeah, for sure. But,
so if Good Times was updated for 2025, keeping your head above water, having a good time when you can, he would literally be the lead character. He would be ghetto James, because James was a little bit, that what's his name? God damn it, his last name's Amos. Can't think of his name. I'm sorry, what?
John Amos.
Yeah.
Or James Amos.
John Amos was a little bit of a straight-laced guy. He could cut up on occasion, but he was pretty much, like head of the family, took his responsibilities at least mostly seriously. JP would be, the YN the YN John Amos. And you know what? It could actually work.
It could. Yeah, it could. He kind of looks like him.
Well, not only that, but look at his apartment. It literally looks like the set of Good Times.
I don't think I've noticed his apartment, but yeah, I'll take your word for it.
Dude. I was in the Navy. Attention to detail, you can turn it on or off, but when it's on, you actually pay attention to detail.
I'm a noticer myself. I notice things. I may not be able to always put into words, but I notice stuff.
Iceberg Slim. Hey, Lupin, I actually have a documentary that I've never gotten around to watching about Iceberg Slim. I'm trying to think if I ran it through the YouTube algorithm just to see if there were any issues, but Thank you for bringing him up. That might be something we do this weekend as well. black men in tech and Iceberg Slim. It'll just be bookends. One end of the black community to the other end of the black community. Let's see. Charlie's girl says, my core family was a matriarch. My grandmother separated from her grandfather, owner-operator of a collection agency. Ooh, that's a tough job. She sold and retired when she was 60, and my divorcee mother. Well, I tell you what, too bad I wasn't around when your mother retired at 60. I'm 60. You know, I could be your stepdaddy, Charlie's girl. That's a joke. It's a joke.
Crazy.
It's a joke. It's a joke.
That's your stepdaughter in the chat, huh?
That's right. That's right.
That would make you a what? Motherfucker.
It would make me a Canadian. I think she's in Canada, so it would make me an immigrant, a Canadian immigrant, or a United States, an American immigrant to Canada. I would be the Canadian John Amos.
And I call ice on you too.
Oh, no. I'd be in Canada. They don't have any power there.
I send you back to Canada if you're here. You're in Atlanta? I'll send them to Atlanta. Come get you.
Oh, well, tell them to make sure and do a dragnet in Fulton County and see if they find me.
They'll be preoccupied with everybody else, I'm sure. No, I wanted to say this, Stanley.
Ooh, 58. Oh, you're within my age range there, girly. That's right. You're married though. So let me stop short of making a fool of myself, ma'am. It was just a joke though. I'm familiar with the name. I can't place. I'll have to Google him. Daniel Goins. There's a Goins who actually wrote like a novel or something.
Donald Goins, the money guy.
Yeah. Oh, is that who he is?
Yeah.
No, I guess I will have to catch up. And then Tyrone is asking me about Shahid Bolson. Do you know who he is?
No.
No?
I don't know everybody, but some names ring a bell.
Well, let's look him up right quick. Oops. I think he used two I's.
No, it's one.
Oh, is it? Well, maybe I don't have on my glasses. So. Bolsen.
Shahid.
Shahid. Let's see. Geopolitical analysis. Now that sounds interesting. You know what? I think I have heard of him. Doesn't he have a YouTube channel or something? I think I have heard of him. I've never watched him. But if you are the self-amazed Jahil, I'll tell you what I'll do. I will add him to my watch later list. Bro Haji. Ooh, that's an interesting term. Let's add him to watch later, and I'll watch him later.
Probably got a
Probably. Let's see. Street Dude Pimp Novel. That's right. And it was was he the one that did? Hold on one second. Before I make a fool of myself, I know he's a writer. He's the pseudonym. He's Elsie Clark. He's got a documentary on YouTube. Dope Fiend. Okay. Here, this is I've heard of Black Girl Lost, Swamp Man, Donald Goins, Dope Fiend, Black Gangster, Horson. Oh, I like that name, Horson.
Oh, he's a like the pimp guy, not the money guy, huh? I bet I looked away for a second.
Well, he's written quite a number of books. It's like apparently if blaxploitation can be written, I wonder has he had any movies? I bet he has.
Look at the ratings on those books too, man. He's got pretty good marks.
Oh shit! I might be able to get some of these. Like I don't really tend to listen to audiobooks, but maybe I'll have to get whatever the audio app is. Oddity.
I found one yesterday. It's called Libby, and you
Oh
put your
yeah, that's
library.
library. That's library though, right?
Yeah. But it might be. He might. I know he got books at the library. So
he's described as blood-soaked and almost unbearably authentic portraits of the roughest aspects of the Black experience. Damn, they couldn't just use the word gritty. They had to say unbearably authentic. Wow. I like that. Well, I guess I'm going to have to read a couple of his books. That is what these guys read. Ooh, that is very. Oh, is that right? Okay, well, I'll start with that one. Yeah, we'll start with that one. But I know I've heard of him, but I can't think of where. I'll look back through his books, but I'll start with Whoreson, and start from there. All right, well, let's get back to this foolishness.
Lifestyle. Women don't. These men done told women what women should desire in their preference. Women didn't come up with that preference. These uppity niggas gave these women these preferences, meaning that the men told these women that you should only want to have one man out your whole life. Me, be the virgin, and you can't have sex till you get married, and that's till death do us part, essentially. They told these women that they supposed to want a man that's going to church. They were supposed to want a man that's going to school. They were supposed to want a man that.
What is he, a feminist?
All of this other type of stuff. That's women didn't make that preference. Men did. And so when women
No, he's going off track. He had me, and then all of a sudden he's losing me.
JP. Why you want JP? He's a criminal. He on Section 8. He
Okay, let me help him out here. Women didn't have a choice to any of those things until they fucking got tired of it, got the vote. They got the vote, and then they all became feminists because they were tired of the JPs doing what the fucking JPs wanted them to do. Yeah, the ghetto's Kevin Samuels. You know, wasn't Kevin Samuels the ghetto Kevin Samuels? You know what? I'd never bought him as some high class intellectual. Did you really, Tyrone? That's interesting. You know what? Well, Tyrone, my email address is in this crawl at the bottom. Hey, tell me which ones you've read. I'll read one or two of them, and maybe we can do a show on it. Sounds interesting.
Which one?
As a matter of fact,
I was asking you yesterday about the book club. Which book are we going to read?
I don't know. Whatever Tyrone decides, if he wants to do it. He said he read a lot of the Goins books when he was locked up. So tell me which one. I prefer to start with Whoreson, or Whoreson, wherever the inflection is. But I don't have to. JPs are easy to control because they can just call the police and yeah. That is a damn good point. JPs are easy to control, and thus they become subject to whatever they want to call it, the matriarchy, because you know what? All they got to do, if they got to, dude, I said this a while ago, and maybe nobody in this audience or the panel was here, but I literally said that
the black woman is God.
No, the black woman is basically your parole officer in some cases, but basically, if you get involved in the criminal justice system, you're never going to be free of it.
No.
And you're going to have a record that kind of haunts you. Lupin brings up a great point. Hey, look, you know what, motherfucker, you hit me again, and I'm going to call your probation officer, and your ass is going to be grass. So you won't need much evidence to fucking get you, in trouble or before a judge. So that, I told my son, dude, just don't you're gonna get a traffic ticket one of these days, or there's no way you can go a whole life and not interact with a cop. But you want to basically avoid being in situations where you have prolonged exposure, for good or ill. Cops, I'm not even making a judgment of the cops. I'm just saying the exposure you have to the criminal justice system, you increase your chances of running across a rogue cop or a dumb cop. Just limit your exposure as much as you can. You'll lessen your risk of running across a rogue. And that was my advice. And I didn't hammer it a lot, but he knows what potentials and what trends and what he knows about probability. I'll put it that way. He's good at math. So that's that. Any comment on my comment?
No, I was just wanted to go back to Lupin's comment. That
which one? This one?
Yeah. Should you want that? If that's the case, should you want that? And why do men subject them? Why do men subject
what do you mean?
themselves?
You don't have it doesn't matter what you want if you got a probation officer. It's what the probation officer wants.
Not even your probation. JPs are easy to control because they can call the police or probation officer to get them violated. He's talking about the
now
woman.
he is talking through the eyes of someone who might be in a relationship with a JP. These JPs will complain about how the system is rigged against them and women are have primacy in the criminal justice system or just the family court system. Well, you know what? A lot of these men who whine about it are vulnerable to exactly what Lupin's saying here.
Yes, and I'm asking, why would you want to be vulnerable to that?
Okay, motherfucker, don't go to jail. You won't be vulnerable. It's literally what you and your manosphere mates talk about all the time.
I don't talk about it because I've never been to jail.
Don't wind up with a criminal record, and you won't be exposed to this type of problem. Though there are always going to be exposures, but this is one that's easily avoidable.
Hey, Stanley, would you think that you're a handful in a relationship? It would take a special woman to deal with you, right?
Dude, I've had one wife in 60 years, and I met her when we were 38. What does that tell you? And I've had, I won't say a lot of girlfriends, but I've had a respectable number. But see, the difference is I know I'm a handful. Okay,
I'm not trying to throw it in your face, Stanley. Just let me make the point.
Okay.
Okay, so if you got this criminal record in your background and somebody's using that to control you, why would you want that?
You wouldn't want it. Now, I told you should know. Why would I, Stanley, not want it?
No, Stanley, you don't have a criminal record. You don't know how to put yourself in a position.
No,
I'm just saying, like, play along with the question.
Wait, finish your point and let me respond, and then Lupin, just stand by. You'll be next. But I think I know where you're going with this, Deacon, and I have a response. So don't disappoint me.
Well, you build the pressure and then release the bomb to me. I appreciate that. So if you did have a criminal record, why would you want somebody who would leverage that over you in a relationship situation?
I wouldn't. I
Right.
wouldn't. And
And
you know what? You know what? I would try to be the sort of person who realizes that, hey, I'm damaged goods. It might not be the ideal where I can assert my personality to the degree that I want to, or just don't be in a relationship. But as soon as you have a child with one of these women, you're done for. Okay, that's actually the point I made now that I remember. Once you are a baby daddy, your freedom is over. Okay, you are not gonna be the gourmet. Now that I'll date myself when I say that, but dude, once you are a baby daddy, you will lose a portion of your freedom. And the courts will literally make sure that you lose a portion of your freedom. And if you're in the situation that Lupin describes, you're going to lose. Not only are you going to lose your freedom, you're literally going to have to keep your baby, your boo. You have to keep your boo happy. Happy wife, happy life is a way of life for someone who
have,
has like a
have a
criminal
criminal
record.
record. Okay, and everybody else should have it their way, right?
Motherfucker, you're not like everybody else. That's the problem. Okay, stop trying to be something that you're not. If you have a criminal record and it's a genuine criminal record and you have reformed and turned your life around, it's like an alcoholic, dude. You're always an alcoholic. But a reformed alcoholic doesn't take the drink. A reformed criminal does not do the criminal action, and you might spend the rest of your natural born life atoning for it, but that's life. Don't commit the sin. Now, I'm presenting it from a little bit of an admittedly, I didn't grow up, I literally might know one person if I think hard who's been in trouble with the law, from my childhood. But honestly, from my perspective, which may be a little bit of a, I don't know that it's unique, but dude, if you don't do the crime if you can't do the time, and the time does not stop when you get out of jail. The time may not even stop when you're done with your probation. Once you get a record, you're not going to outlive that probably, unless you are, a big contributor to Donald Trump. Not even P. Diddy, friend of Trump, is going to get out of the shit he caused himself.
Go for it, Lupin. I think the topic walked a little bit. But that's okay.
I'll just give you how you guys doing context.
Hey, Lupin.
Hey,
what's going on?
Just for not much, just for context. Okay, when I moved here to now I'm saying strictly this is Atlanta. I can't speak about anywhere else. So when I moved here from Brooklyn, New York to Atlanta in 1984, I had an interesting experiences hanging out with all the hood boogies. That's what I used to call them. Okay, you're hanging around with these, like, say, for instance, Project Chicks now. Disclaimer, not every single black woman is like that. They're the extremes, and I'm specifically talking about the ghetto hood bookers. Okay, first thing with them, these guys like JP, as I said before, they deal with them because they're very easy to manipulate and control, because they know all they have to do is box, if you get my drift. These guys are in love with the box. Plus, if they have a criminal record, any little thing that he does, because they're always on paper. Always on paper. The chick, hey, I'm going to call your probation officer. Oh, I'll call the police. And another thing with these ghetto chicks, they love to call the police. That's the first thing that they're going to do is call the police. And if you're a guy that's, say, straight lace, no criminal record, that's the first thing they're going to do is try to get you locked up or caught up in the system and violate you, right? So, that's what I was saying. I mean, that's what I've experienced because, like I said, I get so tired of hearing these guys like JP There I talk about these ghetto hood dudes and they get all the box. These chicks, they're sleeping with everybody. They're sleeping with the hood boogies. They're sleeping with the nerds. They're sleeping with anybody that they can get something from. They're sleeping with them. So they're not. They're always under this illusion that they're getting all of these women when they're not. And I'll just close this off by saying, when I was here, when you used to have all the projects, and like I said, I used to run around all these places, dude. I'm going to tell you what you will see in a lot of these projects. Late at night, very, very expensive automobiles, like $100,000 cars in the projects. So, that's just my take.
Well, thank you for putting that into context. Now, Stanley wants to make me the criminal in his argument.
Okay, well, you're internalizing my argument. Actually, you weren't top of mind.
Oh yeah, but that's what I don't know if you call it a skill or a fault, but sometimes you could place yourself in a scenario. Not that you ever have to worry about it, but
you are
could steal from somebody else's.
You are 100% wrong. I make a strong effort to
Not
always.
you. I'm saying that's what I do.
Oh.
I can place myself in a scenario.
Well, I
to get the
complain about
perspective.
that a lot. I complain that people internalize these hypotheticals, so it goes from, oh, hey, we're talking about some proverbial guy, some theoretical like thing. And all of a sudden it's I feel. No, that's not how you do an argument. Okay. And that's, you remember I was on Drip's panel. That's exactly what it turned into. A bunch of people, including the hosts, fucking internalizing something that number one, they kept moving the goalposts. Okay. I went up there to talk about a 50-year-old man and a 20-year-old little girl or young woman, and that 20-year-old young woman is, telling her father that, oh, hey, I'm in love with a 50-year-old and we plan on getting married. And then, what would you do? And I went up there and told them, well, you know what? I would, number one, I'm not talking to the both of them at the same time because my advice is going to be different for, both of them. Talk to my daughter one-on-one, tell her, hey, look, you know what? This is what I think about it. But in the end, there's not going to be fireworks or you're going to get with that 50-year-old and kick some ass. That 20-year-old is an adult. Okay. And there's not a goddamn thing you can do about it unless you have some sort of conservatorship. Maybe she's mentally, maybe she has a mental, maybe there's a reason that you are her, permanent guardian. But all things being normal, you're not going to stop a 20-year-old from doing what she wants. And you're foolish to think you can do that. Now, you can break the law, but otherwise, the only thing you can do with that 20-year-old is hopefully over that 20 years, you've established a trust in your father sort of relationship. And you know what? You set her down. Now, I'm not saying you have to, be all delicate and, walk on eggshells. Tell her your mind, but know in the back of your mind that if she says go, she's going to go.
I have to agree with you, Stanley. Sorry.
No, go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
I never hear from you, Lupin. Go ahead.
No, I said I have to agree because the first thing that comes to mind, especially if you're in the context of black folks, and especially black men, if he's a 50-year-old multimillionaire, they're not going to say anything. They're full of
You're
Second thing
right.
that comes to mind is do you remember Lauren Bacall? Lauren Bacall was dating Humphrey Bogart.
Oh,
I think, in the
absolutely.
40s and
She was
50s.
like a teenager.
Exactly.
Wasn't she 19 or something?
Yeah. Not to justify anything, but I'm just saying it's just really interesting how the times
Oh,
have
and
changed.
Bogart was damn near like well into his 50s, if not 60s.
Yeah, exactly. So, these guys, especially black folks, everything changes when it's money. It's like, please. If the guy's a multimillionaire, 50, 60 years old, 20-year-old daughter, yeah, right. The next thing they'll be
What do
looking
you
at, like,
think
see how much they can get.
What do you think Serena's father said? Of course, she was good and grown.
Yeah, nothing. But I mean, I don't look at a woman that's like, you're 20, 21. That's not a baby. I mean, if she was 16, that's something different. But 20,
Right.
I mean, I don't know where this
And
illusion comes
that's the
from.
other thing. These folks were infantilizing a 20-year-old. And you know what? I look at my son who's 19, and I remember I was the first person to hold him when he came out of his mama.
Well, that's
most
like
white
the
people.
Anna Nicole situation.
Go ahead, Dave. I'm sorry.
However, what I do not do, I literally have never, and y'all probably nobody believes me. I've literally never talked to him about his politics or who he should vote for or who he's gonna vote for. You know what? I will not influence him. He needs to do what he wants to do, and I don't care who he votes for. I do care that he votes, but I don't give a shit who he votes for as long as he does what he needs to do.
If I had a son, especially a black son, only three things that I tell him, I tell him, don't get any of these women pregnant before 30. Number one. Number two, keep a good credit score and make sure, please, 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 do not get a criminal record. Because that's another reason why a lot of these brothers can't get these jobs because they got weed in their system or they got criminal histories.
I got a question for both of you though. And Stanley, I wonder if you consider this before you respond to the situations like that. What would make them even formulate a response?
Like what?
Hold on, like what as far like you jumped in the middle.
Oh, I thought you paused.
No. I might be going in and out because I'm in a spot where I usually lose connection or whatever. But when you're on a panel with guys and they say something like that, that sounds like beyond misogyny, beyond my level of misogyny, where I'm going to control who my daughter deals with. And why are you? My question is, what makes them feel so strongly that they have that much control over that situation when she's going to do whatever she wants to do anyway?
And a lot of it has, and to a certain extent, I can at least sympathize. You know, if that 20-year-old is living in your house, like, you know, my 19-year-old was here this summer. Now he took classes online. He had to go in every now and again to take a test. But you know what? I didn't even think to charge him rent or for food or any of that shit. He wanted to get a little bit froggy there, and I had to level set him. It's like, dude, you need to realize if you walk out, I literally told him this. Nobody's holding you hostage here. If you walk out that door and say, I'm never coming back, my feelings are going to be hurt for a little while, but I can't stop you and I have no desire to stop you. So you need to fucking level set. Okay. I'm not charging you a penny to be here. Therefore, you have no obligation to be here. So you need to check your attitude. I will allow you to have a little bit of latitude, but motherfucker, don't overdo it. I might have even said, motherfucker, don't overdo it. Know where you are. When you get back to school, you know, I'll be glad to see you go back to school for once. But let's not overdo it. If that 20-year-old girl is in his house and hey, it is your castle. You should have some control over what goes on in your house, but that kind of stops with what your daughter thinks. Okay, if your daughter has decided, hey, I am leaving your house and I'm going to live with this 50-year-old at some point, what you gonna do?
Yeah, because she's emancipated after graduating high school.
Is that what you call it? I call it they're an adult.
Well, yeah, they're an adult, but
only a child can be emancipated. They are an adult.
Well, I had an 18-year-old in high school who was not an adult by law until she finished. So unless she filed paperwork for
at 18?
Unless she filed paperwork for emancipation.
Okay, well, that's for like financial aid or something, right?
I don't want to get into it. It gets too personal.
Okay, well, that's fine. I wasn't aware that 18 wasn't the drop dead date. They don't have to emancipate. So, you know, I'm talking about maybe Georgia then.
Well, I have a grievance towards a certain system, and you could draw your conclusion from that. But she wasn't considered an adult until she was graduated high school. So in
Gotcha.
a certain, yeah.
Let me CKJ3 see that you're back. Thank you for the support. You and 12th Man are in the elite group today. So you have good company as a sponsor of the show, CKJ3. Don't make me call you 12th Man Junior. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, CK. I'm just kidding. I'm full of jokes.
Every word of it. He meant every word.
I'm full of jokes today. But everybody, thank you for the support, and I'll flip that back up at some point. Oh, and by the way, Lupin, since this Charlie Kirk stuff happened today, I will definitely be doing. Actually, I'm going to look at that all of those guys' videos. He doesn't have many of them. They're like 3 or 4 others. I may just go ahead and show all of them.
However,
yeah, it
doesn't matter. Yeah, I just, as I said before when we were having that previous conversation, I just don't think a lot of our people, I know for a fact, are not exposed to a lot of things. And that's kind of like one thing that I say, because I live in the technology world and there are a lot of black people, the ones that I see in high positions, you just don't know who they are. You never heard of them, they're not household names. So.
Well, that is actually a thing. I literally sat on what's his name? I can't think of his name. Dave, you know who I'm talking about. Looking at Robert Johnson, and I forget who the actual richest black man. I can't think of his name because he's pretty much stayed out of the spotlight.
Yeah.
And the thing is I would prefer to be like that. Just kind of, let me fly under the radar, except when I need to come out and inspire some people.
Exactly.
But I tell you what, Robert Johnson, for instance, and this other guy, like, the YNs, and some of them are 50, wanted to just trash Robert Johnson. And I couldn't get it. Yeah. You know what?
I don't know.
You talking about David Stewart or
David Stewart? Yeah. They didn't have much to say about David Stewart because, as far as I know, he hasn't really, made a big splash. Robert Johnson did.
They don't talk about Ken Chenault. I don't even know if he's still around. You know Ken Chenault?
Oh, yeah. He was Amex. He was Amex.
Yeah. You don't hear these guys. I don't even know who these guys are. But like I said, the 2 gentlemen that I sent you the videos on, I've actually reported to both of these guys at one time or another.
Nice.
So
yeah, we're definitely going to watch the one you recommended, and we'll probably show at least 1 or 2 others because I'm interested in the guy now.
Yeah. That's like I said. It's just, and I thought of you specifically and your son and his background. And like I said,
oh yeah. I will.
Like
I
will. Why can't you be like a CIO or something? CIO, CTO, or something like that. You don't always have to be like a a computer engineer, because like
As a matter of fact,
positions,
I actually do want to talk to you offline about his major, which isn't going to change. He's wanted to be a software engineer since he was like 6.
No, that's cool.
So I'm not. I'm not changing that, but I am a little concerned about the changing job market. A lot of this stuff is going to be AI. But what I'm hoping, because Georgia Tech has an AI minor now, so he's talked about that. But the other thing is that I'm hoping going to an actual like name brand engineering school will, give him a little bit of an edge, over the competition. And you know what? There's going to be competition if he does as well as I hope he will. It's going to come down to, is he good enough? Luckily, he's for his first year, he didn't make anything below a B. So, I'm encouraged.
But
and you know what?
The
first year,
the biggest thing that I can say, like me, I don't really look at the major. I'm just looking at the angles.
Really?
What I mean by that is, because as I said, with that degree, here again, a lot of our people are not exposed. he could go work for one of these like private equity companies.
Yeah.
He can get like a SAP certificate. He gets like an
Hmm.
SAP, becomes like an SAP consultant. He always has a
Hmm.
job. AI,
Yeah,
BI,
you're right.
whatever they want to put in place. Because guess what?
Mhm.
You have multinational companies that are running these systems. They're not going out of
Mhm.
business, and they always have to have people to upgrade and do. These are the type of things, like I said, to me, that's where that money is, like where he would really shine as a consultant.
Mhm.
And
Well, let me
some
tell
sort
you
of, if he
something.
wants to have like a sales background, but a
Yeah,
consultant,
well,
CTO in that
he's
world.
actually an interesting person.
Hmm.
He's one of these people. He could have been an English major or something. He's as good. He's good at multiple things. Unfortunately, probably picked up my. You know, I was good at everything, and it was actually kind of hard for me. Luckily, I loved chemistry, so that was my standout. But I thought of changing to like comparative lit. My ideal job would have been a classics professor.
Yeah.
Even though I wound up going with the science. He would probably be really good is some sort of
Yeah.
consultant.
AI, I mean, AI, like I said, to me, don't get too caught up with it. I mean, it is good, but as I said, it's better to have a very broad background, especially in that technology field,
Interesting.
because as I said, if like I remember, I think I shared with you, I said probably with his background, he graduates, especially he's coming out of GT. I mean, any one of these, like, like I said, that's a whole nother world a lot of people don't even know about. These little private
Right.
equity companies that own a lot of these technology companies. And if you go on their website, you'll see like
Hmm.
all of these portfolio companies. And
Yeah.
I'll, without sharing too much, the two gentlemen that I sent you, they came from Vista. Vista is Robert, what's his name's company. So I'd worked for one of those
Johnson.
companies within the Vista.
Yeah. Wasn't that
Vista Equity.
is it Robert Johnson? That was his company, right?
Robert, yeah, that was the equity that gives
He was
the
the
all the
dude.
kids
He was
the
the
money
dude
from
who got
Morehouse.
divorced and married a
Vista,
young white woman.
right,
Yeah,
right,
that's. I think
yeah,
that's Robert
yeah.
Johnson.
I always forget his name, but he has all these portfolio companies, and there are other companies that are just like that. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
If you get plugged into that little ecosystem, you're
Hmm.
good. You don't have to worry about any jobs because these private equity companies, especially the ones that they have specialties. They may specialize in technology. All they do is just
Hmm.
keep these companies. They either keep them, sit on them, grow them, and then they sell them off.
Yeah. Hmm.
And they're always buying other companies. So if you're kind of like sitting in there because, hey, I'm the guy that's over the technology teams and I'm going out and I'm
Hmm.
evaluating and, constantly looking. I mean, that's why I was shooting that stuff to you because I
No,
was
I'm
like a
glad.
little
Hey,
worried that you may just keep them like in that little bubble where it's just like, dude, it's a big world. Like,
but see,
go
the thing
run.
is he is little. You've heard me talk about you can't be W.E.B. Du Bois or Booker T. Washington only. It's a kind of a bad analogy, but what I'm
Yeah,
saying is you got to be a Renaissance man. Okay, you got to be
citizen of
able.
the world.
That's right. You got to be able to do math and English, and luckily, some of my tendencies about being interested in a broad range of things. That is my shit. He took Japanese. His
Oh my
I was
God!
like,
See,
I was
that's
like, what
that's
the
what I'm
fuck?
saying. He's well rounded. That's the
Yeah.
thing.
I'm like, dude, why are you taking Japanese? And
Why
you know what?
not?
His girlfriend isn't Japanese. She is Asian, but she's not Japanese. So I'm like, this came out of nowhere. But you know what? Other than damn, that's an odd choice. That's all I said about it.
They use
Poor
software
pilot
systems
career.
too in other countries, so that's what I'm saying. Where it's just you
Yeah.
see how you see how it opens up, and that's what I was saying because
Mhm. Oh, that he'll put
technology
that
is
on a
so
resume.
big and it's so big and it's so broad, and then like I said, from what I've seen, just moving around and the people that always have the job. I always tell people, so if you want to go to corporate America as a black person, look for those areas in corporate America that what they used to call like cost centers. Go work in the
Yeah, yeah.
revenue line of businesses where essentially you're working for the part of the company that's responsible for generating revenue as
More
opposed to
income, yeah.
working in a department where right? Say, for instance, call center. That's the word. Call center is a necessary evil, but it's a cost center. It
Hmm.
can be used to generate, revenue, depends on how you have it. But to me, like when I first started doing technology and I wanted to go in sales, the first thing someone told me was that you need to go work at one of those plantation companies. I was like, what is he talking about? Yeah, go work for like AT&T. They got a lot of black people that work there. So, because if you work for those other folks, they're not going to want to put you in front. You know what I mean? And that was
Yeah.
the truth. Where you get your
Yeah.
bones. But I mean, these days and times, if he has that sort of specialty in the things that he's learning. I mean, go be like a CIO or CTO of some organization. Because as I said before, when we were listening to these guys like CT and all these guys and all of these other folks that are always constantly banging on 9 to 5 folks, but these guys are not 9 to 5. I mean, these guys are making half a million, millions of dollars. Hey, come on, they
Wow.
got jobs. You know what I mean? That's what I'm
Hmm.
saying. I
Right.
think when these guys are talking about 9 to 5, they're probably talking about people that go in and punch a clock too. They got people out here that are getting paychecks that are making millions and half millions and high six figures. They got jobs. They don't all own their own businesses.
Well, let me make one observation, and of course, I'm going to make a dig against somebody somebody named John Galt. This is exactly what he says he wants to do, except he would be like, well, why are you going to do that for why are you going to go work the white man's job? Well, because motherfucker, um, you're going to be able to make, if you actually, it's a priority, you're going to be able to make enough to fund your, future business. You got to start somewhere. And
Right.
I
We
had
all
a,
work for the
I
white
had a
man.
boss of mine, a white guy, who had like, I think he was making like $300,000 a year back in like 1995, which was a
Yeah.
lot of
A
money
lot
then.
of money. It's like a
And
millionaire
you
back
know
then.
what? We had a shake up, and I'm not going to get into details, but it was a Home Depot and we had a little bit of a shake up. And you know what? You know what his next job was? Because his wife made a lot of money. He said, "Fuck it, I'm starting a business." So went out and started like a paint business, something kind of odd. He
Your
had some
Wi-Fi
security.
boarding.
Yeah, you know what? I just I know what my
Yeah, you just
problem
came
is.
back
I
with.
mean,
Yeah, I can hear you now.
yeah, I'm on my uh 5G router. In a
Yeah,
minute
that's
I'll
fine. I
switch
can hear you
over.
now.
Yeah.
No, I can hear you.
I was just saying that, you know what? You make that 500,000 or whatever the money is, save up, and at some point you'll be able to work for yourself. If it maybe as a consultant, who knows, like independent contractor.
Yeah, well,
These
we all
guys are
work for the
real
white
short
folks.
sighted.
We all work for the white folks. John, all of these guys, we work for the white folks because we don't have an ecosystem in this country or an infrastructure. So we always constantly,
Exactly.
you got to go to them to get the money. Where are you putting your money? In their bank.
Well,
You know,
I
so
asked him once, are you going, where are you getting your mortgage money from? Okay, who
a
are you
bank.
to be talking about? He's not getting it from Carver State Bank in Savannah, Georgia.
No, no. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's a misnomer. It's just like, you work for yourself. The thing that's crazy to me is like you'll have, especially with our folks, they're always talking about, well, I'm an entrepreneur. You're a solopreneur because, not to me, an entrepreneur, when you're an entrepreneur, that means you hire people, you give people jobs.
Exactly. Yeah,
A
yeah, yeah.
solopreneur, you just have a job that now you're responsible for paying everything as opposed to like you're an entrepreneur because an entrepreneur usually have to engage with other people to come up with like a very
Right,
successful, sustainable business model. You know what I
right.
mean? Not just I work for myself, but yeah, but you still gotta go beg and get contracts. Who are you gonna go to? I mean, we all work for white people, directly or indirectly. So we
White
don't
people
hear
work for
people say
white
that.
people.
They all do, and they're proud of it, and that's what I'm saying. We're the only ones that always feel that way about, yeah, I'm not gonna go work, but you are working for them. directly or indirectly, that you are
They're
working
your
for them. And
clients. Even if they're your
right.
clients, you work for your clients.
And yeah. The difference is like now, it's like where, hey, I can go on a vacation. When you work for yourself and by yourself, if you don't work, you don't get paid.
Right.
You can't take
Right.
vacations. There's no such
Right.
thing. You
Right.
always have to work. So that's what I'm saying when I hear these guys, this stuff about, a 9 to 5 job. I'm like, 9 to 5 job? I've always had 9 to 5s. I mean, I've always made pretty good money. I'm not a millionaire, but I mean, it's 'cause they're just used to one kind of, factory work. That's what I think. Go on and punch a clock and you get off, and making like 100 grand a year. If a company's paying you 100, 200 grand a year, you're not working 9 to 5. You're working 24/7, 365,
Oh,
practically.
did I tell you this story? I can't even remember where I was working, but like the boss's boss said, "Well, you do know your salary." He wasn't talking to me. He was actually talking to some
Exactly.
white kid. He was like, "Well, you do know that you're salaried. You don't have to work 8 hours. You can work more." And
Exactly.
I was like, "Oh shit!"
There are days I may work 4 hours, but then I may, catch up. I got some other stuff. I might work Saturday. I'll log in and do some work. So that's what I'm saying. When you have those kind of jobs, it's kind of like you're not literally punching a clock where you're going in it. It's not like that. And as I said, that's the reason why I was trying to share that information with you, because I think
Yeah.
you did a great job with your son. And then, like I said, isn't it promoted at Georgia Tech, GT? I mean, please, it's coming out of there with the name. Anywhere in the Southeast or anywhere in the nation, he can go and he's going to get paid. Telling you.
Well, let me tell you something, and I don't think I don't think people quite understand. Somebody asked me, "Well, why didn't you send him to the Ivy League?" And the honest answer is, I was telling them, I
What?
like if he had gone to Princeton or something, because I really Princeton and Vanderbilt outside of Georgia were the two schools that I'm like, hey, you need to at least apply. You can always turn them down. You know what that son of a gun did? He fucking applied to two colleges, Georgia Tech and Georgia. I was like,
Yeah.
what?
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing? Dude, he could have applied to anywhere. Look, apparently, those were his two choices, and Georgia was the second choice, the fallback. So
Yeah.
that's why he didn't go, because he didn't want to go. I didn't fucking tell him where to go. I was
Exactly. But
surprised he didn't apply to Stanford, because Stanford he talked about a lot.
I mean, he's at a good school, and then, like, let's not forget, it's like, yes, the degree matters and the name and all of that, but dude,
Mhm.
you get out there, the biggest thing is you have to be able to sell yourself.
Right.
Sell yourself. Like, why should this company have me? Why am I a good fit? Why? These
Right.
are the type of things you got to sell yourself, because it's one thing to get hired, but you got to do what you
Oh
need
yeah,
to
yeah,
do
yeah.
to keep
Oh
the job.
yeah. Oh dude.
That's
Dude,
the
you
other
got
piece that they
hell
don't
yeah,
talk
you
about.
gotta be able to keep it.
Right, that's the other piece that they don't talk about. But like I said, when they're young, it's a learning process. So I'm pretty sure you'll be able to guide them through that. But like I said, I'm excited always about technology, and I want to see more African Americans in technology, because I think we do ourselves such a disservice
Well,
by always just trying
my
to get into
son,
these
I'm
easy
sorry,
fields.
my brother, I've talked about him before. His first job, first he was repairing computers, and then they hired him to do websites. He was
Mhm.
designing corporate websites in high
Yeah.
school. So, I mean,
Wow.
he actually knows more about it. Dude, that my father used to complain all the time that he was fucking up the taxes. The
The
dude,
money.
like back when he was in school in the 90s mostly, because he's quite a bit younger than I am. Dude, he was making a man's salary. Like he was making a lot of money for high school, for a high
Yeah.
school
Yeah.
student.
Yeah. That's the
So,
thing with
he is, yeah, he does research, but he's got his hand in there. But I like your route better because I know my son well enough to know that he's a personable guy, and I wonder would he get bored working, especially these days now that it's not as freewheeling as it used to be. Would he enjoy going to work for like a Palantir? I think
Depending on what he's doing, like I said, yeah, depends on what he's doing. But
yeah.
like I said,
Well,
just
it's his sophomore year, so who knows how it turns out.
yeah, get on the like I said, the business side. It's one thing to be on the R and depending on the company. But like I said, try
Right.
to go in those areas that, especially if you're trying to work for these big companies that generate revenue.
Well, I'm telling you
know?
right now, having worked in like big distribution, dude, you get treated like a redheaded stepchild because you cost money. You don't
Yeah,
fucking
exactly.
generate anything.
You get to you're how many meetings have I said, and it's like I know exactly what's going on with the company from the financial perspective, where
Mhm.
the rest of the company they don't know anything.
Right.
They see the money
Right.
that's coming in, the money that's going out, all the P&L stuff, and it's like
Right.
okay, but if you're unless you work in accounting or not even so much marketing, but if you're working like in the factory, you're not gonna know that stuff. You're hourly. You're not
Oh,
gonna. Why should you? It's a different world.
right. Here, just give me 1 sec. I'm gonna switch
Yeah,
now.
yeah, yeah.
All right, so that was almost seamless.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I didn't. I don't have a technical background. you know, I just got into it, and I'm like as I said, I like to learn, but I'm not a technical guy. But I know enough to be dangerous. But I've always liked sales and marketing, so that's where I usually shine. Someone has to go out there, but as I said, when you are able to explore, I mean, I'll give you an example. I have a cousin graduated from he's like a literal zero with a line through it. Graduated from Morehouse, has an English degree. Thought he was going to go to law school. I said, well, dude, that's the best thing to do is go to law school. He English degree. He ends up not doing anything. So the whole time we're telling this cat, I said, look, I can hook you up on a job because, I can get you into product marketing. He's like, he didn't even know what it was. I
Hmm.
said, look, have you ever seen, like say for instance, okay, the little instruction man. Well, that's part of what they do. It depends on the company. Like the instruction manuals, who do you think writes those things up? Okay, product. It's like who do you think come up with the names for these particular products? So you're working, depending on how the company is structured, product marketing, where you're sitting down and it's like, okay, my company has all these portfolio of solutions, and what I or product marketing is responsible for doing is putting together what's called the roadmap. Like, what's the technology going to look like in the next
Yeah.
5 to 10 years? I'm telling this guy's like,
Those
dude,
engineers are not, a lot of times they're not that, creative types.
right. He could be writing this stuff, but it's like, dude, you can be sitting on your butt and all making a few hundred grand just right. He doesn't want to do that. I cool.
Well,
Don't
let me
ask me to
tell you
hook you up.
something. Is his argument that he doesn't want to sell out to the corporations or to the man or
No, no,
something?
no, 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 no,
Okay.
no, no, no. He's just lazy. Late. Some people are just lazy. No, I'm just going to call it what it is. Some folks are just. Some people are just lazy and don't want to be held accountable. Unfortunately, in certain types
Wow.
of jobs, and like I said, if you're the type of person that likes, I've always had jobs that I'm heavily metrics driven. So it doesn't really bother me. But some folks have never had jobs where it's like, okay, you got deadlines, you've got
Yeah.
these projects that you have to do, you
Hmm.
got this, and it's doing this time. Some people can't, they just want to do loosey goosey, just do whatever. And
Dude.
it's challenging for them to work in that sort of environment because to me, they're lazy and don't want to be held accountable. Sometimes you might have to work on weekends. Sometimes you might have to
Right.
work 16 hours. They don't
Right.
want to do that. That's what I'm saying when I'm talking about being lazy.
Well, I think it really has to do with my deep background. Dude, I actually need deadlines because I'll be fucking lazy otherwise. If I know I need to get something done by a date, I like the structure.
Yeah, some people can't deal with that.
Yeah,
And like I said, that
it's
was like
crazy.
that was his problem. He doesn't want to be held accountable because I just hear the stuff that he talks about. No, it's not selling out to the man and all of that. Everybody, usually those folks that say that, they always need a job anyway. So, because they're not entrepreneurs, and even if they are, if you're an entrepreneur, you still have to go and sell yourself and/or your service. And just
Exactly.
based upon your attitude and the way that you look at things, it comes across to other people. So it wouldn't be good at doing that either. So. But hey, I got to jump off because
Okay, well, Lupin, I
I've
will
got a
probably.
discovery call. I'll link up with
Okay,
you
that's
tomorrow.
cool.
I'll
All right.
jump on tomorrow. No problem. Thank
Okay.
you.
See you
Okay,
later.
bye.
Bye.
Yep. Bye.
Well, Master Dave, you still there? Mr. Dave, you there? Well, let's do a quick detour and then I'll come back to JP. I am kind of getting bored with it after talking to Lupin. It's refreshing to be able to talk to someone who's kind of in my age cohort. And, we have a lot of things in common perspective wise. And he went to school in, Georgia. And he is a voice of reason. Thank God for him. So it was absolutely stunning. Neighbors react to the arrest of suspect in Charlie Kirk assassination. And this is from Utah. So let's listen to this.
Right, we want to go now to our Southern Utah correspondent, Kenan Seacrest. He's actually outside of the house of where Tyler Robinson was taken into custody. Kenan, talk to us more about the scene.
Yeah, I mean, we're more and more people showing up here. I actually found two residents here. You guys are both from Washington County area, and I just kind of pulled over. You guys showed up here earlier today, have been here for a little bit. Kind of talk to me about what it was like kind of finding out that something like this happened so close to where you guys live.
It was absolutely stunning. It was shocking, so unexpected, not in St. George,
Yeah.
not in St. George.
Not in this tight community
Yeah.
Kind of talk to me. I mean, a lot of people, I think they said not in St. You said
This
not in
guy
St.
almost
George,
looks
but up
like
north.
Charlie Kirk.
That's where the shooting happened and stuff, and to kind of see that the arrest was made here. He was able to travel all the way down. It's about a 4-hour drive from up there. Does it kind of shock you that an arrest was made here?
Absolutely. It shocks us.
Well, I can't believe with the FBI and
Damn, that's a
governor
big
and
ass
Trump
house.
and everybody that was working on this in 33 hours. They caught him. They figured out where he lived, but I never would have thought it would be anybody from here.
Yeah, this is a very conservative county.
Very conservative.
Yeah, a lot of older people, a lot of families. It just doesn't make sense to us.
I mean, I think a lot of people are thinking the same thing. I have grown up here as well to see something.
See, this is literally, I don't know what to call it, but this is literally, damn it, what would I call it? It's like, it's mighty white of them. Okay, it couldn't happen in this community, dude. Conservatives, have you ever heard, Charlie Kirk, that there could be violence in your conservative neighborhood? That's a shock to you? Dude, everybody has guns. It's like, what on earth are these two talking about? Now, they are older ladies, and, I'll cut them a little bit of a break, but dude, conservatives, not violent? Wait, you've got a president deploying troops to cities. Conservative areas are just very capable of, producing violent people.
like this happen.
It's
and
America.
to be hit so close to home. Kind of talk to me. You guys said that, I mean, it's such a tight-knit community. Do you guys know who this person is, who the family is, and kind of anything about them?
I know nothing about him. Nothing.
Yeah. We just pulled up, and we talked to the lady down the street, and she was a school teacher.
She'd been a
correct?
school teacher.
And she taught them. Her kids grew up with him.
Yeah, she's seen the
And she-
children since they were just little guys.
And she
Oh,
said
wow.
that
And the
they had
parents.
no clue that this was something that would have happened because of his personality. There was just nothing.
Nothing.
No.
No red flags.
No.
Nothing.
Yeah.
He was a good kid.
I mean, and they talked a lot about him getting very political.
And that makes it better,
just
right, CK?
recently. So I think that a lot of people are shocked to hear this.
Oh, I don't even know what to say about that. I mean,
It just doesn't happen in St. George. I mean, I don't even lock my doors at night.
Well, you can't
You
say
know,
that
because
anymore now,
this
can
is
you?
such a nice community, and it's family oriented, and it's elderly people, and it's just a nice community to live in, and to have something like this, to know that. Now, I don't live close by, but to have something like this, you know,
Well, I'm going to say it shouldn't change your idea of the community, other than no community in this United States is safe. The violence didn't happen there. It happened somewhere else. So I don't know that your idea of what the neighborhood is or anything like that should really change. But I'm not expecting critical thinkers in newscasts like these.
mile and a half away from me.
it doesn't fit the profile at
No.
all. Not at
No.
all.
And you said a mile and a half away from you was where the arrest was made. Does it worry you? You said you don't even lock your doors at home. That's kind of the community that this is. Going forward,
They weren't his
after something
target,
like this
apparently.
happens here in southern Utah, in Washington City, is that something that's maybe going to change for you guys?
No, not at all. I'm from Atlanta, lived in Miami. I've always lived in a big city, so
Ah,
I've always
I
been
get
very
it.
cautious. Just the same, it's shocking, but it can happen anywhere, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah, because I lived in San Jose, California for 40 years.
40 years, yeah.
And I mean, everything happened down there, but that's just not something that happens here. So I'm not going to be
Not here,
concerned
not
here.
here.
No.
Thank you guys so much for joining me. Yeah, guys, I mean, that's kind of what we know. It's a tight-knit community here, and a lot of people very shocked that something like this happened here in Washington City and the arrest was made here. Guys, I'm going to send it back to you.
All right, Cannon, thank you. And we look forward to more updates from whoever else you end up talking to.
She has very interesting eyes. All right, well, let's see. We got I'm at 5:47, so I think we are on the glide path to ending. Seems like everybody's either eating lunch or doing something other than listening to this show. I am very thankful for CKJ3 and all the other good souls, Dave, all the other good souls who are here and or supporting the show. And we'll bring this back up. CKJ3 and 12th Man, thank you for supporting the host via supporting the show. There will be a show tomorrow. I think I have it scheduled for somewhere around 9:45. Maybe it'll be earlier, maybe it'll be later. I suspect it'll be on time. So everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. If you are new, please make sure you subscribe and recommend it out. I kind of gave the mission statement. If you look at the channel description, kind of says it. It's news, politics, commentary. Maybe I should add commentary. I don't think I did, but it is what it is. There's not going to be, there will be the occasional fuckery. It will be fuckery by accident, or it's just the way the show, the direction the show goes. It's never necessarily the goal. Fuckery's never the goal. But if it happens, it happens. We roll with it. But otherwise, I want to make it a little informational, news you can use. So support the show, just like CKJ3 did, just like 12th Man did, and just hit the like button. That is always appreciated, and it is supporting the show. And if you look at the crawl at the bottom, show titles, which tend to happen naturally. I'm a big lover of one-liners, show ideas, and people are starting to funnel me show ideas, which I greatly appreciate. It kind of lifts the burden, and it's a positive because it's stuff people want to hear about or explore. So tomorrow we're going to be talking about Blacks in technology, and the better description is very, very successful Black folks in technology. And technology isn't all just tapping on a keyboard. There are other things. Somebody's got to sell the product. Somebody's got to test the product. There are things you can do with technology that don't necessarily, have to do with, technical expertise. And I think Lupin was very good at pointing that out and, demonstrating it by his example. So let's get back to a little bit more effery. And we'll see where it goes. And again, I'm kind of in a glide path. The way it's been working is, I'll kind of stop the show, take a break, get bored, and then come back and do a pop-up show. I don't know if that's going to happen today or not, but let us at least attempt to see if there's any more of this turnip, the blood out of the turnip. Let's see if we can squeeze some more blood out of this turnip. And this is, again, Nightish's show. He's reviewing John Galt panel that featured JP. And I heard he was live today. You know what? I don't subscribe to JP's channel. I guess I should, but I just haven't gotten around to it. Just what I've seen on some of the panels he visits has been, it hasn't been an attractant to his to his channel.
He just a degenerate. He didn't have a good upbringing. He was raised in the ghetto. He been in jail a lot of times. Because when I'm around that nigga, it's a vibe. He connect with me emotionally.
Be right back, folks.
Hey, hold on, JP. He say the woman say, when I'm around that nigga, it's a vibe. Yes, Miss Bridget. Galt reveres JP like he's a disciple. That is exactly what's happening here. He sees JP as an amazing study. JP is the Black House family. His Cash App is KE Baby Web. Damn, what happened to the old Cash App? Clearly, even he knows some quality of women who have to bring more. Shout out to you, Juju, for having faith in JP. JP be talking about beating up women and deleting them. JP full of shit. Thank you, Juju. Because yesterday on the live, there was a pretty woman. He tried to talk, and the first thing he said was, I have a business and I work. Why did he tell that lie? Myrie said it's a smell, not a vibe. Oh, you cold for that one, Myrie. That's a cold thing you just said right there. Shout out to the shout outs.
I saw you in the club the other night on your live. Mm-hmm. And after the live, I mean, like, you get love from the women. I ain't gonna lie. And I was trying to explain. That's why I said, nigga, you just.
What is that thing on the right corner of JP mouth? Is that a new mouth growing there?
Oh my Lord.
It don't look like a bump. It look like some new skin growing. A new person is growing right there.
Broke the manosphere. I told you on the bus, you telling the white woman, nigga, I'm on welfare, and she still showing you love. Right?
Yeah, and it was a woman that day. When I got off that bus, I went to Target, and it was a woman that I seen in the store. She's an Uber driver, but she let me ride in for free. I was up there playing in her hair. She just got off the phone with me. We finna go barbecue, and I told her that I got food stamps. I'm getting $975 a month, and I said I'm finna buy. I get my stamps on the 5th. Come over, we finna get something to eat. She calling me today. She want me to come up there. We finna put some shit on the grill. She gonna buy the food. I told her
she gonna buy the food. Did you tell her you want some lobster tails? $945 worth of food stamps. JP, I gotta give it to you, man. That's some good money.
Well, all I have to say is, okay, it's one of these deals. Who was it? It was one of those vaudeville type comedian. No, I think it was Groucho Marx. You know, we don't hear about Groucho Marx in this sector, where he said he wouldn't want to join any club that would have him as a member. And I'm kind of thinking about JP. JP shouldn't date any woman that would be happy to date him. It's kind of counterintuitive, but I'm not impressed, quite frankly.
The girl should be eating well with $945. Damn, that's some good money, man. Damn near $1,000 a month just for food. Maybe I need to shut my behind up.
Man, look, these dudes feel like you gotta have a nice car to pull up on a woman on a date. Guess what? I got another woman I'm finna take on a date. And guess how I'm gonna get there? On a bus.
But you also said, I think you said you hit 3 of the women in the club and they were dancing all over you and shit.
Yeah, those were the women that when my ex-wife was trying to be friends with them. Now I'm getting at my wife like, dude, you not finna go nowhere with them. Who at the bell? I'm getting mad because she adamant about leaving and going with these women. And the whole time she don't know. At that time, during that time, it was about 6 of them. While I was at the hot dog cart, 6 of them, Flora had went inside the store to get, not the store, went inside the club to go get some ice. So we put some ice over the food. And those girls were sitting around waiting on me to get done to make their nachos. One of the girls bust out and say, damn, Jay Prince done fucked all of us. And I look, it had to be at least 6 of them at the
Oh my God.
3 of them was in the club the other night. So this is like the club that they always go to every weekend. So I'm like, damn. So here are these 6 women plus my wife. I'm like, damn. And it wasn't like 2 of them I did a threesome with. I had 2 of them at the same time. And so when these niggas be trying to tell.
What's going on, Crown Prince?
I'm trying to figure out what is real to them. This kind of fucking like debauchery. Why is someone who touts himself as a very successful businessman and landlord, why is he promoting something that's not excellent? Okay, what is he saying? JP is like a great specimen of what black men should aspire to? What the fuck is the point of this video is my question. And why the fuck are black people in his chat talking it up, subscribing to his channel and paying for this rot? That's, you know, you can honestly say that we enjoy the fuckery, but when does enjoyment of fuckery become a tacit a tacit approval? Because that's really what's happening here. And then they want to come to me and go, well, you know, well, Stanley, you're just stuck up, or you're just, you know, this way or the other. Dude, this is not the black community that I grew up with, and not the one that, you know, even today. Dude, I remember being asked, well, you know, why don't you bring your son online? Or, you know, why don't you hook him up and we can talk about software? I'm like, fuck that bullshit. Why would I expose my son to this? The motherfucker would be a fish out of water, and there's no reason a black person has to swim in these waters down there at the bottom with John Galt and Jay Prince. Why would I expose him to this? He knows it exists. That's enough. You know, in my response is, this exists. Don't go there. That's all the advice I have as far as this sort of thing goes. Don't go there, son. You don't want to go there.
What's happening with you?
Yes, son. And you know what? To all the motherfuckers who might view this after the live, yes, I am too good for this. And so is my son. I literally am saying, I am too good for this. I'm too good to act like this. I'm good enough to listen to it as long as I can listen to it. But the answer is yes. I think I'm too good for this. And definitely too good to participate in the shit and glorify it.
You know what, Bridget?
And you know what? There's an argument to be made that, hey, Stanley, you were with this outfit for a year. My excuse, and it's really a poor excuse, is it kind of devolved from my first association to, you know, the last days before the Great Rift. Jay Prince wasn't something that we were doing at the start of John Galt's project. It devolved to this.
We're kind of often lately. Shout out to Bridget. Maybe I can need Bridget to be a moderator for me for when these goofy niggas come around here with the dumb stuff. Let me see. Let me give Bridget a wrench. I need some good help when Dante come through.
Now, I don't. One other thing I want to point out. I would probably go back and see if I can't find this particular show that John Galt is doing, but he put a lot of his lives behind a paywall. So I don't know whether this was something that this might be something that, you know, was put on a Discord or something, and, you know, that's where he's getting it from, or downloaded maybe to a Discord. But anyway, you know, it is what it is, and Nightish is a good guy. I appreciate a lot of his comments on this. So
they need to be timed out. We got my guy T.O. in the building. We got Rapid. Let me go ahead and give Rapid his wrench back. Rapid don't be getting folks, though. Rapid, get on business, brother. When these folks come over here and get to acting goofy, get on business, Rapid.
That I need to change. I'm looking like, for what? So I can come on the internet and complain about these bitches like y'all. Here's the difference between when I complain about black women, when they complain about black women. Them niggas be speaking on talking points. I be speaking real life situation. Like, for an example, my wife put all the false.
So in other words, he's talking anecdotes.
Came out to be false. When I come up here and speak, I speak my real life.
Okay, and see, that's the problem. Okay, nobody gives a fuck about your life. How about make some big picture? Give us some big ideas, not your life. Okay, your life does not look like something that anybody else with good sense would want to live. Most black people have nothing in common with JP's lifestyle. That's what people don't seem to understand in that audience. Most black people don't live like this. They might in the hood, but most black people don't live in the hood.
Fiction is because I lived it. When them niggas speak about it, them niggas never live with. Most of them niggas never live with no woman. Most of them niggas they ain't never.
That's exactly right. Most of them do not live this lifestyle. So why is JP being held up as some paragon? It makes no sense to me. And only a drunk and high fuck would be pushing this narrative.
Most of them niggas don't even got kids. Most of them niggas ain't been in jail. Ain't none of them niggas experienced the woman that they cry about every day. They have not experienced this woman. And so what they try to do to diminish my character, that every woman I get with, they try to diminish them and say, oh, she lower class, lower caliber. All women has the same caliber, right? And these dudes, they not.
Oh my God! All women have the same caliber. Oh my God! Talk about flattening a narrative.
They not. Oh, I be expecting. I was expecting that these women must have been fine as hell. And when you look at them, I'm like, man, them the women I pass up every day. And then if they do got a woman, they be on this internet for hours on top of hours. Let's say, because there's a few butlers on here that's married. A lot of these dudes done spent the majority of their day 6-7 days a week, at least 8 hours on the internet, and then they got to go to work. So that's another 8 to 12 hours. You ain't even spending time with the woman that you claim that you married to.
So hold on a second here. That's an interesting point. So is he saying you're leaving the door open for JP to come knocking? Is that his point? JP, if they're not spending time with their women, you're probably not gonna be leaving. You're not gonna be what they used to call it, the cleanup man, the garbage man. There was a term for the guy who would come in the back door, basically. There's a damn word for it. I can't think of it. Maybe I'll think of it.
Hold on, JP. I got a question to ask you since you mentioned that. With T, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is not a criticism of T, so that's not.
See, this is where John Galt is going. Now we're gonna bring up a fucking married woman. What the fuck is wrong with Galt? Why is that a good example? Maybe we'll find out.
Where I'm going with this.
Cuts. T2 cut.
No, I'm talking about here for the T. Here's the question.
I named her T2 cut.
What I'm trying to explain to you, though, explain to the audience is, there's a reason why she lets you talk to her that way. Would you say that's fair? Would you say that's fair?
Yeah.
Now, what do you think the reason is?
Well, she know it's a vibe. Like a lot of black women like that. I can speak myself. It's something about my charisma where I know how to tweak their emotions, where I can make them mad, but I can make them smile. I can make them feel good, and I can
Yeah, this is literally, believe this or not, somebody talking about Jeffrey Epstein kind of said the same thing. It's one of these things where abusers, can kind of, criticize, and then when they get the feeling that, oh shit, she's this tether's getting a little frayed, then they'll reel them back in with some sweet talk. So it's like a cycle. That's literally, that's what JP is talking about. Some weird cycle of abuse. And the other thing I have to say is that you will hear a lot of people talk about the Black community not valuing old-fashioned values like marriage. Literally, this is a 50-year-old man talking with a 40-plus-year-old man, talking about a married woman and just disrespecting not only the woman, but the disrespecting old-fashioned values here. And I just don't get it, to be honest. You will hear the host of this abomination. I'm not talking about my show or Nightish's show. It's the show Nightish is reviewing. Talk about nightshades and the bad behavior and the violence and, just the baby mamas and a bunch of children and welfare. But yet, anybody who is respectably married with an air of respectability, not a whole lot of messiness in her show at all. They're just disrespecting it. And I don't get it. They literally, these two idiots either are so value free that they can talk. They just need to do what they think the audience wants to hear. Their morals are basically like a sliding scale, or they're just out and out disrespecting what would ordinarily be respectful in the Black community. But either way, it's of low value, it's of low impact, and it is not long lasting. What they're talking about is disrespecting a respectably married Black woman like she's a fucking streetwalker. And it's really disturbing. And then the 50-year-old man is fucking acting like this is like, he is literally acting like JP is fucking Immanuel Kant. He's some great philosopher. Okay, there are better hood philosophers for sure.
Make them feel angry. So they don't know how to feel about me, right? And so in another thing, they don't take what I say personal. I can say I done said the most egregious shit about Black women, and another Butler can say the same thing.
And see, this is what I'm talking about. He is proud of saying egregious things to Black women. I'm like, dude, I really don't care so much about the color, but didn't your mother raise you right? Is really what I want to say. The motherfucker was raised in a pit, apparently.
They were taking more hateful speech from them niggas than they do me. They still will support me. They don't still send me cash app super chats. They help my kids and everything. I don't know why. I don't know. I think it's my swag on why Cubs still fuck with me. And she cussed me out on what you call them Bobbin show.
Hey, hold on.
We ended up smiling at the end.
Yo, hold on, JP. Is your cash app right, man? That's cash app?
Yeah, that's my sister's cash app.
Anybody try to send JP a cash app? I just tried. It didn't come through, man. So
it didn't come through.
And when it didn't recognize some, anyone tried it? Let me know. But go right ahead, JP.
Yeah,
also, JP, excuse me. Please include your PayPal. Can you put your PayPal and your Venmo in the chat?
Yeah, I got a PayPal. Let me see. Yeah, man. Hey, look, I'm just that dude. And even when, here you go right quick. It's James Davis 37. I'm just that dude, right?
Hey, can you put it up under your headline there?
Yeah.
Hey, JP, I want to get you to respond to this right here. I want you to listen to this. This is you on Freezy's channel here. And I want you to listen to what you told the guys on Freezy. One of the things, guys in the chat, in the audience, I want you to notice is the niggas on that talk, JP. Very interesting. They listen to everything. They hang on every word he has to say here. Listen.
A lot of, especially niggas that live in them big cities and y'all work every day. Go to my sister's house right now. 5-bedroom, 2-car garage connected to the house. I'm talking about big ass house. $25 a month. You working 3 jobs and your shit don't even look near her shit. If you had to pay for that, if you had to live, and then the neighborhood she living in, if you had to pay for that out your pocket with your job, nigga, you gonna at least pay about at least $5,000 to $6,000. That's a 5-bedroom single family home in a rich in an upper class community.
How many kids your sister got?
8.
Right.
Oh, that's kind of still cramped.
That's the point.
Oh man, it's a lot to unpack there, JP, bro. A lot to unpack there. I guess I want to start with a lot of these niggas, as you said, working 2 or 3 jobs. They can't afford to live like your sister living.
Right.
Do you think that makes these niggas angry?
Yes. Definitely. That's why they want to tear down. That's why they always wanted to tear down government assistance. Not realizing they government assistance is getting paid to everything else. They even paying for people overseas, but they don't complain about that. They complain about the fact that they got black people who they really want to shit on. And they want to be able to say, okay, we work, and when you don't work and get government assistance, you is poor. But the people on government assistance living way better than them. They're not understanding. When you don't, let's say they say the average black man make $46,000 a year. Let's say he got a family. Government is, to me, you might as well not work. You must, if you got your kids, you might as well get on government assistance, because by the time you get done paying for your daycare, the health benefits for yourself and the kids, the vision, all that other type of stuff, the food, the rent, the electric, the gas, the water, all this type of stuff, you're going to be coming out of hundreds of thousands. You're going to have to team up with people, because just think about it. Like, for example, my sister, we in an all-white city, peaceful city. Where she stay at is more of an upper class. She paid $25 a month. With a big ass 5-bedroom, she got an attic, a regular floor in the basement, a 2-car garage right on the side of it, a big old yard in the front and in the back, and on the side, because she at the corner house, right? By the time that house alone, if they had to pay out of pocket, would at least go 35 to 4 bands a month, easy, real easy. And then they will have to pay their own electric, which that big old house, that electric bill gonna go up. Water gonna go up. She don't have to pay for none of that. To death do his part till she die, right? So my thing is, by the time these dudes slaving, they take pride in working for another man's. I can see the only time I would take pride in working.
See, this is where the train goes off the track with this hood philosophy, dude. And I think Lupin said it best. Okay, you're gonna be working for somebody. Okay, if you have a house and you don't have the cash to pay for it outright, you're gonna be getting a mortgage from the white man's bank. You're gonna be working to pay the white man's electricity. You're going to be shopping at the white man's grocery store. These guys are literally depending on people being stupid. And I'm going to be honest with you. People like JP and John Galt, and to a certain extent, people like CT, Ock Nation, these people are insulting black people's intelligence. And I just do not know why people don't get offended at this shit. Dude, just because you think you're working for yourself, like Lupin said, if you are a solo practitioner, basically you don't have employees, you're a solopreneur. I think that was the term he used. Dude, you're working all the time. Okay. I don't know why these guys are acting like they're independently wealthy. You're going to work for somebody. And even if you're an entrepreneur, even Tim Apple, I'll use Trump's name for the president of Apple, motherfucker, you're responsible to your shareholders. Okay. You're going to be responsible to someone. Okay. I don't know of a job other than, being a hermit in a cave somewhere out in a forest where, you live, according to the cycles of the moon and your food sources vary with the seasons. Okay. You're going to work for somebody somehow, some way. And white people work for white people, black people work for black people. Maybe the goal should be, hey, let's get a few billionaires, out there. But these guys have a real warped sense of what America is. And that's why to a person like me, they sound foolish. They sound like fucking teenagers who don't know the way of the world. I don't get it. But I don't even have that much fun listening to it. But it does amaze me that these two guys are over 40 and they're still thinking about this. They're still thinking this way. Dude, I heard JP did a show today about his electricity being out. I bet his sister's electricity doesn't go out. You know what he may think about her former husband or whatever, the guy that's fucking slaving away. Well, her electricity didn't go out. Yours did. Maybe you ought to be slaving at something.
Is when you building something for you. Like what I'm investing in. I got my food truck in my food truck.
Motherfucker, you don't have a food truck.
Of course, we're gonna do a lemonade stand for my daughter.
Dude, see, I heard John talk about this lemonade stand for his daughter. Motherfucker, you don't have a food truck, because if you did and it was daylight, you're either prepping for the next meal or you are out selling your food. Okay. What he has is a theory of a food truck. If your food truck is your business and you're sitting here for hours with your own show and visiting other shows, you are literally what you're describing. Okay, these motherfuckers who sit here for 8 hours on YouTube, then go work for 8 hours, hardly spending time with their significant others. Well, dude, you need to be one of those dudes. There's not enough gray hair in your head to justify this depravity and this dereliction of duty. Why isn't he out working on his food truck is my question.
So that's something for me that I'm giving back to my 12-year-old daughter, gonna be running her own business right next to her.
Let me put it up. Shout out to my guy Hink. Salute to Kentucky. Shout out to EJ. Let me go on ahead and put my put this pig vagina up here. I'll be forgetting to do it sometime. There you go, though.
Skip ahead a bit.
We got that.
Because I am getting bored with this.
$5,200 a month and still receive my benefits, right?
Hey, hold on, JP. They feed your children in daycare too, right?
Huh?
They feed your children in daycare too, right?
Oh yeah. They feed them and everything. And what's so crazy about it is anything go wrong in that house, the government gonna come to the landlord and make them correct it. They got a certain time limit. Ain't no slum lords when you're on Section 8.
Hey, hold on. We got a Section 8 landlord on the phone. Philippe, you still there? Philippe,
Jesus Christ.
Yes.
Philippe,
yeah, I'm here.
You were telling me that you showed it.
You know what? Let's look at something a little bit easier on the eyes. And I've been meaning to subscribe to her channel. I'm glad I found it. Let's just look at something that's a little bit less disturbing. This is my newest internet crush, folks. Makes me want to be young.
Can y'all believe it's 2025? They got to be speeding up time, y'all, because this is unbelievable to me. So I finished out 2024 very strong, much stronger than I started. I started 2024 very weak, lost, and confused. Okay, but we ended on a high note, and we also started 2025 on a high note because on the 1st, which was yesterday, I got a lot of work done. I made body oil, I made all type of stuff, pack orders. I'm about to go to the post office in a little bit, and I got some big changes coming, y'all. My mom and her 2 dogs are coming to stay with me. I had no intentions on staying in this house for like more than a few more months. I didn't even renew my lease. Now it's looking like I'm gonna have to renew my lease, and I'm not excited about that. But maybe it's for a reason. Maybe it's for a reason. Someone told me that I would need the help of friends and family in some months. So I'm like, maybe, whatever. So after I go drop them packages off, we're going to this grocery store called, where'd they go? Grocery Clearance Center here in Dallas, Texas. And it's like a consignment store for groceries. I seen this girl post the groceries on TikTok and I was amazed at the prices. I was like, I have to go there because I'm seeing like $6 strawberries for like $2. I'm seeing chocolate bars in Whole Foods that's like $7, $8, $9 for $2, $3. I'm like, I have got to go there because that is unbelievable. So I want to do a juice, like, how to make a juice for the low, finding local consignment.
Well, I wonder if
stores
that's
near
like
you. So
a
that's what we're doing today. And then I
what
gotta
is
come
it?
home, make
What
body
would it be?
scrub. I
Like
gotta
a
clean
Family
up.
Dollar of grocery
I
store?
have to, what else? I gotta clean my mom's back bedroom up, make sure it's all neat for her because she's gonna be here. Like, she leaving tonight. It's gonna take her almost 2 days to get here though because she gonna stop whatever. But yeah, we got a lot to do today. We have so much to do, so much cleaning, orders, business. I gotta book a new Airbnb for my next photo shoot, which I want to do like in the next couple of weeks. I need to shoot content for Valentine's Day. I want to do a little Valentine's Day collection, baby. So I might be up till midnight. We got a lot going on. Anyways, I'm not gonna take my camera to the
See
grocery
now,
store because I'm
let me
embarrassed. I'm
stop
not that
this
strong yet, but
lovely
I'm gonna
young
record
lady
on my
here.
phone.
She sounds like an entrepreneur. She does like a body oil business. I don't know a whole lot about it, but I've seen a couple of her shorts. She does shorts. But you know what? She's busy. She's got a list. She has goals, cleaning, whatever. This is someone who's working for themselves, not necessarily the man, in quotes, but this is what an actual business owner is doing all day. That's why I'm wondering why this young lady, who's probably under 30, is like doing better than JP. It looks like the electricity's on in there. Looks like she's busy as a bee. Yeah, she looks like now she's renting a house. But it's one of these deals where, renting a house, you're going to pay the electricity bill. Basically, it's like owning a house, except you don't own it. You're going to pay, the owner's mortgage. You're going to, pay for the electricity. The cleaning is done. You're pretty much responsible for the upkeep of the place, at least the simple upkeep. And this young lady is doing a lot better than JP. And as far as I know, she doesn't have any kids. And if you see her workouts, no, she doesn't have any kids yet, but hope springs eternal.
So I will catch y'all in just a second. So come with me to the grocery clearance center here in Dallas, Texas, and I'm gonna make some fresh juice for under $10, y'all. I was amazed at these prices. Everything was like $1, $1.99 max, $5 for.
I'm gonna guess that a lot of this stuff is either near expiration date, after expiration date, maybe fruit that doesn't look so, visually, it's good fruit, but it's not perfect, perfectly good looking fruit. Or if you're doing like a Family Dollar model, I know Walmart is a good example. If you are shipping whole pallets to Walmart and there's one damaged box and it just doesn't look like a perfect pallet, they're literally going to do a chargeback where they charge to the company, and the company that gets charged back. Now, there usually limits, you get so much of a cushion before Walmart basically starts dinging you. But though that pallet with the one or two, damaged boxes, the company, the originator of that product, is going to take that damaged pallet and sell it to Family Dollar. And Family Dollar is going to break down that pallet. They're going to remove the damaged stuff, and they're either going to send a different pallet, but a lot of like these dollar stores, they don't order full pallet loads or anything like that. They literally will order like 3 of something, 1 of something, 5 of something. So breaking down that pallet actually winds up being cost efficient. So, and then, if you can repackage the damaged stuff, you might actually be able to sell the damaged stuff too. If it's just like the carton is damaged, you go back to the manufacturer of the carton, you get some extras, repackage it, and hey, it's as good as new. So, it becomes, less than, what is it? Less than a pallet. There's a term for it I can't think of. But it becomes cost efficient, and I'm guessing that's what this grocery store is all about. If I can get the name of it again, because I know she said it, I'll look it up because I'm curious how they can sell stuff like this at a deep discount.
For $1, 2 for $1. Like, I could not believe it. So I walked around the
Oh,
rest
they
of the
got
store,
alcohol?
and everything is just so cheap. A few things were past the sell by date, but most of it was
Yeah,
not.
I thought
The
so.
ice cream
Past
is
sell by date.
$8, and the brands are the same that you will find in your Whole
Now
Foods,
look at
Sprouts,
this.
or Tom
Look at
Thumb.
this woman.
Everything was really great.
Uh-oh. Oh no, it's music. Let's see if I can get past it.
Really cannot believe it. Like,
I
I got all
wanted
that
to
stuff
I
for like
wanted to
$30.
look at her full profile
That was
longer,
amazing.
but
And my
no
stuff that I
such
used to
luck.
juice with was literally like under $10. I spent maybe like $8 on produce. That is bizarre, because if that was at Whole Foods, that would have been just like $30 alone on produce. But today's been a great day so far. We got that done. Went to the post office. We made
Oh,
the
she
juice.
is
I edited
awesome.
and posted a video. I just gotta clean up. I'm gonna do that last. I'm gonna go upstairs, and I got some new containers in for my body scrub. So I was having like problems with my body scrub like leaking in some of the packages. So I was like, let me upgrade that because I don't want that to be an issue anymore. So we got that. So I'm gonna make some turmeric scrub and put it in the new packaging. And the new container looks so much better anyway. It's so cute. Just looks like more expensive, more elevated. Y'all, I forgot I hadn't eaten today, so I just made a steak, and I'm gonna chop it up, put it on the roll, and that is onions, mayonnaise, and a little bit of cheese, and then I'm gonna add some of this sweet chili sauce, and this is gonna be my meal for today. All right, y'all. So it's been like a week, 8 days, 9 days since the last time I recorded, and I told you guys that my mom was coming to stay with me. And she got here, and it was a lot trying to just like get her settled in. She's still not settled in, but I'm here and I'm back. So it's so crazy that my mom decided to come literally right before the California fires. Like, literally, she came like a day or 2 days before the fire started, which is so crazy because she was like actually very close. She showed me video from her apartments, and I was like, dang. So I'm glad she came. So today, right now, I am in an Airbnb that I rented to do content, and it's super cute. It's really small. I knew it was small, like from the pictures, but I didn't know it was this small. But it has like a lot of like different backgrounds I'm gonna show you guys, so I can get like a lot of different angles and make it look like it's a really big, nice house, even though it's like 800 square feet. It's so
Lupin, I don't know. You might have caught what I said, so tell me if I'm repeating myself. But JP made a comment about working for the man or working for the white man. He's got a food truck, but he has time to sit here and kibitz. This young lady, now I don't know if she has like a main job. She's kind of new to me. I've seen shorts of hers. This is really like the first time I've watched anything from her channel, anything that's long form. But her little budding business there is selling body oils, which she mixes up from recipes, I guess of her own making, from her kitchen, boxes it up, packages it, boxes it up, and mails it out. So, you know, and then she does some YouTube stuff. You know, she's seriously into fitness. Now, let me go ahead and fawn a little bit, you know, because I'm an old man, but she literally favors, not exactly looks like. I dated a girl who was a 6-footer once, and I screwed that relationship to hell. And I've kind of regretted it ever since, especially after seeing this young lady. She's a good 6 feet, if not 6'1". She's right around that 6 foot mark, and she is just wow. And you know, she's got a little business. She's doing some photo shoot. I don't know what all that's about, but she is busy. Sounds like during her day, she's busy from start to finish. She's more or less working for herself as far as I know. Now, maybe she has a day job. The bottom line is this woman has it together more so than a 40-year-old fucking man. And I just don't get it. You know, if you are actually, like you said, Lupin, an entrepreneur, and she's probably more solopreneur, like you said, but she's busy. I mean, she's got her little list on her phone, and you know, she's out being a busy little bee. And I mean, when I say bee, I mean BEE. And you know what? I'm damn impressed. She is so young looking. I don't know her age, but I'm guessing if she's 30, she's a damn good looking 30 and fit as a fiddle. And by the way, the other interesting thing is she's 200 pounds. But my God, it is like everything is in the right place and toned. She's like into fitness and weights and stuff like that. She's kind of a gym rat. So anyway, would she date she wouldn't be one of those 6 women that you know, he talked about earlier. I'm just getting into her channel, Dave. I'll drop her link and you can find out if she talks about her father. I'm not interested in her father, to be honest. But I probably sound like a lusty, dirty old man. But all I can say is bravo, young lady, bravo. And I am extremely impressed. And there's a short here of her, but I'm not going to make myself suffer through it. She's wearing her glasses, and I'm going to keep it above the neck. So here is her name is Morgan Dawson, and she's in Dallas, so she says. Maybe Portia knows her. So there is her channel. She's got 60,000 subscribers, so you know she's not exactly small. But all I have to say is damn and bravo.
So small, but they did like an excellent job decorating this. Matter of fact, let me show you guys. Okay, y'all, so starting outside, I don't want to walk down there right now, but this is like the little seating area. It's super nice, but there's like a big old statue there, super nice. Then you come up these stairs. So this is like a back house, and this is the refrigerator. It's literally right next to the door. Okay, then you come over, you have this little cute kitchen area. So the kitchen, and then you have a cute little
damn, that's a nice
seating area
800
over
square
here.
feet.
I feel like this video is not doing any justice. It's actually like really, really cute. Nice floors. Okay, so we're gonna keep walking, and then we have the bedroom here, and it's super cute. I love how it looks. I love the curtains hanging, such a vibe. Then we turn here and we have the little couch and seating area. This is so cute. Excuse my tripods. Then we have this chair right here.
Man, your tripods are the
And then we
least of
have
your
this
problems.
over here. So I feel like there's like a lot of areas for me to pose and finesse. And then the houses outside are like across the street. Oh, these some nice houses. So this is actually like a back house. Did I just say that? I forgot. But so the person who
Yeah, it's like
in the
a
main
carriage
over
house
there.
or something.
And so we come this way.
Yeah, I know,
we
Lupin.
have
Lupin, I'm literally
bathroom,
trying to keep
which is
myself
super cute as
mentally
well. So we
above,
have all my
necking
breast skin
above with
stuff
this young
out
lady.
there.
Makes
I have
me
all my
wish I
oils
was
all
younger.
around the
I
house.
will admit
I
that.
always do that when I go places, so like I don't ever forget to shoot content of my oils, like product shots. So I just like place everything everywhere. And then we have my Valentine's Day little set right there. So yeah, y'all, I had like a lot of mishaps before booking
Really?
this place.
You
So
had
y'all
to
know the
show your
California
legs?
fires is going on. So I had ordered a package from Fashion Nova, y'all, and my stuff got stuck in the fires. And I was like, no freaking way. Because I'm like, I ordered this stuff with plenty of time to get here. And I wasn't thinking like, you know, the whole city is gonna catch on fire, even though, you know, California is on fire literally every year, but I was not. Those fires were freaking crazy. I was really sad too. So I was like, let me not complain, because these people are like truly going through it. But I was like, well, what am I supposed to do? Like, all my clothes. Like, I don't have anything to shoot in, y'all. So I have to go to the mall last minute. And I got this little cute set. I only got 2 sets. I got 2 sets, and then I had to like go through my closet and try to finesse it. However, my package does get here tomorrow. Today's Sunday, so my
I
package
bet
gets here
she's
tomorrow
not using a
afternoon.
filter.
And I have this place until Tuesday at noon. So I'm gonna go home. It's like really close to my house. So I'm gonna try to run home, go get my package, and try to shoot more with the clothes that I ordered from Fashion Nova. So it all worked out in the end, and I ended up getting like a couple extra cute sets that I feel like will look super cute. So kind of my theme for this is like a Valentine's Day. I might try to get some birthday pictures. We'll see if we need birthday worthy photos here. But the theme is like Valentine's Day. I have my little Valentine's Day Blessed Skin set that I just showed you guys. It is just my turmeric body scrub, and it is pink. And then we have my peach body oil. And I just put them together as a set. They smell freaking chef's kiss. They smell so good. Oh my gosh. What else? So I'm going to be making like a charcuterie board. I've never made a charcuterie board, but I'm making one with just like sweets. And so I'm going to record myself like making that. I'm really excited, and I cannot wait to show y'all all my content. I'm gonna try to get as much behind the scenes as I can. Y'all can hear the people in their house. It keeps scaring me. But I'm trying to get as much behind the scene content as I can for y'all. But if not, baby, you'll see it on the gram. But I'm gonna go for now, and I'll call y'all right back. Why is this the prettiest dress? I'm obsessed. I got this from Fashion Nova. So I told y'all my package came, yesterday.
Oh,
so I've been taking
wow.
pictures in this dress
Let's
today.
blow
It's a
this
really
up.
amazing
Now, I don't like the
house of CB
tattoos.
dupe
I
for like
simply
a
will
third of
not
the
approve
price.
of them, but
The only thing
I have a feeling I could probably make an exception or two in this case.
is like when I, bend down, there's a lot of cleavage. So if I wear this out, which I'm sure I will one day to dinner or something, I just need to get boob tape to go like right at the top of here and boob out perfect. So nice. I think this dress was like $60 with like a little Fashion Nova discount, maybe 50 something. Very great material. And great boning in this. And the only thing, if you don't have big boobs, this dress will be fine for you. I have big boobs and they just keep getting bigger. I don't know what's going on. Anyways, you'll be fine. But I need a little bit of tape at the top. You know what I'm saying? But this is gorgeous. And I took some beautiful pictures in this today. Hey guys, we're back. So I got so much content. Oh my goodness. What I don't like about batch shooting content is that you have to really go through it, organize it. I got to get stuff off my camera. So tell me why when I was shooting content, y'all, my phone charger got wet and it stopped working. Like, oh my goodness. It's like a little cheap one from Amazon. That pissed me off. So I'm like, how am I gonna take pictures? Because my phone was like on 40 freaking percent. And I'm like, that's not enough. My phone is gonna die. So I ended up using my Sony A7 for all the rest of my pictures. I never use my camera like that.
Whoever, if she's married, because I see that ring on the finger, whoever she's married to, I'm sorry, I just wouldn't mind being, she can stay at home and I will just slave. I'm used to it. I used to do it with my wife. You know what? It's worth it just to have you home. And you got your little side business there, so you're bringing in a little money. You're keeping yourself busy. I just don't really have that much of a problem with being her. Let's call it a simp, like Dave keeps insulting me with the term, but I'll be her simp any goddamn day. And as far as that 50-year-old dating the 20-year-old, you know what? I should be so lucky. She would be my 20-year-old, my idea. Of course, this would be 60 and 30 now. So, yep, 60, 30. She might be that one exception.
For pictures, I use it mostly for videos, but I use it for all my pictures, and actually they came out like really, really good. So I'm very excited about that. So now I'm just packing orders, y'all. I'm a little bit behind still. Like my last orders I gotta get out from January 1st. I think I have one from December 31st because I have ran out of a product, but I'm getting all those orders out from the beginning of January. And then I gotta print some labels out. So I got 3 more orders to pack here for today. Print some labels, then go to the post office. And I'm feeling really great, y'all. I feel so productive. I feel so behind. Like I always feel like I'm so behind. And I hate
that's a great point.
Other than that, I feel really great.
As long as you're getting some satisfaction out of it.
To post it on Instagram. I haven't posted. When's the last time I posted? I haven't posted in days. But I knew I was about to do this shoot.
And you know what? My satisfaction would be showing this video to my buddies at work. Hey, look at what my wife did.
These days, that's ridiculous. So I gotta get together. I gotta make emailers, and yeah, I cannot wait to show y'all my pictures. Y'all, they came out so freaking good. If you don't follow me on Instagram, you need to follow me on Instagram because these pictures.
Nah, I'm not following you on Instagram. That would be bad.
So I'm gonna finish this, print some labels, and then I'll be back. Maybe I'll take y'all to the post office with me. Just kidding. I'll see you guys on the next video.
No, I would be like, you're not going to the post office dressed like that, are you? Sorry. I love you, hon, but there are limits. Oh, wait, you know what? I should go back. Oh, well, too late now. You know what? I am getting a little winded here. I see my buddy Rap Raven here is got a show tonight. I don't know that I'm gonna even bother with that. Racist death reactions and black men versus black women reasoning. Black betterment broadcast. Same old fucking shit. And he's over in London, in England. So even across the pond, they're talking about the same stuff. French Chef Grill. Behind the Grill. Damn, that looks interesting. Yeah, we might have to save that to watch later. Holy shit, look at this fucking grouper. Oh my God. Holy cow. That thing could probably eat a child at least.
This is the second largest grouper species in the entire world. Second only to the Goliath grouper, which we're not legally allowed to harvest. So this is the largest grouper that we can legally harvest. Even though this
Oh,
is
I
the
don't
second
lust.
largest grouper
Hey,
species in the entire world.
hey, Dave. Once the video's over, my lust is over for the day. I'm not going to waste time, lusting over something I can't actually touch.
Well, this one isn't even close to the biggest. This is a 154-pound Warsaw grouper. And these fish get over 500 pounds. So if you were ever curious what the meat looks like on a 154-pound grouper, you're about to find out. You've got a collarbone right here. Dip your knife right underneath, and then you're gonna outline that collarbone as you go down underneath this fin right here, which is his pelvic fin. Then we're gonna flip our knife around and start cutting behind the head. Now, all grouper have a good chunk of meat. They go behind the
Your
head.
list?
It's safe to assume the
You
larger
mean
they
your
are, the more
Epstein
meat
list?
they have behind the head, and that is accurate. Now that we have this initial opening, we're gonna flip our knife around and have the blade facing outward as we push in, making a
Damn,
nice
that is
outline.
nice.
Just
I
use
like
the
the way.
tip of
Well,
your
you
knife
know what?
just while we're
That's
making
kind of
that
what I do when I
initial
fillet out
outline.
a fish.
So you can imagine the skin on this grouper is incredibly thick.
Stay
Look at
close
this.
to the
That is
spine, son.
absolutely insane. What a phenomenal creature. All right, now we just keep using the tip of our knife to slide down, make a nice opening right on top of that dorsal fin. And just like that, we've got a nice opening to work with. We're going to use the full body of our blade now to get into the fillet. We want to make sure that we're right on top of that backbone, not underneath that backbone. That way we're not missing out on any of this gorgeous Warsaw grouper meat. Giant groupers like Warsaw have a reputation for not having the best meat.
Well, they
A lot of
better
people
be
think that
older
the bigger the
Latinas.
grouper is, the tougher,
They
chewier, rubbery
what's
it is.
Spanish for
And the
age
problem with
appropriate?
people thinking that about these giant grouper is there's people out there catching them, and these are really deep water fish.
God
So if you're
damn! You know
pulling
what?
a fish out of
This is
1,000 feet
actually
water,
making me
it's
want to
not
go
gonna
fish
survive
now.
going back down. So you already killed the animal. So it's really important that I get to show you guys not only that it's actually a delicious fish, but how to cut it properly so that way you have the best experience possible. That way none of this wonderful animal gets wasted. We're now getting the meat that's behind the head, and there's a bone that sticks out right here. I want to just kind of outline that bone and go around it and push the meat off of it. So you see how I'm sticking out right here? That is just to go around that bone. And we got all the meat behind the head. Now we're resting our knife right on that backbone, having our knife at a slight angle downward. That way we're not missing out on any of that meat as we work our way to the center spine. We're gonna use just the tip of our knife to go to the top of the center spine. That way it's not pulling on the meat as we lift on it. After we go all the way down, and then we worked our way to the top of the spine along the entire length of the fish, we're now gonna get to the point where we separate the connection the pin bones make to the ribs. Put the tip of our knife at the base of the ribs, angle our knife slightly up. We separate the connection the pin bones make to the
Yeah, I
ribs.
bet pulling those
This is the
pin
spine
bones is
we
going
went
to
the
be
top of.
easy.
So
Just
you can see
grab
how
a
the
pair of
meat is being
pliers.
pulled on right here. If we didn't work our way all the way to the top, the point to where that's being pulled on would be higher up and be tearing into the center of our hyoid, which is some of the most prized part of the fish. We don't want that. Now we're going to dip our knife on the other side of that spine
There
and
we go.
slide down at an angle. Now we're going to rest our knife right on top of these rib bones and start sliding down the ribs. The rib
God
bones in this
damn.
fish are a little stronger than a lot of other fish, so you can apply a little bit more pressure to them, making sure that you scrape all the meat off the top of those rib bones. Once you get to the bottom of the ribs, you can cut straight down and leave all that belly meat on the fillet. Look how good the meat looks. This is a 154-pound Warsaw grouper. That meat is snow white. Speaking of snow white, this fish commonly gets mistaken for a snowy grouper, or vice versa. And how you could tell the difference between a large snowy grouper and a Warsaw grouper, well, snowy grouper don't get this big. But in the 30 to 40 pound range, a snowy grouper and a Warsaw grouper look very similar to each other because snowy grouper lose their spots as they get bigger. But a tell sign of the difference between a snowy and a Warsaw is the second dorsal spine on a Warsaw is massive. Totally different than a snowy. And a Warsaw has 10 when a snowy has 11. Let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So this last one right here on a snowy would be the 11th. All right, now that we're at this point, all we got to do is separate off the rest of the fish. We're going to puncture straight through. Running a seafood market has me insanely busy, and that's to say the least. That's where today's sponsor comes in, Factor. Factor makes fresh, never frozen meals for a busy lifestyle. With an expanded menu, Factor makes accomplishing your wellness goals easy. They have a huge menu with 80 plus rotating
let's see
weekly
here.
meals. This knife is sharp, and this skin gives it a run for its money. And look at the way the scales layer. That is so cool. Look at that. Holy smokes. Now, fish is so much more than just 2 fillets. And the larger the fish is, the more you get to play with the different parts of the animal and see the different tastes and textures of the different pieces. What I mean by that is you can see the natural separation from the outside of the high loin, from the eye of the high loin. And this piece, kind of like a backstrap, is going to have a different texture than the tenderloin to the center of the eye. Then this eye will travel down like this. So this bloodline is the mark of the high loin. This line all the way up is the mark of where the eye is. So the eye runs down like this. So you have the outside, the center, which is more like a tenderloin, and then the inside. And each one of those is going to have a slightly different texture and fat content, very similar to beef. Well, it's not going to taste like beef, but there's different cuts like beef. All right, now we're going to take out the wing. We're going to take out the entire collar portion. We're going to lift up the gills like this. We're going to puncture the membrane right underneath the gills and slide straight to the throat. We're not going to slide all the way up because, as you guys might know, I really like this cut of meat and I don't want to cut through it while I'm cutting those collars out. All right, so after you puncture the membrane and slide to the bottom here, we're going to slide right underneath this bone. So you guys can see that this bone right here is resting on top of the collarbone. You can see this little ledge. We're going to slide our knife right underneath that ledge. That way we're not cutting through any bone to remove the collar. Once you cut underneath that all the way, you can feel where the top of the collarbone is. Right here, we're going to slide our knife right underneath that.
And by the way, once you start filleting this, you got to keep filleting it, especially with the lungs in there. Even if you've got it frozen, if it's not frozen solid, those lungs in there will spoil the meat. You can't leave it on ice or any of that bullshit. It's got to be either frozen solid or you fillet it out. Get those lungs out of there at a minimum. I've had that happen to me with larger fish. And by the way, we kind of get the idea of this. I have 2 more things, and I wanted happen to have a pop up from Ock Nation's channel. Thought I had it all selected, so I get all his little pop ups, but it was set to special or whatever the personal or whatever it is. But I wanted to point something out to you, and this is exactly why I think people like channels like Ock Nation just do nothing but contribute to racism and just gives racists free range. Now, you can make the free speech argument. I guess that's a good enough argument. But here's what I'm talking about. Here's a seemingly a white lady here. And her comment is sons need to make everything about themselves. So, the good thing is they're not using the N-word, but the bad thing is, you know what? The nice thing about Ock Nation is it's a weird racist kumbaya Valhalla. The white people there agree that, race exists and the blacks are sons and the whites are gliders. And the black people agree to the same rules and they get along hunky-dory would be the word that I use. And I've gone into the chat and trolled people, but I got bored with it. It was too easy. People just either ignored me or the ones who knew me would just engage and we just joke back and forth. But I find stuff like this when I say that Ock Nation is a racist, and I have huge problems with this sort of stuff. Uh, this is just a good example, kind of a benign example. It's not the worst thing ever, but this is just a little benign sample of what I consider either a future cancer or this benign tumor hasn't gone cancerous yet. You got to hold people to account. And this is just teaching a whole bunch of people that being a little racist, well, everybody's racist. Well, you know what? Fucking be racist either on Ock Nation's channel or be racist among your friends, but don't bring that shit here. For the fools who want to talk about the 70% and bring that Be Brave bullshit, keep it over on Be Braves. Don't bring it here. Bottom line is I hold a slightly higher standard. And you know what? If you want to make your case for using the N-word or your particular flavor or brand of racism or racist behaviors, go right ahead. Do your cheerleading for racism. But if you come up here, you either prove why you're a racist and why you think that's right, or we talk about something that's, slightly more elevated. And maybe I'm expecting too much, but fuck it. I'm going to keep expecting it. And yes, I'm using coarse language, but that's how strongly I believe in my soapbox. I think my soapbox is firm and it can stand a little bit of weight. There was something else that I wanted to point out, and maybe I'll come back later if I get bored. Maybe I won't. Chances are I will. It is Friday, and I don't have anything in particular to do. Where is it? Was a breaking news story. Why do I not see it in the New York Times? Says a family friend contacted authorities. Suspect criticized Kirk ahead of shooting. Kind of curious to know what his particular problem was. And then I have one last thing to show you before I, at a minimum, take a break. Give me one sec here. I want to save this story since I can't seem to find it. I want to take a look at this right quick. I want to know, I'm kind of curious to know what the exact nature of his complaint was. Shot and kill before. Let's see, show more. Interviews, bullet engravings, which I just find, what the fuck? Bullet engravings. Trump comments, final question, last person is wow. Yeah, I don't want to go there. You know what? I'll deal with it later. Not that, it's we pretty much know what the results are. And then I wanted to point this out right quick. This just came in. I just noticed it. Man fatally shot in confrontation with ICE officers in Chicago area. Now, from what I've scanned right quick, the cop actually had a reason to discharge his weapon. So I'm just, it's a curiosity. And I actually think that, this is where, I think the floodgates have been opened with this incident.
Man fatally shot in confrontation with ICE officers in Chicago area. This article is by Julie Bossman, Ham DeLizes and Jesus Jimenez, and read by an automated voice. A U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement officer fatally shot a man in the Chicago area who was resisting arrest during a vehicle stop and tried to drive his car into ICE officers, a representative for the agency said on Friday. The man, who the authorities said was not legally in the country, dragged the officer as he fled in his car, the agency representative said. The officer was severely injured and is now in stable condition. The man was identified by ICE as Silverio Villegas Gonzalez. He was pronounced dead at a local hospital. We are praying for the speedy recovery of our law enforcement officer, Tricia McLaughlin, the Assistant Secretary for Public Affairs at the Department of Homeland Security, said in a statement. Viral social media videos and activists encouraging illegal aliens to resist law enforcement not only spread misinformation, but also undermine public safety, as well as the safety of our officers and those being apprehended. ICE has been conducting a higher number of immigration arrests than usual in the Chicago area this week, under an effort called Operation Midway Blitz. That operation has led to the arrests of several people, including those accused of robbery, assault, and other violent crimes, the agency said on Wednesday. Residents of Chicago and its suburbs have been watchful for ICE agents and vehicles throughout the area, reporting ICE activity to hotlines and websites tracking their whereabouts. Local officials said they had seen an uptick in agent sightings since last weekend. An immigrant advocacy group said the incident on Friday took place in Franklin Park, a suburb of Chicago near O'Hare International Airport. The Franklin Park Police Department referred questions to the FBI. Don Terry, a spokesman for Chicago Police Department, said that the incident did not occur in Chicago.
All right. Well, everybody, please make sure you hit the like if there's anybody out there left. Wow. So new folks, please make sure you subscribe to the channel and share it out, please. We are on the voyage to 500 users, and we are less than halfway there, but it'll be all right. We'll get there. And we have our 5,000 views, which kind of surprised me. I went from 4,000 to 5,000 pretty quick. So we've got half of what we need to do to be considered for monetization done. I'm going to leave my little Cash App symbol up here. Feel free to contribute to the Sovereign Beer Fund. That's what I'm going to start calling it. There's a Sovereign Wealth Fund. Well, ours is going to be the Sovereign Beer Fund. So make sure you let's make sure you invest in the Sovereign Beer Fund. and there we go. Who the hell? Who's Aphrodamus? Is that what y'all call? Is that what AK stands for? Brian, tell me right quick. Is Ock Nation Aphrodamus? Because I've talked to Aphrodamus before. I thought, and maybe it was Ock Nation. Is he? Oh, okay. So, what is Aphrodamus live now or something? Tell him I said hey. What else was I gonna say? Oh, okay. And tomorrow we are doing a Saturday show. I think it's around 9:45 or 10. Should be on time unless I go long on somebody's show tonight. We are going to make some slight format changes. One I just decided on. I think we're gonna start maybe wrapping this up, say from 6:45 if I ever can start on time, to about 12, which may even be pushing it a bit, maybe out to 1 o'clock. But I've been looking at the numbers over the past week or two, and it doesn't make sense to go much longer than noon. From I'd say about 8:30 to noon, or if you can call them peak hours. And I think I'm gonna just start doing that. And if I feel like starting a show in the afternoon, I have something to say, or something like that, I'll fire one back up. But let's not get tired unnecessarily. And I think following numbers, which sometimes you have to do, 12 o'clock. So we'll just call it from like 7 in the morning to maybe 12. Maybe I'll go long if I feel it's necessary. But we're going to limit this thing to 4 or 5 hours. I am going to start probably tomorrow, possibly I'll push it out to Monday. You come up here and you act the ass, and I'll just drop you. And if people want you to come back, they'll pay for it. Probably $5 will be the limit, because 5 minutes is usually as long as I can be silent if I think the argument is trash. Yep, that's good. Well, you know what? I have branched out, Brian. I actually think I like Coors Light better, believe it or not. So let's not tie it to a brand. We'll just call it the Sovereign Beer Fund. Tomorrow's Saturday, so I might splurge and do some Guinness Stout. Unfortunately, the gas station, which is just a few minutes away from me, doesn't sell Bass Ale. Now, maybe what I'll do is ask them if they could maybe do. I'll figure it out. But if they had Bass Ale, that's what I've actually had a hankering for. But the cheap economy, we got it. We want value and the biggest bang for our buck here at the Sovereign Beer Fund. And Coors Light, it's good enough. It gets the job done. And so we talked about, where we're going to go from here, as far as hours and as far as what I think we're going to do. Add a little bit of a game of gamesmanship. And by the way, if I can be silent, I get the $5. If I can't be silent and I am not beyond going fuck it, I'll give you the $5 and let me trash your argument. So, it's fair competition, and we will time it out. $5 for 5 minutes, maybe even longer if it's an interesting argument. So look for that either tomorrow or Monday. And tomorrow we will be reviewing a show idea that was contributed by our friend Lupin Reiging. We're going to be talking blacks in and about blacks and technology. Some good stuff that we touched on today. Excellent stuff, in my opinion. This is the kind of business talk that at least I'm interested in. I'm a tech guy at heart. Even my books are on Kindle, so I can say I'm a tech guy. And that's that. I might be back later, I might not. And I absolutely appreciate the folks who supported the show today. Let's put them up and give them their due. 12th Man and the CKJ3. Appreciate it. They are official sponsors of the show and contributors to the Sovereign Beer Fund. And maybe tonight, more likely tomorrow. And I will see you all at a minimum tomorrow. Appreciate it, everybody.